could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
A Lotus Notes exclusive. This week on Lotus Notes, in order to make a clever thumbnail of Chaunce Hayden, Sarah is going to have to become a rapist.
I just thought of, thank you, Sarah. I just thought of a new superhero or supervillain, and this is kind of inspired by Sarah. How about a villain name or a superhero named Control F? And all the guy does is he gets like classified information about someone at super speed and then has all the dirt. Control F. Thank you, Sarah, for the which is how Chauncey asked me how I find the intel on him over the years, and I said it's a little something called Control F, thanks to Sarah. And
you need like a big F on your front of your chest.
right. And you just look up personal information on someone at super speed, and you log it. Your brain logs it away, and you can just use it against them at any point. Control F. I love it. Thank you, A. Smith. Chauncey's here again. We love him. I want to thank everyone in the chat and comments for all the nice compliments about Chauncey and Poppy and Chauncey and Bon and I. They said that we all have the chemistry of Vinny Favale and Tom Gisamundo, Chauncey.
I'm not used to that. I'm not used to kind comments.
It's bullshit, because you were such a force of nature in the 2000s from, let's say, really a lot through the 90s, but specifically the early 2000s. You might be the MVP of that show and better than any of the goddamn cast.
It took a very long time for this wine to age properly. Like
you see, that's the Hunter S. Thompson in him right there. That's the scribe.
Yes.
That's actually a brilliant analogy, because it is. We look at it and you get comments. I didn't realize how great Chauncey was, and we didn't appreciate him when he was on because we all drank the Kool-Aid, and on and on and on. But it is crazy. Thanks to Control F, I can go through any week in the early 2000s, early to mid 2000s, and you put the word Chauncey in, and something great happens. It's
something happens. Something controversial happens. Always. Yeah.
Bond, do you have
from
anything?
Times Square, the crossroads of the World Wide Web. Here's Chaunce Hayden.
Oh God!
Intros.
Before I gotta play your intros here. So this is. They're all so good. This is what's David's. I have Chauncey's at the ending, and I don't know why it's not. Oh, here it is.
Get emotional.
You want it to be kind of a localized experience as much as possible.
I designed all those covers, so when I see them, I picture myself in my office at Stepping Out, actually putting those covers together, designing them.
It takes you back to that time.
It does.
That's the best part about music, and I guess Stepping Out magazine. That's a close second. That's David who's talking there, and he did that, and he's such a super fan of yours. You know, Bon Jovial thinks he gets so nervous. He's ducking us when you come on, like he's making up like gigs he has and stuff. Bon, did you say that? He's actually like ducking Chauncey.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I did, but I've got him here, and he keeps asking me if he can talk about this chimney.
It's not good, but that chimney is so distinctive, right, Sarah? Like,
Yes.
What
is that?
I don't even know what he's talking about.
I think that's from Golden Girls. I think those two did a Golden Girls.
You're right. You are good
Yeah.
because he went to the house. He went to the goddamn house. You got a memory like a bear trap, you know?
It's amazing.
I played a drop of this guy from, oh my God, this guy from, they used to prank call him on the Stern Show, and he used to do a show called Talking Yankees.
Oh yeah, Jonah Falcon.
And I played him saying one word, and John, and I played him saying this.
Stop it! Stop it!
I did that like a year or so ago, and John goes, "Is that the guy from Talking Yankees?" And I was like, "Oh my God, how do you know that?"
You know what? I want to name drop on Chauncey. Hey, Chauncey, before I forget, because I meant to ask you this last time.
Okay.
Do you know Dan Flores?
Do I know Dan Flores? Of course, yeah, the publicist.
He was Howard's publicist in those years. What role did he have in his, to your knowledge, in his career? Because he comes up so sporadically, and I can't track like what he did.
Very limited. Very limited. Like, because Howard really didn't need a publicist because he was his own publicist.
Right.
You know, anything he needed to say, he said on the air in front of millions of people. So what would a publicist do for that?
Exactly.
The only time Howard really used Flores was when he was running for governor, and he wanted to send out media invites or that kind of stuff, or
right.
But very specific things. Usually, or for the birthday parties, he would have a publicist for. But Howard didn't really need a publicist because he had a daily show that reached more people than anyone in history. So
that's such a good point.
What was the point? Yeah.
What was your interaction with Buchwald?
I went in when EYATA ended. I was looking to get another gig. It was my first time having my own show, and I didn't want it to end. And everybody told me it was great. It's great. You got to keep doing this. You got to get yourself an agent and shop it around. So I went to his office and I sat with him and I gave him all my EYATA tapes. And I'm guessing when I walked out of the office, he probably said, "Fuck this guy." I don't think he liked me. I think he saw me as somebody that was not a threat to Howard in the sense that I was anything like Howard, but he saw me as a threat to Howard's live. How can I put this? A threat to Howard's peace. His peace.
Okay.
Because he knew that if I had something on Howard, it would end up in the papers.
Right.
He looked at me as a threat to Howard in that sense, that somehow I would hurt Howard Stern. And it came true. He wasn't wrong, because I eventually I did.
He defied the biggest. I guess you're supposed to keep. If I'm that, I'm keeping. What do they say? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So he defied the showbiz adage that he should have. They could have not kept you in line. But if you were working for Buchwald, you wouldn't have ran the Gary's father's funeral stories and the stuff with Cavuto. That never would have happened.
I'm pretty stupid. I probably would have. And got dropped by Buchwald within a month.
What is it in you? Do you get like self-sabotage?
Yes.
Why not? Yeah.
1000%. I can give you 1,000 examples of when I self-sabotaged myself because I can't stand authority. I can't stand someone saying I can't do something or not doing something because I'll get in trouble if I do it. And maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe that parts of it are a good thing because that attitude has helped me in my career a lot. It has, and it made me famous to a certain degree because I did things that nobody would ever attempt to do because they'd be afraid to do, or they know if they did it, they would screw up their livelihood. But I did it anyway, and I rolled the dice over and over. And so I'm sure I would have fucked. I'll give you an example. This is one example of how I fucked up my career. So I told you guys I had a gig on ABC News, right? And that's what started the whole serious, investigation was that gig. And every week I would go into the ABC World News studio and sit at the desk at Diane Sawyer in this empty room with one single camera looking at me and with a headpiece in. And I would tell the entire audience of ABC News all the gossip and all the celebrity news after that day.
That you couldn't reveal on actual TV. Like you said, I know this, but I'm sitting on it, and I'll tell you while we're not on TV. Is that how you did it? Like, and they would get something?
Well, no, I would just tell them whatever I had. Like I knew I was
Right.
going on the show, and I would take all the things that I compiled that week that I was going to write about anyway, or send to page 6. But I was always a writer. I was never a talking head before. This is the first time I became a talking head on ABC News. So it was a great gig. It was incredible. So this is how I destroyed it.
Less channels back then too.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
more exposure. Yeah.
It was very experimental back then. They were just dabbling their feet in it. So this is how I ruined it for myself. So one day I'm on the air and we're doing the broadcast, and we did it live. It wasn't taped; it was live when we did it. So get into the studio comes Diane Sawyer, and Diane Sawyer is about 15 feet away from me, and she's taping something for, I think it was 2020 or Prime. What did Diane Sawyer host?
Yeah, 2020. She was
2020.
Yep.
Yeah, so she's doing her intro for 2020.
I think both, Chaunce. I think both shows she did.
Okay. So she's taping her intro, right? And she has a camera guy with her, and she's behind the desk in the same studio that I'm doing a live broadcast with ABC News. At the same time, she's taping this. So as I'm talking into this camera with my headpiece in, Diane Sawyer looks over at me and goes, "Shh." and I went, "Fuck." I go, and meanwhile, my headpiece is going, Chauncey, did we lose Chauncey? I'm like, Diane Sawyer just shushed me.
This is the premier network. They can't get you in another room. Are they that cheap? They
No,
have you in the same space?
this is where they put me. And I'm like, I can't talk. I go, Diane Sawyer shushing me.
That's so funny.
And so I got in trouble for that, but then I couldn't let it go with that. I'm already in trouble now, right, for embarrassing Diane Sawyer. So then I give it to the New York Daily News that there's a giant article about Diane Sawyer, the diva, shushing me during my live broadcast on ABC News. And
wait a minute. You made it like there was a mole in there, and then they saw this happen.
Yeah.
You didn't leak it. Someone else did. Oh, that's ingenious. That's so good.
And so then I got fired.
They were
and you
just
know, and you know who got the gig? Who took my place? The guy who wrote the story. They fired him.
What was his name?
That's irony.
His name was Lloyd Grove. Lloyd Grove.
Oh yeah,
great name.
No. He had a thing with Howard, Chauncey. He had a feud. You remember Howard threatened him?
Yes.
Something about Beth. He asked questions of. Oh God damn! It's like 05.
They had a huge war. Yeah, Lloyd Grove. I think he sold me out. I think they called him to find out who gave that story, and I think it was Lloyd Grove that said it was Chauncey. So anyway, so that's one example of many that have kept me, from ringing that golden bell.
That's a great story.
Always flying, lower to the ground than everybody else, because you can say I fuck up, or I just don't care, or I love goofing on this whole industry so much that when things happen that I think are funny or are interesting, I can't just keep burying them inside myself. They gotta come out one way or another. They're gonna come out.
You know what they say, Chauncey? All is fair in love, war, and gossip columns. So they of course, were gonna backstab you. Is there any industry that wouldn't do that? It's that, right? Iago.
But if I had
The knife
if
in
I
your
had
back.
an agent or a manager who said, Chauncey, just don't do anything unless I say to do it. Don't do that. Like, I know it's a great story. It's very funny. It will definitely make the papers. Don't do it. Don't do it. You got a great thing at ABC. You'll get fired.
Yeah, sure.
Don't do it. And my career would have kept going and going, and who knows where I'd be right now. But no, I can't do that. There's no one to stop me. I'm unfiltered, and there's no one to stop me from opening my big mouth. I do it all the time. So, but again, it's also made me interesting, right? Because with me, you have a million stories.
I think you subscribe to the John Mellencamp adage in life. I fight authority, and authority always wins. That
Yeah,
stuck to me as soon as you said that. That's a
I like
great song,
that.
and that's the message in that song.
I like that. Actually, I like
Yeah.
that, and I'm going to steal that.
It's just-
It's true because it's true. I'm terrible at authority. I'm just terrible at it. Even when I was in the Navy, I was bad at it. Like, I was always in trouble when I was in the military because I couldn't follow any kind of rule or law.
Right.
I can't do it.
all this
So,
bullshit admonition they throw at you, like, that really doesn't mean anything, and it's just to be like, make your bed and all that organization stuff that you would find frivolous.
I
I
can't.
would think, yeah.
Can't do it. Can't do it. Never could do it. My whole
But you
life, I
weren't
could never do it.
court-martialed. You weren't kicked out.
I was court-martialed.
Oh, you were court-martialed. Oh,
But
shit.
I wasn't kicked out for the court martial, but I did get court martialed. While I was in the Navy, I was in a really bad car accident. Terrible. I almost died, and I had fractured my leg from the hip all the way to the ankle. So they put me in a cast. In those days they still use those plaster casts.
Yep.
And then my leg got infected. I got a blood infection, and
no.
they almost had to amputate my leg. I almost
Oh,
died.
God.
So, but I also wanted to go skiing.
It's amazing you're still alive. It's amazing.
So
Tell-
I took
tell-
a hammer and I smashed the cast off my leg so I could go skiing. When
Oh.
I was supposed to be standing watch, right? I was supposed to be on the base standing watch, and instead I broke my cast off my leg and with a hammer and went skiing. And at the time,
Wow.
so someone's relative had died, and one of my jobs were to type up the emergency leave paperwork. 24/7. If someone dies, you got to get up at 3 a.m. and you have to type up the paperwork. This person can get go home.
Right.
I was skiing at Hunter Mountain, New York,
Oh,
and so when I got back, I had to face a court martial.
I think that's an honorable discharge. I think they should honor you for that. That's ballsy. That's fighting through an injury. If the NBA was like that, we'd have no problems.
Well,
They should love that.
This is how they described it. They said basically your body is a mailbox and we're the post office.
Wow.
And you have no right to deface or in any way or mark up our property.
Holy
That
shit.
leg was our property. That cast was Navy property, and you destroyed it. And not only that, but you were AWOL.
wow.
And
Oh.
yeah, so they weren't happy with me. But I mean, that's not why I left the military. I did my whole 4 years. I just always was getting in trouble while I was in the
Yep.
military.
I bet they wouldn't pull that shit on David Robinson, Chauncey. They wouldn't have the balls to say that to the admiral himself.
No, I was a lowly seaman. I was so low on the chain of command that they couldn't even take rank away from me. There was no lower place to go. Like, I was already at the bottom. So
I haven't
say
had an orthodox career.
What? God, what a drop that was. So I want to say hi to everybody in chat. Tellez, welcome. A. Smith, thank you, sir. Fine Chug, thank you, sir. We saw Sarah G. Canada, welcome, sir. He's a huge fan of yours, G. Canada, Chauncey.
I know he is. Who
Yeah.
is this guy? I guess he's from Canada.
He's he's a classic fucking hoser, knucklehead, brewskis, and hockey and Canadian football. He's a ball buster. He's just like a classic,
I
he's like a wrestler.
I see in the comments on the show on YouTube, he seems to create a lot of controversy.
He's
with
the Chaunce
other.
Hayden of he's the Chaunce
Yes,
Hayden of the Depening and Radio Gunk.
that's what it seems like to me. Yes, it does. Yep.
Bon, do you have any comments on Radio Gunk? Do you? I don't care. I don't care, sir. I don't care.
John.
Yeah, and that's a whole nother.
John, John.
Yeah.
I
don't care.
I don't care. John, I don't care, John. I don't care. I don't. John.
I don't care as well, Mr. Peanut Colony.
I'm calling in to tell you that I do not care, and I'm banging my hand against my head to tell you that I don't care. I need you to know that.
I don't care, Mr. Yoveriel. Hey, fine, Chuck. Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas to you as well. I think we're doing a show Monday night, Chauncey. If you want to come on with Poppy, that would be great.
Okay.
Or Monday at maybe this time, because we're doing a Christmas show. We're going to go over the Stern Show Christmas moments over the years, whether it's Stuttering John with the no check in the bottom of the Allison Stern popcorn tin, or some of the parties. Did you ever go to a K-Rock party, Chauncey? Christmas party?
I went to the birthday parties, not the Christmas parties. No.
Did you want to go to the Christmas parties? Were you invited?
No, I wasn't invited. I would have gone, but no,
That's
I never got an invite to those.
That's bullshit. You're such a contributor.
And by the way, I'm getting flashbacks. Jackie the Joke Man. So every year, Jackie would reach out to me to try to get on the cover of Stepping Out. Every year, he go, Chauncey, it's your old pal Jackie. and he'd say, Chauncey, I'm going to invite you and all the boys are stepping out this year to the party over at the beach. You know the party, Chauncey. Everybody comes out. It's a lot of fun. The jetty. We're going to the jetty. Remember the jetty? The jetty.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I love the jetty.
Yeah, we're going to the jetty. And so every year, I would put him on the cover of Stepping Out. And then every summer, I'd never get an invite.
That's ridiculous.
I go, Jackie, you're so full of shit. We go
what a con artist.
Yeah, every year. Yeah.
That's
he can
the
dish
comedians.
it out, but he can't take it. Yeah.
That's the comedians of that generation. They're all like con artists and movers and shakers and just do anything.
Especially Jackie. Especially Jackie.
Oh,
the only thing Jackie ever did that he said he was going to do, he took me to the Friars Club for lunch once.
Oh, that's cool.
That was kind of cool. Yeah, and I saw Henry Youngman.
Yeah, Henny Youngman.
Yeah. Take my wife, please.
Take my wife. Right.
Yeah.
Did you go to the original Trump roast in 2004?
No.
Artie did. Oh God, I thought you were at that.
I think I might have been gone by then. I'm not sure.
No, you weren't gone.
I'm still
had
there?
another year. Yeah, you had another year.
Oh, okay. I had another year.
I know what he doesn't. Because I just looked at it. That's the one that Artie did. It wasn't televised, but they had like a camera in there. So the Artie set is actually available on YouTube, and then did another Trump roast on Comedy Central, which is pretty good.
Okay.
But that was the original one at the Friars Club. Did you go to any of the Friars roasts at all? Like
no, I went there for lunch a few times. I've gone there for lunch. I went to a lot of parties there too, like a lot of great parties at the Friars Club. But no, as far as Stern goes, the only parties they ever let me go to were the birthday parties, which were amazing actually.
Yeah, they were good.
In the old days, like in the 90s, those birthday parties were the hottest ticket in town. Like everybody wanted to go to a birthday party. I mean, the best one was at the Four Seasons. Oh my God, it was insane.
Is that what they use most of the time, Chauncey? I remember them using the Felt Forum once. Is that is my memory good on that?
I don't remember the Felt Forum, but I remember the best one that I went to was at the Four Seasons, and everybody was there. Every celebrity, every person you could imagine. And we all were kind of, sharing the same tables, hanging out, getting drunk together. Everybody. It was like the biggest A-list party you could imagine.
I just thought of a great show. I just thought of a great show for Patreon. Can't do it. I don't think we could do it here because I've tried with this thing and it gets. We should have Chauncey on and watch the birthday bash from 2014 when the
Oh,
entire
yeah.
thing is facelifted, and so you don't see Artie and Chauncey and Billy West and on and on and on. It's just this new regime, and I would love to hear what Chauncey thinks about the. And
Oh,
they spent $4 million on it, Chauncey.
oh my
Series did
God.
$4
Are you
million.
serious? And
Swear to
where
God.
was it? Where was it?
It was at the. Oh God, was it Carnegie? Oh shit! God damn it, I forget. Carnegie Hall.
And remember, these are the years when everybody walked in fear. Like
Yes.
like you could be fired for anything, and everyone on the show was trying to get you fired. So everyone knew that their jobs were not secure. Everyone was angry because they didn't make the money they thought they would make.
Yep.
The show wasn't popular anymore, and so the vibe in those years had to be just
Oh,
terrible.
I got a story for you. So because they were so terrified, they didn't invite all the old like obviously there's a whole swath of all the great old regulars they never had on. So whether it's you or Pat Cooper or Billy West or Artie, whatever, they're all just like banned from the show. So they had these empty seats and they were embarrassed. I think it was either at Radio City or Carnegie Hall.
Yeah.
And Ross Zapin sat outside handing out tickets to civilians to try to fill the seats. And Chuck Zito walked up. And so Chuck Zito walked up and Ross Zapin saw him and then hid behind the door until Zito left because he was terrified of him.
Really?
Yes.
Did Chuck Zito, was he going to the party?
He just showed up. Maybe he heard about it. He's like, let me just break their balls. I'm just going to show up. I dare them to turn me down.
I asked Chuck recently how he felt about Stern, the new Stern.
Right.
And he didn't want to say anything, at least to me, he didn't want to say anything that would get back to Howard. So he said, no, Howard's cool. Howard's cool. He doesn't feel, I know he doesn't feel that way.
You are an inspiration to me every single day. You changed my life. Thank you. The fans don't know you, but I'll tell you this, fans. If you love the Howard Stern Show, you love this woman, Marcy Turk. You worked your ass off, and thank you for that.
Boo!
I know that literally hundreds of people worked on this show, and they worked under your direction, and for months on end, and thank you for that.
That's Marcy.
Wow. Oh, my God.
That is the
most
only footage of her,
respectful.
Chauncey.
It's
That's
the most
the only.
respectful he's ever been, isn't it?
Wow.
That is the only video footage of her.
The woman who destroyed Howard Stern and his legacy right there. The person responsible.
Let me put it this way, Chauncey. You can find 10 times the Jeffrey Epstein video and audio footage that you can Marcy Turk. That's how difficult it is to find footage on her.
Let me just play it in the background. There she is here. Here we go. Let's find there she is. She's like a
unicorn. Like the comic Kahutek.
Wow.
Say that again, please. Say that again, John.
Look at her. Oh, my God.
She'd fit right in Ireland, right? She's right. She's the comet Kahutek in the solar system is about as rare as a Marcy Turk video or audio appearance. How she's literally the new Tim Sabian, and you've never heard her on the air once or seen her on camera.
It's almost like a cult, some sort of cult.
It is getting things done. You're exactly right. GTD.
Yeah.
David Allen. That's exactly what it is. That's crazy. You said that. God damn.
Wow. There should be a Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Chauncey. I'll do it.
I was just going to say, they should do a Netflix documentary on her and what she did to the show, how she dismantled it and then just completely destroyed it.
That's a brilliant idea. That's what we're going to do, Chauncey, on this show. We're supposed to do it. I'm not getting the submissions I want. You certainly will. We were going to do, when they went to Sirius, they had all these roasts, right? But they didn't do was the Buchwald Troika. So they never did Fred, Robin, and Howard, and we're going to do a Marcy Turk roast on our show.
That's interesting.
But yours is a better idea. I think a documentary on her would be. It's like doing an Epstein one, right? You can't get her, but you could try to get as close as you can.
Yeah, like doing something on Scientology. Like you're not going to get L. Ron Hubbard, but you find out all the damage it did, and then you start working inward. You see how far inward you can get. You start on the outer barriers, right? Those are the people willing to talk and the people that have been damaged by it. And then slowly you work your way in and see how many
Howard
steps.
TV.
Yeah, you just keep digging and digging and digging to see how close you can get to actually grabbing her by the nose.
Okay, I got a proposal. Would you consider teaming up with AJ Benza on this?
I would. I don't know about AJ, but I would.
I think he'd do it too.
Yeah,
I think he'd do it. You guys like each other. I think you work well together. I think that would be great because you between the two of you, you could easily muckrake and get all the necessary components to do this.
Yeah,
That would be amazing.
Yeah, it's the beauty of the Stern Show now is people aren't afraid anymore. People that it used to be, even if you were screwed over by Stern, you were still afraid to talk because he could still destroy your career. He could still hurt you. Even after the Stern Show, you could never work again if he decided he doesn't want. But I don't think he wields that sword anymore. I don't think people care what Howard thinks. And
only his staff. Everybody else.
Yeah.
You're not getting on the show anyway, Chauncey, right? You're not going to, he does 80 shows a year, whatever it is. You're not getting on the show. So why would you, like what Zito said to you? Here's my theory on Zito. Does he still work for Sean Penn and those,
I don't know.
Everybody else?
I guess if they called him, not full time. I think Chuck really just focuses on other things now, his acting and he just came out with a documentary about his life.
Did you see him on the Trump trial? They didn't show the trial, but they showed him walking in and out, and he was right with him. That was crazy.
He looked dapper. He looked, but standing alongside Trump, it was awesome.
He's still intimidating as fuck.
I love Chuck. Chuck's always been so good to me. Like he's always been loyal to me and a great friend. And it's cool to have a friend like Chuck Zito, on your side.
Well, thank you, Frank the Tank, you too, and Zersky and PCB20. Oh, by the way, thank you, PC23. Did Chubby Pickle contact you, Chauncey, for
No. Okay. And I was waiting for it. Okay.
I'll hook it up. I'll give you the email, and maybe he was nervous. You're very intimidating. You're such a huge A-list star. I will completely hook that up. He's a great guy.
Harry, and he was like,
there he is.
I'll talk to you as long as you don't say, "Are you feeling lucky, punk?"
He's Leo Gunn. Welcome, sir. Yeah, Chauncey. So we're gonna hook that up. We gotta.
Okay.
You'll love what he knows about. I don't know anybody who has that intel. Like that's willing to talk about it. That's actually
I would love it. You know what I have to get you guys? You remember the Joe Franklin show?
Yeah. You don't know him, Bond.
No,
you don't know him.
I don't know.
Saturday, Billy Crystal used to do a great Joe Franklin on Saturday Night Live.
I remember that.
You remember?
Yeah,
Billy Crystal was great as Joe Franklin. So they should make a movie about Joe Franklin.
That's a good idea.
His life is, for people that are listening to this, I don't know who Joe Franklin was. He was a talk show host.
Channel 9, right?
Well, it goes back way before that. That was in the later part. He goes back into the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s until he died. And he almost became like Johnny Carson. He almost was like Johnny Carson.
He's basically a local Larry King. Wouldn't you say, Chauncey? Like he was like a tri-state area Larry King.
I did a whole thing with Stern on this. Stern and I had a big discussion on the air one day about Joe Franklin. Everybody, because when he was on Channel 9, people didn't realize that he was paying for that time.
Really?
Yes. Joe Franklin bought that hour show, that time slot. It wasn't like he had a show on Channel 9. It was like an infomercial that he turned into a show. So that's how he stayed on the air. But when you wanted to be on the Joe Franklin show, and by the way, Madonna was on the show, Elvis was on the show, Bill Cosby always did the show. Everybody did the Joe Franklin show. Everyone did the Joe Franklin show. So he had a hallway somewhere in the Ironbound district of New York City, and in this old rundown apartment building. And you'd walk up these stairs, and he would sit in a lawn chair in the hallway, and he had this little office full of garbage and books and newspapers, and
God.
just like totally spilling out into the hallway.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, and all these freaks, all these crazy people were lined up down the hall to try to talk him into putting them on the show, and he let them audition in the hallway, or he just meet with them for a few minutes. It would be such a great film.
Did he have like a panel? Or because I'm just trying.
Yes, Ornstein was his name.
Norm Ornstein? Or
No, I think it was a Bill Ornstein. I have to go back and look. You can look it up on Google. But my point is that when you said to me, "Oh, Chauncey's A-list," he said Joe Franklin when you did his show. So he'd announce you like this. He'd go, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have the #1 renowned journalist on all the planet."
Number one.
The most respected, the most well-known, one of the greatest writers of our time is here in the studio tonight. Let's have a big hand for Chaunce Hayden. And you have a guy that juggles, with his feet, and he'd be like, you had this old lady that rapped, and she'd be clapping. It was just so crazy. And then amidst all that madness, on any given night, you would have an A-list star on the show.
Somehow they would pop in.
George Clooney might be on the show
Wow.
with that crazy crowd, or Lily Taylor. Remember,
Yes.
she's in like every movie.
She was in Arizona Dream with Johnny Depp. That was the leading lady.
So many movies. So Lily Taylor was always on the show, and she'd always be there.
Underrated actress, by the way. She's a really good actress.
Great actress. She's just too many movies to even get into.
Yep.
But Sally Kirkland would always do the show. So that's what it reminded me of. The reason why I brought him up was because you said, A-list. That Joe Franklin. The number Pat Cooper was A-list. But I have all my appearances on videotape. I gotta get you.
I would love to see those.
Because I have my Farrell hair on.
Yeah.
And you just have to see it. It's hysterical.
Has Poppy ever seen your Farrell hair?
Yes. Not on me, not on my head.
Okay. No, I just mean like pictures of it and stuff.
Yes, she has.
You should tell her you should just tell her it's like strawberry ice and it's gonna melt at the end of it.
Poppy loves talking about my hair or lack of. Like
that's so funny.
She's fascinated with it. Fascinated.
We're gonna have to ask her about your hair.
Oh, she'll talk for hours about it. Yeah.
That's
and my eyebrows. Like, why don't I have eyebrows? And I'll say, Poppy, I have fucking eyebrows. She goes, well, you can't see them.
I remember Dennis Miller actually hit a great line about Joe Franklin, and this is why I said the panel, because he went something like, "You ever seen one of these bus stops on the road? You pass by it and it says, 'What is this crazy Joe Franklin panel? And where is it going?'" I'm like, what the hell does that mean? I knew who Joe Franklin was from Channel 9. I didn't know that he had that. I didn't know.
Yeah. Oh my God, it was so great. The Joe Franklin show. I wish someone would have those shows and put them on syndication and air them, because they how is that not? At the very least, it should be like a HBO series, like every week. And a guy can play Joe Franklin,
Chauncey, that's a brilliant idea. That is, because that's a type of remember the independent movies that would come out in the 90s, and that would be like, just call it Franklin, or right, or whatever the name of. Yeah, it'd be great. A Chauncey movie would be great.
The movie Chauncey. Yeah, that's what we want.
I'm looking for someone. I really am. All kidding aside, I really would like to make Monahan Redemption about a gossip reporter who's an alcoholic drug addict and running around with the mob from New York, and then gets a 19-year-old Irish girl pregnant, and then moves to Ireland, to rural Ireland, to find his child, to find redemption and be a father. I think that's such a great idea for a movie. Like my cousin Vinny meets, the Blarney Stone.
Well, that'd be the end of the TV show, John, of Chauncey.
You're right.
That's
a Sons of Anarchy plot.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine pitching that to a studio and they go, it's already been done before. We can't do that. It's already you wouldn't believe that if you saw it. Like, this is, no one's got that life. That's ridiculous. This isn't real.
Nobody would believe it. Nobody would believe. you just couldn't. I don't even believe it sometimes. But what an ending to a life where I was probably going to be dead in a year. Where I was just on my last days. I was that out of control and that insane, and it was just so bad. And then one day, this little 19-year-old Irish girl comes into my life, and all of a sudden, I'm a dad, and my life changes in a place with sheeps and cows.
That's a good question, because Chauncey, did Ralph deal coke to you back in the day?
Ecstasy, Vaughn.
Yeah.
Ralph hated me. No, Ralph and I hated each other for real, and we always did.
Oh.
He really saw me as a threat for real. Like he saw me. He saw me being the new Ralph, and it could happen at any. Ralph knew he was one fuck up away from me dressing Howard every day. Like he was one fuck up away.
That's how he thinks. Yes.
Pants.
Yes,
Yeah.
That's how he thinks. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here's a compliment, Chauncey. Look at this. Rick the electrician says, "Hey, I got my hands on electrical panel. I'm enjoying the hell off you guys. I love these Chauncey shows, by the way. You and Gunk live in peace." Chauncey, you're getting this all. Ben Benjamin or Ben 40 on comment said, "I never want." He goes, "I know all good things come to an end," or it might have been Val Armour, but please don't end this. I'm not going to end it. I'm not going to end it because it's endless. Vaughn, could you plug Chauncey's book? Comedy.
Oh, of course we can. Yeah, we got to. This is what's coming. I think this book, I believe, is coming out in 2027.
Stop! It's coming out in 25.
Okay, next year. So you've looked at all that information on Amazon, didn't you? Did you watch the video that I did. This book's coming out, people. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. It absolutely is. I really just have to sit down
and watch that video.
And watch that video.
You didn't watch it, all right. It's coming.
I'm just one video watching moment away.
You're one video away from going completely crazy. This is the book, though.
It's a great book. I mean, you went through it and saw all the pages, and it's a great book. It really is. If you are look at those names. If you like comedy and really on a connoisseur of good stand-up comics from 30 years ago.
What's your favorite interview out of that list that you've done there? Which one do you love the most?
Let's see. I'll tell you. The one that stands out is Daryl Hammett, because he was killed like 2 days after that interview. So it was like one of the last interviews. It was
what do you mean killed?
No, I'm sorry, not Daryl Hammett. What am I saying?
You broke a story there, Daryl Hammett.
Yeah, no, not Daryl Hammett. I'm sorry. There's a
lot. There could be other people dead. I mean, obviously Sam Kinnison's dead.
No, I'm looking for his name. Who the comic that got shot by his wife?
Phil Hartman.
Phil Hartman.
Oh, is Phil on there?
Did he not? No, I'm sorry. You know what? He didn't. Oh, fuck. Forget everything I just said in the last 10 minutes. I thought I put him in the book, but I didn't. I didn't put.
Yeah, let's pick someone from the book.
Okay, someone from the book.
The Michael Richards one was interesting. He told us last time that he
was saying the N-word all through it, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he didn't record.
Roseanne was good. They were all good. Tom Green was good. Tommy Chong is great. Jim Norton's always good. Jackie Mason was great. Oh, George Carlin, George Burns. They were all so good. They really are. Don Rickles was great. I love them all.
And of course, the worst one is we've gone over this.
Dennis Miller.
Surprise.
Really? What about Will Ferrell? I don't think was Will Ferrell spectacular in person.
When I interviewed him, he wasn't as big of a star. You know what I interviewed him for? The movie, The Roxbury Guys.
Yeah, Richard Grieco's in that.
Yes.
He was, and he was kind of new then.
Yeah, that was B grade sort of schlock, I guess.
Yeah, he wasn't the Will Ferrell we know today, but still a great interview because he was so polite. Like, and there's something about his face that you just want to laugh when you look at him.
He's got that riz.
He just has that. Even when he's being serious, he makes you laugh because. you don't know if he is being serious because he just has that.
Can't teach that. You can't teach that in any
No.
comedy school.
So I remember just getting the giggles and like biting my lip when I was talking to him, and because he was so it was like a Gilbert Gottfried moment when you're used to him like cracking up and being like a kind of a goofy guy, and he's so serious. He's like, Chauncey, would you like some water? Can I get you some water? Are you comfortable? Is the chair comfortable? Would you like to sit on another chair? And I'm waiting for the punchline, you know, and I'm just cracking up. So I like Will Ferrell. I did.
Here we
If you
go.
turn the book on the back of the book, Bond, I know you can't turn it over, but you'll see it. It doesn't end there. It gets better on the back of the book because you got Shuley, Bob Levy, and Mike Morse, and their takes and their.
Well, those are like my special. Those are like special. Like when you get a record and they don't put the song on the record.
B-side, right?
Yeah. So they're like the little secret interviews that you have to buy the book to find out. And some of them have Mike Morse, some have Shuley, some have Levy. They're all like little prizes you get when you buy the book. Will you get the Shuley book? Will you get the Mike Morse book? Do you know Mike Morse worked for Stepping Out for 20 years?
I did not know that. I'm
the one that I discovered Mike Morse. Mike Morse worked for 20 years for Stepping Out, and I gave him a column called Morsels.
What?
Oh, you don't know this? You don't know
we got joking? I thought this was a joke.
I discovered Mike Morse. So Mike Morse was
well done.
Band.
Thank you. Should we all thank Chauncey?
Mike Morse was in a band called That was the name of the band.
Oh,
God. And he sent me an email saying, hey, I want to know if I could be a part of Stepping Out, if I could write a column. And I said, well, send me a sample of what you want to write about. So he came up with Morsels, and he sent me just kind of an observation on silly things, like maybe 400 words, like a half page. And he did Morsels for over 20 years. 20 years.
I can't believe you're holding back these nuggets. I mean, this is your claim. If it's like discovering Dave Chappelle.
I went to Mike Morse's house. I went to Mike Morse's Christmas party at his house with his ex-wife.
Hey, stop bragging, Chauncey.
When he was still married. He was still married.
I don't know what to say. I mean, it sounds like John and I could have been working at Stepping Out.
I could easily work at Stepping Out.
Anybody could work at Stepping Out. And you just had to come in the door. You just had to walk in. And so my wife at the time broke the lamp in their house. Like she did something to smash it. And I remember Mike Morse's wife got so angry we had to leave the party. Like it was that bad. Like the tension in the room was so... Oh my God!
There's nothing like Bond. There's nothing like the Stepping Out Christmas party. The stories are legendary.
Oh, I got a great Mike Morse Stepping Out Christmas party.
They got free Budweisers
everywhere. Can I tell you my favorite Matt Dillon story, Chauncey, real briefly?
What? Sure.
No, I'm just kidding.
So we had in the mid '90s when cell phones weren't out yet. It was like the year before cell phones. Before.
I remember that.
And we had a Stepping Out party at this restaurant, and Mike Morse comes in, and he had one of those like walkie-talkie cell phones.
Yes.
It had to be like 1.5 feet big, and it had a giant antenna that went about 8 feet in the air. and he sit at the table with this thing, and I'm like, what is that? It's like a Vietnam radio, and he goes, that's my cell phone.
Chauncey, I got to tell you, forget with Richard Johnson, forget P. Diddy. You got to drop this Mike Morse dirt onto Richard Johnson. This will go crazy around the world. How many times?
Well, every day, Richard Johnson contacts me and says, "Come on, give me something on Mike Morse."
You gotta get Chubby Pickle. Chubby's gotta get with Chauncey. We gotta get that.
No more Mike Morse. Let's move right on. I don't want to hear Mike Morse's name ever again on this show. John, shift gears, John. It's going so down.
This is awesome. Melvin, thank you. So it was, the Stepping Out Christmas party is at the Hammerstein Ballroom, just like Howard's birthday party. That's exactly right. There it is.
Oh my God.
There it is, Chauncey. Right.
Next subject.
January 31st, Super Bowl weekend, 2014, Hammerstein Ballroom. That's where the Stern birthday party was.
Well, hey, but I'll tell you,
Thank you, Melvin.
Where we had the greatest Stepping Out? We had two great Stepping Out Christmas parties. One was at Scores, and the other one was at Gibson Guitar Studios in New York City. Do you know?
Let's talk about Gibson guitars. Then
Whoa.
you were in the Gibson studio. This is great. I love guitars.
The owner of the Gibson.
Actually,
Guitar
could we go back to
Studio.
talking about Mike Morse? No, I'm just kidding. Go to Gibson. Go to Gibson.
He means Kirk Gibson, Bon.
That they had a red piano in there that Lenny Kravitz was his piano, and that's what he would record on when he was in the studio. Michael Jackson did a lot of his top hits in there. Bruce Springsteen. The place was incredible. The history in there, and you go into a room to be like 100 Gibson guitars. 100.
Yes, I've watched this stuff on YouTube. This is fantastic.
And you could pick them up, and you could just jam. You could just pick anyone up you wanted. It didn't.
Oh my god! And so this was a party.
It was I had my Christmas party there. Yeah.
Oh my god! How'd you swing that?
I had because the owner was a fan of Howard Stern. And so at the time, he was like, "Oh, Chauncey from Howard Stern." He goes, "If I ever can do anything," so I would start going there and shooting celebrities there. So when I did photos, I did a lot of the photo shoots for Stepping Out myself. Like a lot of those covers, I shot myself. And he would let me use Gibson Guitar Studios to do a lot of the photo shoots, which was a great place to take celebrities to, to photograph them. So he, I got to know him really well, and he just said, he goes, "If you guys want, you could have your Christmas party here." I said, "No way, really?" He goes, "No, man." He goes, "No." What? He goes, and he gave me the name of a couple of liquor distributors, so Budweiser, Bacardi, all these liquor brands sponsored it, so it was all the booze you could drink for free.
That's my dream.
We had about 500 people there. We had a big red carpet going in, and all the photographers were outside. It was a Stepping Out Christmas party.
That's awesome. All Poppy and I can think about, Chauncey, is how was the ice situation?
Oh yeah, did you have an ice statue? Did you invite Howard just to piss him off?
No, but a lot of the Stern guys were there. Yeah,
that's
wow, man. If you've got photos of that event,
I do.
Send them through.
I do have photos of that event.
I'll bring them up next time. Email them through, and we'll put them up on the screen next time. Because that must have been debauchery, right? You guys would have been there till what, 4 a.m. sort of thing.
Total debauchery. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. I love how Bond mispronounces debauchery, and then Chauncey just to make him feel better pronounces.
I double down.
Oh, you bastards! It's debauchery.
And you want to know something?
In Australia, it's debauchery.
Oh, I don't want to hear it.
When in Rome, you do as the Romans do it. So I thought we were doing the Australian thing, and so I just morphed into my Australian accent. Yeah.
That's so good. See, that's why Chauncey, oh, that was Depp. That was Depp explaining what Forget About It was with Paul Giamatti in the surveillance room with the Budweiser on his head.
Exactly. This is what. Listen to this, Chauncey. I played this. I did it like 6 months ago. I did a little quiz for John, and I said, "This is something from a Johnny Depp movie," and I'm wondering if you can, from just hearing this weird sound, tell us what it is. And John got it straight away. This is what I played. This is how much of a boffin John is. There's another Aussie one for you. A boffin. Okay. Listen to this.
Cloaked by the high grasses of the African savanna, the stalking cheetah moves stealthily towards his prey.
And John straight away says,
"So that's a voiceover. Lefty's watching his animal shows on VHS in Little Italy, and Donnie walks in at Christmas, and the voiceover is a guy who played the teacher Gil on 90210. Do you remember him, Bond? That he was like the young hip drama teacher.
You didn't mention that part in the
that's
when
the
you said
voiceover
that.
guy in it.
But Johnny grabs this. This is like a 5 seconds. Pacino's sitting in the movie. Donnie Brasco's sitting in his apartment watching this, and Depp comes in and he goes, "Come here, look at this." And it's a cheetah attacking
on Christmas.
A documentary. And John picks it straight away, and everybody in the chat was going absolutely nuts. They're going, "John's incredible." And this one goes out to Melvin because we all want to hear it one more time. This is John's favorite sandwich.
I can't believe Melvin's memory. That is my favorite sandwich. That's my favorite. The superhero hoagie, the chicken cutlet hoagie with lettuce, tomato, bacon. I don't use ham on it though. Some people do. I don't like the cordon bleu thing as much. I wouldn't put ham on it, but all that stuff I would put on. Some kind of cheese too, sharp cheddar and mozzarella. That I can't believe you remember that, Melvin.
I can't believe it. Oh my God.
In all fairness, I've seen Donnie Brasco probably 100+ times, and including the director's cut. So it's my favorite non-superhero movie. Like,
I believe you too. Like, I've seen Terminator 2. That's probably the film I've seen the most, and that's probably 20 times. And you've seen 50 to 100 times you've seen Donnie Brasco. That's mental. Mental.
You know what my favorite character is in Donnie Brasco?
Sonny Black.
Michael Madsen.
Oh God, Chauncey. Okay. He and Depp. Let me give you a little dirt, because I've been all over this. He and Depp have a huge feud off that movie. Not apparently, this happened. So when they were filming it, they were at actual mafioso in a social club. So the mafiosos love to break balls, and they played a practical joke on Depp. They came out, and Madsen shoved Depp into a closet, and they locked the closet. This is why they were filming Brasco. They put a mechanical rat in the closet with the lights off. Yeah, and the rat looks so real that Depp thought it was real. The rat, meaning Joe Pistone, is a rat on the mafia.
Yeah.
And so they closed the door on the real Johnny Depp and locked him in there. And he was terrified.
Oh my God.
He comes out, and things just weren't the same between them, and they have a weird tension. Cut to a couple of years later at the Viper Room. They go to Michael Madsen shows up at the Viper Room, goes to the bathroom, and gets jumped by two goons in the Viper Room, that Depp's bodyguards at the Viper Room. And they get into a huge brawl in this little bathroom in the Viper Room. And one of the bodyguards said to Madsen on the way out, "Why couldn't you have just been nicer to Johnny?"
Wow.
Something to that extent.
I would say Michael Madsen's probably one of my favorite interviews I've ever done. Like,
Johnny,
he's so intense.
Chauncey.
He goes,
John,
Chauncey, take off your shoes. I'm gonna chop off your fucking feet.
But that's how he is in real life. That's how he talks in real life.
He's
Michael
just
Madsen,
like that. Yep.
You think you're talking to that Michael Madsen. It's not like he's a totally different happy guy. He talks like this and goes.
Yep.
So, Mike, why'd you get into acting?
That's
Chauncey,
good.
Sometimes trains just don't come to the station on time. Sometimes they just don't come on time.
That's pretty good.
He's pretty candid too. He's not really afraid to burn bridges and stuff, as he did with Depp. Like, he was not afraid to do that.
Yeah, no, Michael Madsen's. It said his son just passed away. I think he had a son just commit suicide.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
About a year ago.
Yeah, and his sister's a great actress. His sister is
Virginia Madsen. Yeah, Virginia's good.
One of my with
I
Paul
didn't know that
Giamatti
sister.
in the wine movie.
Sideways.
Sideways. She plays the girlfriend in Sideways of Paul Giamatti.
That's such a good movie. Oh, man, that's a good movie.
Yeah, she's hot too.
Thomas Hayden Church.
He's great in it. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
That's Monique lived next door to Sonny Black, the real Sonny Black Napolitano in Greenpoint.
Really?
Brooklyn. Yeah, that part of Brooklyn. It was crazy. Yeah, Mary Jean says, another compliment, Chauncey. You're awesome, Chauncey. Greetings to G Canada from Mary Jean.
Thank you, Mary Jean.
I have a fondness for some Puerto Rican dudes.
Oh, Anthony wants to know, Chauncey. I think we went over this, but bears repeating. On the Neil Cavuto, you mentioned he was having a meeting with people at Sirius. Who were you meeting with exactly?
Oh, at the time, God, he ended up working for Stern. What was his name? Let me think for a second. I met before Howard went there. I was hooked up with. He used to run WNEW.
Sabian?
Say the name?
Tim Sabian?
No. Guy's name was Ben. Not Ben. What?
Oh, Jeremy Coleman?
He was the boss of Opie and Anthony. He was
Jeremy
their
Coleman.
boss. What's their name? Jeremy Coleman.
Jeremy Coleman.
Yes.
He's the male gay Marcy Turk. He's the male Marcy Turk now. Yeah.
So he liked my show, And so he had me meet with him to talk about doing a show at Sirius, if not on the Stern, not with Stern, but on another channel there. So I used to meet with Jeremy, and
I bet it was Raw Dog or Stars, because fucking Judith Regan had a radio show.
No, there were two guys that worked for Maxim. Was it the Maxim channel? Maybe the Maxim
Yes, it was
channel.
a Maxim channel. Yes,
And there were
was.
two guys that were on that show that were young guys. Now they're not young anymore, but at the time they were young, good-looking guys, and they had a popular show on the Maxim.
Covino and Rich.
Yes. Okay. Oh man, thank you so much.
Yep.
Yeah. So those two guys were doing well, and he wanted me to hook me up with those guys or be in that universe with them. That's what they were trying to do at the time. Yeah.
That would have been good.
That's who the meeting was with, Jeremy Coleman.
I mean, you have so much like one of your big skills. You're so tenacious. It's really a life lesson how you can network and get all these things, like the fucking thing with the Christmas party. Like that's just you kind of networking and being tenacious. That's life. That's the best skill you can have.
The way I did that. Do you remember the name Peggy Panache?
No. Cool name though.
She was the publicist at K-Rock.
Oh, isn't every publicist the hottest thing on the face of the earth, right?
You can ask anyone from those days. Peggy Panache, and she was so nice and smoking hot and just was amazing. Stern, if you go back to those days, Stern talks about it a lot on here. But anyway, she really liked me, so she goes, Chauncey, of course you're coming to the show, right? You know, you have to come. She goes, Chauncey, it won't be like, she was that kind of person. Like she made you feel so welcome to be there. Like I loved Peggy. She was awesome.
Ben Benjamin, who's a huge fan of yours, wants to know: is Gary's teeth truly yell like pee?
It means yellow like pee?
Yeah, Bob Levy wrote a lyric where he tried to, like, it was this horrible. He tried to rhyme it, so he, instead of saying yellow, he took off the OW at the end and said yellow like pee.
Yellow like pee.
Parody song, yeah.
No, I never thought Gary's teeth were yellow. They were gigantic. And what's worse about Gary's teeth weren't just his teeth; it was the gums. Gum, he had horse gums.
Yes.
The gums were too long, so it made the teeth look like they were long, but the teeth weren't as long as the gums. If you bring your gums down a half inch further down to the ground than they should be, you're gonna like a horse.
You want to hear a little biographical sketch, Chauncey? This is probably going to make you think I'm a psychopath, but whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm proud of it. Mary Delabate went to the same high school as Natalie Portman and not Christopher Russo. I'm sorry, Judd Apatow in Syosset, Long Island.
Really?
Yeah. Everyone's from Long Island.
Well, I'm from New Jersey, so Long Island was like another country. Like
they're so similar, though, Jersey and Long Island.
They're so similar with all the capes. Remember, after World War II, they built these Cape Cod homes, and they would build towns on Long Island based on these little Cape Cod on the GI Bill. So these homes would cost about $8,000. All the GIs coming back from the war got them, and they were just 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen, and that was and a basement, and that was the whole house. And they were cheap, and they put them up like 10 a day, and they did the same thing in northern New Jersey. So you had these communities, these middle-class communities that were cookie cutter. They were exactly the same. And so in that aspect, we're the same. But then our language changed. There was something about us that changed in subtle ways that made us not relate to each other anymore.
My big crossover was one of my fondest memories of being a teenager was going to Action Park in Great Gorge, New Jersey with my sister and brother-in-law and Brad Howland and my cousin Anton. And
Traction Park.
Yeah, Traction Park. We went there twice a year. It was the best part of my summer. We would just drive through there. I just remember looking out, I guess it's not Soprano land. It's a different part of Jersey, which you probably know.
It's really, it's closer. It's really more in New Jersey. We consider that New York State, really. It was right on the borderline of Warwick. So you'd have to go up through Orange County into Warwick, New York to really get there. And then I think a little sliver of New Jersey on the upper kind of northern west side touches Vernon Valley, Great Gorge, where where that park was. But you know what was across the street from there? The Playboy Club.
Yes.
And Debbie Harry worked there. So that place was insane back in the 70s. Yeah, the Playboy Club.
That's right.
Yes. Playboy bunnies. Like Playboy
Yes.
bunnies would work there as cocktail waitresses.
Did you see the class action park documentary on HBO Max?
Say that part again.
They basically did an action park documentary on HBO
Oh,
Max.
yes.
Okay, good, because that's right up your alley, I guess.
So dangerous. It was so dangerous. The rides there weren't survivable. Like they even the pool wasn't survivable.
Yes, they had a wave pool. Did you
A
have
tsunami pool.
Yes. Did you I would have killed to have those water shoes they have now for like $8 to walk around, because you're walking around barefoot on those rocks back then, right? You couldn't. That was ridiculous.
And it was all uphill. Like you're always walking up a hill to get to
Yep.
those rides because it's built on a mountain. So
Man,
nothing was flat.
God damn it! We're gonna get this from Phil Hartman. Thank you, Babe Lewis. Right, Bulldog says, has Chauncey talked about Howard trying to run? Yeah, we did that last time. Bulldog, go back and listen.
Yeah, we did that last week. Yeah.
Everything. Jim Norton is a weirdo. Jose Villataro. He's I guess he's like been gay all that time, and now he's married to a tranny. He's such a. They call him.
But is he gay? But is he gay?
Yeah.
Is it? I wake up at night sometimes in a cold sweat thinking about this. Is Jim Norton gay or just a freak?
Yeah.
Is there a difference between a freak and being gay? Is there a difference?
We just like, what is he exactly? Like, he's sort of this pygmy worm, and he's like, what is his bounty?
I don't think Jim would blow me. You know what I mean? Like,
So
I don't
you think he's like asexual? You think he's almost like?
I think it just has to be freaky. I think he would fuck a double amputee.
Right, Danny Hole do.
I think there's a lot of things that he would do, but I don't know if he's gay. I think he's just freaky. And a guy that looks like his wife and has a dick is freaky enough for him to accept into his life. I think that's what it is.
That's not bad analysis.
Yeah,
no, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Jackie Mason Autobot. I remember in New York, I had this girl I knew. He hit on her. He must be 50 years older than her, and I think he likes to walk around and get recognized. Like he just like walks everywhere and hoping people still know who he is.
Well, he's dead now, Jackie.
I know he's dead. I'm saying, like, that was when I had so many sightings of him walking around Manhattan.
He was a good interview. He's in my comedy book. He was a great interview.
He used to be on Howard a lot. People forget that he was on Howard pretty regularly.
A good guest, a great guest. Yeah.
ESG writes, there's more pictures available of President Roosevelt in his wheelchair than there is of Marcy Turk at this time. I really think, I'm not kidding, I think a Marcy Turk a Turkumentary would be amazing.
Turkumentary. Yes.
Hidden tracks on the right. Autobot. Hey, Rodney says the NBA Cup ratings are lower than Caitlin Clark's missing 75 missing threes in one game. The NBA is dying the world. I heard a great idea by Dan Patrick, Rodney, talking to Barkley. He said the NBA should have a limit on threes in a game. They should have a cap, like 20 threes. You can only take 20 attempts, and then after that, everything's two.
I like
in order to get rid of. I love it too. I think
like
it's a great idea.
It is a great idea.
Hello, well, welcome, City Lou Who. Yeah, you got on with Chauncey. I haven't seen you on with Chauncey, by the way. This is great. This is a great coming together of Crystalopolis. I was a Pistons fan. I can live without the NBA. Oh, so it's all about the Pistons. If they're not good, you don't watch. Is that how it is, Dolopolis? The white Zach Morris phone. All right, so there's Chubby Pickle. Greetings, everyone. Chubby, we brought you up. Waiting for that call, Gilbert. Waiting for that call. That's from Gilbert. Great. Chubby, so if Chauncey wants, I'm gonna hook you two up with the proper social media, and I will mediate if I have to get this P. Diddy dirt, because he's gonna submit it to Richard Johnson, for Christ's sake.
I need the dirt. I need the dirt.
Thank you, Chubby.
And the guy was like, "Hey man, you want to BJ? You want to F her? What do you want to do? You know what I mean?"
Going back to Jim Norton for a second, he always came on my IATA show. Like, he would just show up out of nowhere. He would just come to the studio and he'd come on the air with me. And when he would come, we used to do a thing on my show called the Pee Bucket segment. I don't know why I thought it was so funny to take a tin bucket and put it in the studio and have the guest pee in it, and because it was all audio, and you just hear that.
Yeah.
The sound that urine makes when it spills into a steel bucket.
I have my Riley Martin pee jar right here. So this is why we don't go on camera. I'm obsessed with, I drink too much fluids and I'd be running to the bathroom all the time. So I have my Riley Martin pee jar right here.
But we used to do that, and Jim Morton would always be, he was obsessed with the pee bucket. So he would always stay on those. He would sit there with the microphone, and and we put the microphone in the bucket.
Oh my
so
God.
And then the girl would have trouble going, so we all go pss, 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 trying to get her to go, like making the sound of running water.
And that's on IATA, and that became serious.
And then it become a squirt, and then the squirt would be a little longer than a squirt. Then you hear full-fledged, like blah, psh, into the bucket.
Why didn't you call it Piata radio, John?
Because we didn't have you. Because you weren't my producer. Otherwise it would have been.
I was obsessed with the Opie and Anthony faction that couldn't go on Howard. And I did this thing and I was obsessed with the comedians who couldn't cross over and those who could. There were 3 people who made the cut. Can you name? I don't know. It's too much. I don't want you to. I'll name them. Colin Quinn.
Yeah.
Jim Florentine.
Yeah.
And Nick DiPaolo. And Greg Giraldo.
Greg Giraldo was brilliant. Yeah, brilliant.
Patrice O'Neill went on Howard, I think, twice or 3 times. And then Howard referred to him. You know how Howard does that reductive thing where he pretends he doesn't know your name, and then it's got to go to weight or hair. So he's that fat black guy that goes to Brazil is how he referred to Patrice O'Neill, and that pissed him off so much that he never went back.
Wow. Yeah.
Just that fat black guy that went to Brazil.
Well, listen, Howard had Robin Williams on the show and did the same thing to him.
In 86.
Yeah, wouldn't even let him get a word out.
Yep. He came in to do the news, and Bond knows this story well. Howard did this thing where he came out with this horrible book where he recycled his interviews and just, how the lazy comedians would come out and they would just write their act on a book and sell it. So Howard did worse. He actually had Vinnie Favale transcript his interviews and then called the book Comes Again.
Oh,
which
right.
Stole from Jackie Martling's album. He stole Jackie Martling's album name.
Right.
Comes Again.
Right.
And so he did this and he packaged it. So what was I going to say with that?
It's so passive aggressive. That's Howard, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. So even worse, he lies about a cancer he didn't have to sell the book. And then he makes up a story about Robin Williams doing his show in the early 90s, which doesn't exist. I proved it. So I went back and I went through, I'm ferreting everything in the archives. Robin Williams never did the show. Chauncey, you listened every day back then in the early 90s. He did it in 86. He never did it in the 90s. And Howard made up a lie that Robin Williams came in and he did this. He goofed on Robin Williams when he wasn't on the show, but he pretended that he goofed on him to his face on the show to sell this book. And he's going around from talk show to talk show telling this lie. It was crazy, and he got away with it. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
That's so great. Oh, by the way, so we didn't even play Bond's. So this is Bon Jovial's. Sarah did this. This is brilliant. This is Bon Jovial's theme as he comes in. Yeah, we love this. Right, here we go. After believe we are magic.
Australia is a wonderful island with a treasure trove of unique plants, animals, and people.
That's a knife. It has to be protected.
Australia is free of many pests and diseases that are commonplace around the world.
That's a sign of aggression. You can see how she's got her mouth slightly ajar. She's got her teeth showing.
Declare everything and go into Australia.
To let you know you're one of my kind.
It's pretty amazing. It's got all the classic stuff in it, just sort of.
And all the cliches out of Australia at the same time.
Have you ever seen a kangaroo like in the wild?
I have. Have you, Bon?
Not a.
Not today.
I mean, at an animal sanctuary, I have, but they're not. You can't find them unless you go out to where, like Crocodile Dundee was made out in the country, out in the desert. You'll see them all running around the towns, but there's none. I don't know. I'd love to. When I was a kid, we'd go to like an animal sanctuary, and they'd come up there, and then they have the little ones, which are called wallabies. Have you heard of a wallaby before?
Yes.
Teaching you Australian, and they'll come up to you and eat out of your hand, and they're very squeezy and cuddleable, but kangaroos are very dangerous, very, very dangerous. If they're wild kangaroo, they'll kill you in one kick, man. If they kick you, it'll kill you. It's fucking scary as hell. If I saw one around here, I would call the police. I'm not joking. You wouldn't see one in a metropolitan area or anything. People seem to think that they're around the suburbs, like if there's if you have a big backyard,
like alligators,
you might see one every now and then. That will never happen, but they're terrifying.
Oh, wow.
Don't snitches get stitches, Bon, with even with kangaroos? Okay. I would watch it.
You call us penal colonists, but the reason they did that, I've done some research. It makes the English seem actually very intelligent. They didn't come up with the idea that we've got so many criminals in England that we're going to go and invade a country and settle a country to get rid of all these criminals. It wasn't like that. They said, we're going to Australia to invade their country and populate it. So instead of building the city and the town ourselves, let's take all our criminals on the ships and they'll build the town. Pretty damn smart. And then eventually the criminals built the town in Sydney. It's called Botany Bay that Captain Cook landed in. And then the real normal people who aren't criminals from England came over. So we're not criminals here. That's what I'm just trying to say to everybody right now.
The Justice League's enemy, the Legion of Doom, is going to park in Australia soon because that's where all the villains, supervillains come from, Bon. That's how I know.
But I know, and I appreciate Sarah's intro for me. And next show, which will be the Christmas show, I'm doing a whole segment on Sarah. That's what's coming.
Okay.
As a tribute. It's a
that'll
tribute.
Be a fun show. I'm looking
and
forward
I
to
see her in the chat. I was actually wondering where Sarah was for this for the last hour or so, but now she's arrived. She's usually in here right at the start, and she's telling everybody what to do. John, you know that. She's telling everybody what to do a day before the show starts. People come in and go, I can't wait for the show. And then she says, click the like button. Click the like button now. And she's controlling the show 24 to 28 hours before the show starts.
She's the Marcy Turk of the Deppening, Bon, right?
I saw her comment. I saw her comment in the YouTube comments. Somebody had said something about what was the other show used to be on?
Radio Gunk.
Oh, yeah, and that maybe she mentioned you guys, and then she put that to bed right away. Like it was like pouring water on a fire. It's like nope, move on.
She is.
Speaking of which,
she's
thank
so
you for reminding me, Bon. This is
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee. Welcome to a new arm venture. How do you keep the music playing? How do you make it last?
Heard Mark Harris, everyone.
It's amazing. So next show is going to be a big tribute to Sarah, and I've been hassling John to do this for me to do this segment for at least 2 months now. So this has been a long process to put this together. So next show, I want everyone to gather for the tribute to the Sarah man, as John calls him.
Did I say that? What's the worst nickname in the history of nicknames? The Sarah man. We should call her Control F, actually, because you're control freak, right? And Control F means freak.
Well, now
And
you're
that's a
going to
great
get into
nickname.
trouble because you just said that she's a control freak. She won't take well to
loves it.
that.
She loves. I think it's a
She
backward
does.
compliment, right? When you call someone a control freak.
Good theory, Dr. Sarah.
Ben Bemjan wants to know, Chauncey, if
Yes.
you have any more intel on Grillo's book, impending book.
I do not. I do not know anything.
Do you know the
than,
title of the book yet?
I do not know the word.
So many things.
I do not know the title of the book. I do not know much at all.
You don't know when your book's coming out either. You don't know the title of Grillo's book. We're going.
Well, it was like when I had to do the SEC interrogation. I don't recall.
Oh, that's a great. That's what you got to say. And I noticed that in the background behind you, that guitar has not moved, and that means that Poppy has not been practicing guitar.
I don't recall. No,
right.
Poppy has not touched that guitar.
No, she's never going to touch it. When we were bringing that up, she had no interest at all. She's all about different things. She just seemed interested in sports, though, John, wouldn't you say? When you talked to her about sports, she lit up. Her eyes lit up.
Basketball. She likes basketball and Gaelic football.
That's great. I think she'll get it. I think once we introduce her to King Norris and Fred Norris's guitar work, she'll be into the guitar. I guarantee.
She'll be like,
it.
I want to play in a band. After hearing that man.
Oh, but no, I got to send you guys. So she sings and she's in the choir and she.
I watched that video and I was going to get a clip of it, but I didn't know if I was overstepping the boundaries because for everyone listening, Chauncey uploaded a video of Poppy's school choir singing, and it's probably 3 minutes of just adorability. I mean, so adorable, John. It makes you want to. It's like eating a whole bucket full of marshmallows. You just want to pass out from the sugar.
It's like bathing in cotton candy.
They're all going, oh, and this little kid is singing the solo part, going, oh,
yeah.
And it's just bizarre, man.
Well,
it's so cool.
Poppy just did her own solo the other day, and I got to send you her solo because I didn't know she was going to do a solo. And all of a sudden, she walks out to the center of the choir, and she just belts out this Elvis
Holy shit.
Like,
really?
Did
you put that on your YouTube?
I put it up and I put it on Facebook. Is it on YouTube? I think it is on YouTube, actually.
Oh, it's so great.
I think it is. But I put it on Facebook for like a minute, and then I changed my mind and said, no, I can't do this to her. This is such an invasion of her privacy. Like, I can't do this to her. But she's just like, whoa!
Should we play it or no?
Yeah, no, I'll send it to you guys. I'll send it to you guys.
Wait, Bond.
Find it now.
Speaking of daughters and solos, I dare Poppy to top this. Now, this is for Chauncey.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
Oh, God.
Wait,
you know who that is?
Who is that?
Of course.
Emily Stern.
Was that really?
I swear to, here it is. Look.
Let me see.
Look.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
Wow, she looks like a mom. She
really does.
That's an old one. I've got a new one from just a couple of weeks ago. This is her singing "Happy Birthday." Now this is crazy shit. This is crazy.
And as the world turns around and we grow, I think it's true that on your birthday there's a special sense in the air that's filled with you. So I join with this word.
No.
Oh my God.
She's made this video. So what you're seeing is her using Final Cut Pro, I believe. Now she's moved on. She's really moving up in the world. But watch this.
Is this recent?
Yeah. This is just a few weeks ago.
Happy birthday. I join with the sky and the clouds, I join with the snow. On the ground, I join with the buttons on our coats. I join with the ones who love you most. I join with the air and the rains. I join with the songs and the games. I join with the laughter as you joke and all the stories that you tell when they say happy birthday.
Wow.
I join with the candles and their flames. I join with the forests and the brooks.
Hey, Bon, can you pause it?
I join with the moon.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if this was done, Imus's daughter, and
I was just gonna
1998 and how it was? Oh my!
Opie and
You were just
Anthony.
going to say that.
Imagine.
Wow.
Well, what I was going to say, Chauncey's right. That was one of the things I was going to say. But she has, one of Howard's nicknames is Crazy Eyes, and she has crazy eyes.
Oh,
She's got crazy eyes.
Keep
Yeah,
talking.
She does have crazy eyes.
Look at that. I mean, she's got nice teeth, though. Like, they've been done, but they're nice teeth.
We both have the same dentist.
Beth's dad.
But look at this. She's getting into this whole stock footage thing where you just merge stock footage in the background
do you
to
think she wrote this
complement
song?
your work.
think
Yes.
this is
Oh, definitely.
It sounds like she's making it up.
Yeah, this is her song. I could play like 20 of these. This is what she does all the time.
Imagine if you were on acid. If you were on acid and watch this.
Chauncey, who didn't go to his birthday bash? His daughters. That's serious. I swear to God, they weren't there.
Well, yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
A lot of issues there. A lot of things.
It's huge.
By Emily Stern.
Isn't that just crushing?
So this was to a father? This was to a father?
No, this was to a friend.
A friend of hers. Yeah.
She gets her friends on. She'll have one of her friends sitting there playing guitar with her, some guy playing piano. It's just these people sitting at home. She's living in I don't know what you'd call it, a paradise. What kind of paradise, John?
A delusional bubble of just folk pop music that she doesn't take any. She doesn't have to. She's trust funds.
Do you think she has what was that movie with Jim Carrey when he's in that plastic
The Truman
world?
Show.
The Truman Show. Do you think it's like she has this big atmosphere bubble around her where she thinks she's in the world, but she's really not?
Yes.
And her father has like 100 TV monitors in his bedroom, and he monitors.
Oh no, he doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know anything about her. He's terrified of her.
He's terrified
he just knows
that music making it out. He's terrified.
Yeah, he knows that she's never going to go to the media. She can never go to the media again. So he's happy. He probably has dinner with her once a month. Isn't that right, John? Probably once a month they'll have a weird dinner.
She has to call Marcy. She calls Marcy.
She calls Marcy first, right? Remember Buchwald? Chauncey would say the Buchwald agency could not be reached for comment. Anytime anytime you dropped gossip on them, they would go. The Don Buchwald agency did not return phone calls. So this is Emily, Chauncey. So this is the Opie and Anthony got. This is years ago. Remember she did that Jewish play with the thing. So yes, so this is that.
Sexual, spiritual, sexual, both ending up. Spiritual, like hell, the name of God, my breasts, my white shining legs, my vagina, my ass are all godly. Spiritual. Breast in Hebrew, God in Hebrew, Shaddai. Shaddai in Hebrew also means my breasts. God.
And didn't Howard make fun of Kelsey Grammer's wife?
Of course,
being
everybody's kids.
Star? Everybody's
Kathy
kids.
Lee.
Kathy Lee's kids.
Yep.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
God damn, there's so much to branch off with that. That was exactly when he was moving to Sirius too, Chauncey. When that hit, that was his biggest nightmare. Is that kind of bad publicity and shit.
I remember Opie and Anthony playing that. Oh, I remember it.
Okay, so this is, I have so much here. This is Chauncey. This is a biographical sketch on Chauncey, which I think, and we'll get to Leah Remini and stuff, but I want to play this. This is Chauncey's tryst with he calls in, and again, this is Howard. Howard's in the Allison smear campaign mode, Chauncey, which really goes on a lot of your stint in the early 2000s. So he would sort of project through he was obsessed with everyone's divorce and the stipulations of the divorce because he got cleaned out by Allison. He would complain every single show. So this is I'm still looking for Chauncey Remini, Boondoggle, Bill O'Reilly, Evanescence. Okay, here we go. So this starts with so Michael Jackson, with Chauncey apparently was considered a Michael Jackson expert.
Yes.
And apparently ABC, that was one of your gigs.
Yes.
Wasn't that Martin Bashir interview on ABC?
Yes.
So that was around that time.
ABC. Yeah.
That's what I mean. So you did the ABC thing, and I bet you they crossed it over. So you were considered a Michael Jackson expert, and this is that time. Here we go.
Hi, Howard. Hey, now. Can I ask you a question? I'm calling about Michael Jackson. Hey, now. I got some more information over the weekend.
Who are you?
Well, I called.
Could you imagine coming on the show with that low energy and thinking that was okay? I can't fathom. I'm so insecure. I'm like, I would never be that monotone on this show.
Sounds like it's slowed down. Really does. It's crazy.
Called in on Friday. Hi, Robin.
Oh, you called in on Friday. Well, that makes you a Michael Jackson expert.
Yeah.
All I know is Chauncey.
In this clip, too, we find out that Chauncey has a regular email correspondence with Beth and Howard.
Yes.
Which I had no idea.
I did, yeah.
Do you still have their email addresses, Chauncey?
I have Beth's.
Okay, give it to us after the show.
I will.
Information on Friday.
Chauncey emails Beth. And he was on some TV show last week, like Fox News. Asked Chauncey to come on as a Michael Jackson expert.
No wonder Michael's upset.
Yeah, and like Chauncey was like, "What? How am I a Michael Jackson expert?" You know, but he went on. He was a Michael Jackson expert. They just get anybody. Like, why not have me on as a Michael Jackson expert?
Well, that's what Michael was screaming, that they have these people on, and his family was screaming, they have these people who don't know Michael at all.
I know.
Never been near him.
Michael Jackson expert.
Chauncey, I have a theory that this is as close as you've ever been with Howard, like right here, right at this moment.
I peaked. This is where we peaked, right here.
Yes.
The tip of the mountain, like a roller coaster. It was right before you head down the hill.
Yep.
You reach to the top. Yeah.
I've got a question. When you email Beth, tell us the truth. This is the kind of thing we love. How quickly does it take? How long does it take for Beth to reply?
Great question.
1 hour, a couple of hours?
Great question.
It would take sometimes 30 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she's
waiting.
She's
30
Googling
seconds.
herself, and she's waiting for emails and shit to come in. All right.
Instead of a phone call, it was almost like an email call.
Wow.
Oh, see, that's what we think. She's just stoned all day, watching TV, playing with cats, and she's just hanging around. And if it goes bing, and she goes, oh, email. Isn't that great, John?
That's a great question.
Email.
You know what her biggest thing is? That they have that 10,000 step thing the broads do. So now she can drink wine and get the 10,000 steps in.
I remember when the 10,000 steps came in. When was that? Like 15 years ago? All the women went crazy about it. I've got to get my 10,000. I've got to get it.
Based on nothing. Based on no science whatsoever.
Based on nothing, right?
Yeah. Just a number. Just a number
Great
they made
question,
up.
Great question. Thank you, Chauncey, for answering that.
Yes.
At least you've actually met him.
Yeah, you have some credentials.
Oh, yes. Anyway, okay, so you're a
Chauncey, you know that Howard story with Michael Jackson. By the way, Howard and Michael Jackson have so many similarities. I think Michael Jackson's more relatable than Howard is, as a matter of fact. But they have so many similarities.
Are you referring to the private meeting they had where
Yes.
Michael's nose fell off?
Yep. That's exactly right. Which I don't even know if I believe it, actually.
I don't know.
You know, he's such a serial liar. I don't know what to believe.
No, I don't believe that at all. I've never heard of that. He said there was a nose malfunction, like he touched his nose and went, oh, God,
And
there's
it-
all this stuff coming off it.
And it came off. Yeah, it started to like fall to pieces.
Yeah, I don't believe. If Howard said that, no, I don't believe that at all. Is that right, John? Can you give me a quote of what Howard said, John?
About the Michael Jackson thing?
Yeah, the nose.
You know, he kind of, and I walk in, and it's like I look at him, and his nose just falls right off, right on the table. And he won't give me crazy eyes.
No, I don't believe that at all. Then
I
he's
don't
not even
believe it
going into screw Howard. Dodgy.
Welcome Estates 1913. That is a great name. You beat me to it. I was going to use that. Now I'm going to have to use the state's 1914.
Michael Jackson expert.
Well, no.
Here's Sarah. He says Emily Stern is a Jewess dies. There's Dr. Sarah and that cartoon cat.
Jewess dies.
I
just have information.
I just have, I have a little bit of information. I talked to, I don't know if you remember, but I met
You met a guy who drove the van.
No, I didn't.
You know, I never thought I'd see the day where I was carrying a purse, and I am.
And look at you.
I got my messenger bag.
You're right in line.
This is Howard. Gay projection is all over this. Just before he talks about Chauncey, I should have left it. It was just too long. It was kind of not germane, but I was tempted. Is all he did was go, what is it like for a gay guy to come out? He's pretending he's not gay, and he marries a beard, and he's doing this whole thing basically describing his life with Beth. It was crazy projection.
By the way, somebody just wrote something very funny. Chauncey found secluded life, and Arm managed to pull him out of the witness protection. That's so true. I was so quiet here. I was so out. I was so gone, removed from all of this, and you pulled me back in.
And we convinced you to bring your daughter on. Your daughter is on the air, and next thing your wife is going to be on the air showing us her driver's license.
I was out of the pool. I was so far out of the pool, and he just dragged me back into the deep end.
It's been the highlight of your year, though, hasn't it, Chauncey, coming on this show? I mean, apart from raising a child and being great father.
That's a distant second, Bond. Distant second.
Yeah.
You're bringing up things that I had totally forgotten about. That it is fun to look back on and remember that this actually happened. I just can't believe it.
And are these the best interviews you've ever done?
Yes, by far. By far. I'm not even kidding.
I gave him no choice there, John. He had to say yes.
Listen, I did Casey Armstrong a couple of months ago, and every comment was, I hope he gets AIDS. I hope his daughter gets AIDS. Chauncey sucks.
No.
Chauncey sucks.
That's
Chauncey,
ridiculous.
You piece of shit. Die. Like
what?
And that was from my mom. Like,
nice. See, that was a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I gotta say, I don't get it. This is total vindication for you, is what my goal is.
It is.
People to realize just how much of a force of nature you were on that show in those years. I don't think people get it, and you're gonna see a lot of it here because I have more.
And I thank you for that, because
that's
really
anytime.
Nothing like this. There's nothing like.
You're going to be able to move back to America eventually. Once we're done with you, you'll get the keys to the city. The mayor will give you the key. Won't he, John?
That's right. I may be allowed back into America. It's true. It's true. Oh God.
Okay, am I back?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah.
They're ready.
Okay.
Hit play. Go for it.
Yes. That's Tendrils, by the way, Chauncey, and she is a Hollywood insider. Seriously.
Okay. All right. Wow.
Maybe I'll be doing a little eyeliner. We're turning into a country of broads.
You carry a purse for your makeup.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. Yes, Chauncey.
All right, this is it. Chauncey's coming on. I just want to tell you really quick. So, Anthony, thank you, sir. So he's saying Scott Salem as the outtake. So what happened at Sirius, Chauncey, and I have this audio. Emily Stern goes up to Sirius without Howard's, kind of behind his back, but she showed up anyway, and she recorded her album with Scott Salem. And Howard didn't want anybody to know. Yeah. And then it leaked out, and she hadn't. So we think she had a feud with Howard and Robin at the same time because they didn't get invited to his birthday. And the kids didn't. His kids didn't get invited. So Robin threw the party and didn't invite the kids because she was playing mediator between Howard and Allison. And so they hated Robin for that. And then they snuck up the series. It's crazy, right? It's a weird ass relationship. And Scott Salem recorded it for thinking that I'm going to get in trouble if I don't. I'm going to get in trouble if I do. I'll just do it.
Probably explains that one reason why he's not there anymore.
That's one of the reasons, definitely. Yeah. And then, he had a huge fight with Marcy Turk at a Christmas party in front of everybody.
Was that about the GoFundMe page?
Yeah.
No. Oh, no.
Well, it's kind of all
Probably
tied
in the
in. It's all
background.
tied in. Yeah.
He brought a chick, a friend. Scott brought a girl. A friend came with him. He plus one, and she started taking photos of Howard, and and some people came up and told her to stop. I'm assuming Scott was in the bathroom or something. Anyway, when Scott came back or something, he found out, and then he went berserk.
As one should.
Wow.
I would too.
Through a tantrum. And I'm actually of the opinion that he should have known. If you're bringing at this point, if you're bringing someone to an event like this, it's like Al Pacino bringing Donnie Depp into the mafia. You don't walk into the mafia meeting and start taking photos or anything, or say, "Oh, can I record you guys talking?" Scott should have known a lot better, but still, they shouldn't have. They should have taken Scott aside. Maybe I don't know what happened. We'd never been able to get the full story, but apparently Scott threw a tantrum, right?
He's pushing 70 at the time. Would you give a shit anymore about that admonition and rules?
No.
So that's
what
he should do. I would do the
he
same
is.
thing. I know.
You know how weird he is about the photographs of him.
Yep.
He can't, and maybe she was taking photos of Marcy. Who knows?
It's got to be Marcy, probably even more than Howard.
Well, they were so paranoid at that point.
Yep.
It was the whole environment was paranoia.
Hey, Bomb, can you put that back? Let's finish.
Oh yeah.
So Chauncey calls in right here, and this is later in the show because I think he's listening, and he calls back.
Yeah.
You're gonna like this story. This is a true story. In '86.
Okay, so Chauncey calls in. He's hearing all this divorce talk. Chauncey calls in during the news and lets this crazy ass story, which I don't even know if you remember telling it, because it was it was in the news. You just called in randomly in the news. And so Howard's doing the Allison smear campaign, all the divorce horror stories and how the guy should have all the money and Allison shouldn't get shit. Sky Spectre, welcome, sir. And then Chauncey calls in with his story and beat this, you divorcees.
This is a true story. In '86, I got divorced. I caught my wife cheating on me after 6 months of being married. I took a chainsaw.
But you could understand that.
Yeah. But I took a chainsaw, cut all the furniture in half. I cut the couch in half.
How could you cheat on? He's laying that stepping out dick, right? How would you possibly cheat on? Look at this. Look at this. Stacks.
Look at those guns. I had guns back then.
Look at that. Look at the triceps. I mean, this is like 480 pixelization, and I could see his fucking stepping out triceps.
Now triceps.
In half. I cut the couch in half. I cut the dining room table in half. Took the plate. I took scissors and cut all our clothes in half. Went to court when it was the day for the divorce without an attorney. Never paid a dime for any legal consultation, and said, "Do what you got to do. If I have to go to jail, I'm ready to go today." And they just let me walk.
No payments.
No, I didn't pay one single dime.
Because you didn't have kids.
I didn't have kids that had.
And you were only married 6 months.
He's not a good lawyer.
Boy, Chaunce.
You don't. He's right. He walked in and he said, "Listen, I'm not paying. Send me to jail."
Yeah.
That's what guys got to start saying. I'll go to jail. Fine.
Yeah, Chauncey had nothing to lose, though.
Don't spend a dime. Yeah, no, this lawyer was trying to get a lot. He wanted money back for all the things I destroyed. Mm-hmm. He didn't get one penny from me.
All right, good for you.
How out of breath were you after that?
Then you're saying be aggressive.
Yeah, don't be intimidated. I hate
See, but then you screw yourself, though. Then you could have had half your furniture. Now you have nothing. See, that's the crazy.
Well, at least none of you are having anything.
Right.
I think that's what Chauncey's trying to say. She's not going to get anything either.
What else is in the news, Rob?
That's Chauncey. I've never heard of that in my life.
Yeah,
Chauncey,
that's a true story.
I'm gonna destroy the stuff so you can't use it.
Yeah, I'll say, okay, we gotta split everything up. I'll do it right now. I'll split everything up.
How did you know she was cheating on you?
Oh, that's a great story. So we were married for about 2 or 3 months, and I was in this bar with her best friend. We were hanging out, and I said to the friend, "Oh, I know Dawn's cheating on me," but I said as a goof, like just joking, like, "Oh, I know Dawn's probably cheating on me," and she started to cry, and I'm like, "What? Are you really crying?" She goes, "I told her you would find out. I told her. She didn't believe me. I told her she should just tell you." And so now I'm like, "Holy shit. I'm going to play along." I go, "Oh yeah, I've known for a while." I go, I can tell you everything." She goes, "So you know about whatever his name was. It was a boss. She was fucking her boss at work." And I said, I said, "I've known about that." I said, "I've known about that for a long time." That's something. So I went to the payphone and I called her up. And back then, this is how long ago this was. I went to the payphone.
God, the payphones! You got to use the fucking payphone in '86.
I looked for some change in my pocket and I put a quarter in the payphone. And she said, "Oh, Chaunce, when you coming home?" I said, "Well, I'll be home in about a half hour, but when I get there, make sure that everything you own that you want to keep is gone and that you're gone too. Because anything that's there, I'm going to destroy, including you if you're still there."
Holy shit.
And when I got there, she was gone. Most of her stuff was gone. And then she called the police because she was afraid I might do something or, whatever. The police come. And I was bagging up all her stuff to throw in. We had those big green dumpsters behind our apartment, and I was bagging it all up to throw in there. And the cop said, "What's going on?" I told them. They said, "Oh, come on, we'll give you a hand." And they helped me throw all the stuff into the dumpster.
Chances are they went through that too. That's Chauncey. Did you have anybody supporting you at the time, like friends or family? That's a terrifying story. It's horrible.
It was horrible.
Yeah, it's 86. You don't know what the hell the future.
You don't have that social media. You don't have
right.
You can be very isolated. There was no way. There was no cell phones. There was no texting. There was no nothing. And
I'm really prone to depression. That would have spun me out for months.
It did.
Yeah,
it messed me up.
That's horrible.
The worst one was when I was engaged to Judge Judy's daughter. That was the worst.
What, Shineland?
What the hell? Tell
you don't know about that?
Not yet. No, I probably would have found it eventually.
We're all ears. Look at the chat. They're going to blow their minds out about this. Go, Chauncey.
I was engaged to Judge Judy's daughter, Nicole Shineland. So
I'm going to find a picture while you're talking.
Yeah, there's a lot of pictures of her. She's cute. You'll see a lot of pictures of her on Google. So I was single, and I had this woman who wrote a dating advice column for me, Stepping Out, called Ask Allison. And Allison was friends with Nicole Shineland. So Allison said, Nicole's single, you're single. I should hook you guys up. We'll go to Houlihan's one night. We'll have drinks. And
Houlihan's. Oh my God, what a reference. Houlihan's.
Yeah. Remember Houlihan's?
Sure do. Monday Night Football.
Yes, we'll go to Houlihan's and we'll have some drinks. And if you guys like each other, take it from there. So we went to Houlihan's and we hit it off. We really hit it off. And before you knew it, I was living with her on the Upper West Side. And
of course.
I have so many Nicole stories. So her mother hated me because I wasn't Jewish.
Of course.
So the mother would threaten Nicole that, if you don't dump this guy, we're not gonna have nothing to do with you. And they put all that pressure.
Isn't religion the worst?
Yeah.
It just divides. This is why you see the anti-Semitism. That shit is. I have no tolerance for the sort of that. Who gives a shit about
And by
religion?
the way, my grandmother was Jewish.
Right.
So
Somebody is.
My grandmother came from Jamaica. My grandmother was a Jamaican Jew. So, believe it or not, that's a whole nother story. So Nicole is all the way to the left. And that's
okay, not bad. Who does she remind me of?
She's cute. Isn't she cute?
Yeah, she's cute. Definitely. Nice, normal girl. She doesn't even look Jewish. Like, I wouldn't think she's Jewish.
No, she doesn't. Her brothers look Jewish, but she doesn't.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
gosh, she reminds me of somebody I can't place it. It's bothering the hell out of me.
She's an attorney. She's an attorney now. She's a lawyer.
Of course.
But of course.
Of course.
Chauncey, what's it like being there with Judge Judy, having dinner with her daughter, and isn't this just the weirdest thing in the world?
Well, the weirdest thing was we used to. I mean, we had a lot of great sex. I mean, the sex was amazing, and I used to be in bed with her having sex, and the mother would call Judge Judy, and the mother would be on the phone.
Is that fucking Chauncey? Is that deadbeat Chauncey in the background orgasming?
I'd be going down on Nicole, and she'd be talking to her mom on the phone.
Oh my God!
That's like in the movies. You see that happening, and they're going, "Yeah, just a minute, Mom. Just a minute. I'm just trying to reach this book on the top of the shelf."
And you know that voice, you know Judge Judy's voice.
Yeah,
it's very,
sure.
very distinct. It's a very distinct
kill.
voice.
I know his real name. I know his
on.
real name
would...
is Steven. It's not Chauncey. I know that. She's like researching you. I could see her like looking shit up on you and stuff.
So what happened? Why did you break up?
So that one took me the longest to get over. I cried in the shower. I actually fell to my knees. And
we've all done that.
I pee in the shower.
Chauncey, why did you break up?
It was weird how it happened. We had a big snowstorm in the 90s, like a really bad storm in New York. It was like 10 feet of snow, and she didn't have any food. So I had a Jeep. So I said, I'm going to come out, and I bought lobsters. And I went to her apartment, and I made these lobsters.
Kosher lobsters.
These little kosher lobsters. I blessed them. I blessed them before I put them in the pot, and it was a whole ritual. And we did the whole thing.
How did that? Yeah,
bowing our heads 100 times, and she just she didn't act the same then. Like she just didn't act the same.
Something happened, right?
Something happened, and then she told me, the next day, go home, just go home. I want to be alone. And I knew something was wrong. I knew something was so wrong. Her mom got to her. She had a Jewish boyfriend who she eventually married. Of course. And you can look him up on Facebook. You can see him. Like he's like a really handsome guy, like a good-looking guy.
Okay, I got it. I know who she reminds me of now.
Who?
Sarah McLachlan.
You think so? Sarah McLachlan?
Yeah. She reminds me of Sarah McLachlan.
She does have that.
Yep.
Yeah.
She had this little, like, youthful, little, like, she looked like a young kid.
No, she's cute. Absolutely cute.
Great little,
small
girl.
Little
I body.
like that,
yeah. And,
so do you, Chauncey. That's some hot little body you got on you. So
well, thank you so much. I wish Nicole felt that way. But so
she just sort of ghosted you, is what you're saying.
She ghosted me, and then I went crazy. I was like that crazy boyfriend that went.
She had you as shook.
Where are you? I know you're there. You're not picking up the
we've
phone,
all been there. We've all been there. It's an awful thing when it's happening to you. You're like, I know I'm going crazy, but I have to.
I went crazy. I went out of my mind crazy. So that was the worst. That was the absolute worst.
Did you lose a whole bunch of weight because you weren't eating, because you're just crying all day and drinking?
Drinking, a lot of drinking. I started drinking blackberry brandy.
Oh, I've had that. That's
in a snifter. I would have I get a glass of Coors, and I get a snifter half filled up with blackberry brandy, and I just started chugging it. I was surprised I didn't go into a diabetic coma, and that became my life for like a year, trying to get over her.
As my black friends would say, shook. Like where you're just smitten with
that's
someone.
what the kids are saying.
That's what the kids are all. That's what.
You use the N-word a lot.
How long did it take you to get over it, Chauncey?
Oh, about 2 years. 2 years.
That's a long time. That's a long time to be whipped.
In fact, I would meet her once in a while. She would feel bad for me. We'd meet for a drink somewhere in the city. I remember crying at the bar.
Bon Jovial, Chauncey. Look at Bon Jovial pulling up the modern day. Chauncey, you know what, Judy, you know what Shylin was really worried about? That we were gonna get the Sheinlin Ford. She's a fucking private jet and shit. She's
she's like Oprah rich. She's like Oprah money.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
Ridiculously syndicated.
Chauncey, that you realized that you were marrying into hundreds of millions of dollars, possibly. That's
but
probably why you were crying, right?
Bond, think about it the other way. Bond, think about it the other way. She'd get the step it out fortune. So which is better? I have no idea.
So maybe I did. Maybe I'm the one that escaped, so I could save my fortune.
That's a great, Chauncey. That's a great story. That's not a good.
We appreciate. I know I'm making fun of it, but I'm sure it was an awful time. But you lose a lot of weight, don't you? You go, God,
you
I'm so happy about the weight loss, but it
you
came
sound like
such a
Howard.
depression.
You sound like Howard worried about his weight loss.
My face was always like swollen from crying. Like I cried, I was dehydrated from crying. Like I would be walking down the street and start crying. Like a grown man, I couldn't stop.
I did that once. I was really, really upset, and I was on the train, and I just started crying, and this woman was sitting in front of me on the opposite side, and she's just looking at me like she was so sad. And I had glasses on, but the tears just kept coming out underneath it, and I'm just sitting there kind of half. I was like sort of statuesque crying, and the empathy though from humans when they see that was quite. I was watching her watching me cry. It was very strange, but this is life, you know.
It's
and
life.
everyone, there's no way that it could make you feel like laughing at someone when you see that. If anyone would start like smirking at someone crying like that, you'd have to say that they're pretty much Satan, you know, because it's what brings us all together.
Well, guys,
immense suffering.
Guys, you know, we're talking about crying. I'm sure you remember my last day on auditioning for Stuttering John's job.
Yeah, of course I do.
Broke down and cried, almost as bad as crying like about Nicole. I had a moment, and the tears were real. I just started crying. I'm so old. I'm so old. And I'm sitting here.
Yeah, but you know what, Sean? It made for the best moment of that whole audition. It was like the most memorable moment.
It was so real. And I cracked. The prostitutes had robbed my wife of all the stuff. There was just so many terrible things that happened that week. And then at the end of it, I staggered to the end, and then Howard starts reading all the hate mail, and I cracked. I just cracked.
Yeah. Yep. Good on him though. He milks a moment like that. He takes. I can imagine that him going straight to phones and comments. Just to
just especially crying. He loves crying.
Yeah.
Because
he loves crying. And I couldn't. And he, you know what? I gotta give him credit because I think he honestly felt bad. Like I looked at him. He took his glasses off. Like he actually took his glasses off.
Yes.
And he looked at me, and he had those eyes. I'm not thinking those eyes. And he knew it was real. And he knew maybe he had gone too far, or maybe this whole thing was wrong. And he like stopped. He stopped doing what he was doing, and he tried to console me. Like
with the shoulder rub.
Yeah, and I maybe could have used a little back rub. That was the time. and in fact, that would have been a great bit if he would have said, "Chaunce, come over."
That would have been good.
But if Artie would have said
he
that,
cries all the time, Chaunce. You just don't see it. Like he'll burst into tears about the fucking Les Moonves about CBS suing him. You just don't see it. But it's got to be about him and money when he cries. It's not going to be about any like individual. It's got to be about him and money, and that's what gets him to cry. Tendrils here, Chauncey. Yes, tendrils. That's Chauncey's missing the luscious Jewish tits, and that's exactly what he's crying over. I know you're talking about Emily Stern, but he's talking about
they were perfect. They were like B cups, and they were perfect. Oh man, they were
just like Sarah McLachlan. Same thing. Full-time model, plenty of free time. Sarah says Paradise, G-West. There was so much good with stuff with Chauncey. That is a great story. Not good, great. And I really believe they're worried about the Shineland fucking estate going to you and the private jet. Crazy.
Yeah, and at the time I had my own gossip column for the New York Daily News, so I think that they were really bothered the fact that I was a gossip reporter like that. That really I think freaked them out. I was a non-Jewish gossip reporter. Like it was everything that repulsed them was me.
Well, why is it a right for Cindy Adams to be a gossip, but you can't because she's Jewish?
Yeah, well, I guess they look at her like she's not a gossip reporter. She's a columnist.
She's a columnist. It's all the same. How many times do you think Howard has rubbed it out to Luigi Mangione that he is the perfect Howard type, swarthy that's Tata Toothy. That's well said, Tata. Lon is so modest, says Cindy Lou Who. Sky Spectre. We dig you, Chauncey. Yes, we do, Sky. Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Sky.
Chauncey is a great storyteller, Tata Toothy. I agree. New York City Mayor. Oh, we talk about Adams. Tata Toothy, do you have NBA Cup fever arm? That's really tough for me to embrace. I had some NBA comments. I'll save it for the Dr. Sarah says, Damian Lillard won the trophy. Now he can come back and do Steppin' Out magazine, come back to Portland like you would. Sarah says, John, put everybody up on the screen. Am I doing something wrong, Bon? Technically? Is this something I'm not doing? Scott's stuttering John. Pamela Anderson, Nicolas Cage.
I've been switching things around, so maybe Sarah's criticizing me.
That's right.
What does she mean? I was doing a lot of this, and then I was doing a bit of that, and then I was doing this, and doing that. I thought we were all having a good time.
I was getting dizzy.
One day, Sarah, I will play me in the guns and that coming out for the starting lineup and then cutting the rim off at Sable High School. I will show that with my Xavier McDaniel ode to 34. Speaking of my John Stockton shorts
Because
on.
possibly I was raised properly.
Speaking of basketball, how about Chauncey? And do you guys know who Jason Williams is? You know who he is?
Jason Williams?
Of course not.
Okay, he's an NBA
from
player.
the New Jersey Nets.
Yes. So he basically was OJ 2.0. It was OJ light in terms of he shot as a limo driver. He had just signed an $80 million. I remember this well. He was basically a Dennis Rodman light kind of. He tried to have like a rebound. In order to get a big contract, he would become like a rebounding addict. And so about 2-3 seasons, he was a major rebounder, slightly after Dennis Rodman. He got this huge contract, $80 million over 7 years, gets injured 3 or 4 games into the next season, and then goes on this crazy party boy spree throughout New Jersey and New York. He hires a limo driver named Costas. What the fuck was his? Oh, Gustava. I don't know how to remember that.
It was a real exotic name.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so and they had a party with other Nets and the Harlem Globetrotters at Jason Williams' mansion in Jersey. Gets so drunk, pulls out a gun and starts shooting like Hunter S. Thompson would do in the backyard. Shoots his limo driver, tries to cover it up, and then gets caught. He actually went to jail for 2.5 years. Chauncey somehow gets more dirt that nobody fucking knew about this. Again, Bon, this is O.J. Simpson 2.0. It came right after that. Not that
this sounds like a big deal. Yeah. How
It
did he try and
wasn't here.
cover it up, though? Explain that to me. Did he?
He tried.
72.
He tried to get
Adam
rid of the body or something. Or
There he is. You see him there, Bon?
Did he try?
Yeah.
I forget. Did he try to say he killed himself or?
Yes, he said he committed suicide.
Yeah,
or
he
he
committed
shot
suicide.
himself. Right.
Yeah.
So this is the sweet, limo driver of his, and like Benoit Benjamin was there, and I think PJ Brown might have been there, and so he does this, and so this is Chauncey calling in with fucking dirt that no one knew about. Again, he's not in OJ's class as far as like what he did for the sport. Like OJ is like a top 5 running back of all time, and he's just like a glorified sort of Dennis Rodman knockoff type who had like 2 good seasons. He's about 6'11", as you can see him here.
Yeah,
Went
giant.
to St. John's. Yeah. So this is Jason. This is Chauncey. So the Stern Show was obsessed with this at the time, and this is kind of Chauncey giving them more to the story than anyone had known.
To pull off the bucket full of confetti gag.
This is Adam Carolla sitting in for Artie this day, by the way. So Adam Carolla actually got offered the Jackie chair before Artie did, and so every time Artie sat out, Adam would sit in from LA, from like an ISDN line. This is like before any of this shit came around.
Chaunce Hayden is on the air, and he says that he knows Jason Williams' information.
Okay. This is a great story. So Jason Williams is shooting that gun of his with Wayne Corbett and Jason Sehorn of the New York Giants.
Yeah.
Almost wings Wayne Corbett with the gun.
He almost killed Wayne Corbett.
Right, he wrote about it.
Yeah, but what makes it great is Jason Sehorn was so scared because he thought that he had hit Wayne Corbett, thought that Jason Williams' posse was going to kill him to get rid of the witnesses, so he goes running into the house, panicking.
Let me understand something.
Chauncey, that's crazy. That in itself, just that scene, had never gotten out.
No.
And this is, could you imagine a reenactment of this? How insane must that have been?
Could you imagine like a Chinese fire drill?
Yeah, and it's all these local like pro sport athletes at Jason Williams's house.
Trying to distance themselves as much as they can. They're all in their heads are watching their careers and lives go down the toilet.
They're all about themselves.
In a split second, everything they worked for is about to go away. Or for all of them.
I have another Johnny Depp comparison after this too, by the way.
Nice.
From what I understand in the newspapers, the story's changing daily. Because now they're trying to prove, they think what might have happened is that Jason Williams was really high, drinking.
Right.
Was twirling around his shotgun, showing off his gun. Because there's not enough to show off at that spread he's got.
Right. He supposedly shoots skeet out there, too.
Yeah, good. So he's running around with the gun, and he accidentally shoots the guy.
Right.
And then I guess now they're thinking that the guy was bleeding to death, and instead of calling 911, there was some sort of meeting
About what to do?
About Jason, I guess, in the Harlem Globetrotters. I don't know who else was out there.
I said,
Come here, we're going to have a meeting.
I said,
yeah, the think tank got together, and they think that maybe...
Howard says think tank.
Yeah.
Because as you know, Chauncey, Howard's not racist. So what he's saying there is every black guy is stupid and cannot think of a plan and be in a think tank. That's how I interpret that, right?
Yeah.
And he's doing this horrible impression.
There's something to be said for that. Yeah.
That's right.
Maybe the guy bled to death instead of calling the ambulance.
They were talking.
Yeah, like in other words, Jason didn't make the phone call. Who made the who made the phone call?
I don't even
Goose
know.
from the Globetrotter. Goose,
that was a great meeting. Yeah.
Goose, you
Hurley, go to the bathroom, get some clean towels. Meadowlark, call 911. Goose, boil some hot water.
Yeah, we got a big fat white guy bleeding to death out there. By the way, I like that move too. That black guys get a white limo driver.
The other thing that's really amazing, I heard that the limo driver was this guy who had years of troubles. He was a drug addict, and he finally cleaned himself up, and
that's every limo driver, though.
And there's an advertisement for staying on drugs, because if he was high, he'd have never been at that house.
Doesn't the limo driver usually wait in the car anyway?
He was waiting in the car.
No, he was in the house.
in the bedroom.
Well,
he was giving a tour of the house to the home Globetrotters, and the limo driver was with them.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing you want to do is...
That's exactly what happened. That's exactly how that went down.
Yeah.
Show how wealthy you are to a limo driver. I mean, don't you want to keep that kind of quiet so you don't have to tip him so much?
That's why it was reasonable to think it was suicide. The guy killed himself when he's on.
Look at Sarah's story, Chauncey. Beat this. I know you kind of did it, but anyway. Speaking of cheating, my ex-husband had me wash the blanket he cheated on me with in front of me.
And she didn't know.
And she didn't know, right? She didn't know. Wow. And he's gay. And he turned gay.
And then he went.
I have monstrous moments.
That's Sarah.
See,
what's that, Chauncey? I'm sorry.
I would not have done that because I would like to keep that trophy at night. Like I'd like to smell the cheat on the blankets. So I would have said, don't wash the blanket, because this way at night I could still relive the act of cheating.
Did you keep anything from Mrs. Scheinlin? For a long time, like notes or blankets or shirts or bras?
I actually did. I actually had a pair of panties on my top drawer that she put there, and because they were so stained that she didn't want to take them home, and so she threw them in my drawer, and they were there for about 7 years.
Oh my God!
It was like having a corpse. It was like having
Thank God Poppy's not on this show. Good God.
Wow, John. Wasn't expecting that one.
No one is.
Disgusting semen-stained underwear left. Yeah. Thanks for coming on the show, Chauncey.
7 years.
He did the same material on ABC, by the way. Yeah,
I told you. I sabotaged everything.
Yep.
It's just, I'm not going to have lunch today. Lunch is in a few hours here, but I don't feel hungry at all now.
Chauncey fights authority. Authority always wins.
Semen stains, and he's obsessed.
To be fair, they were walking around, but they had this divider that was up between them that's on wheels.
I'm the limo driver. I'm walking through Jason Williams' house with the Harlem Globetrotters. I'm thinking, where is the bizarre world where driving is considered a very highly paid skill? And then basketball players just live in squalor.
Yeah,
that's what I'd be waiting for.
Oh, the limo drivers are partying.
Yeah,
but
in their mansions.
So he had the shotgun out from like shooting skeet outside, and he came in with it.
Well, I don't know exactly what happened. I thought the guy was shot in his car.
No, he was shot in the house.
So what's the move? Jason Williams is showing you his house. He walks around with a shotgun because he doesn't have a carry permit. So around his house he carries the gun.
He's also known to get drunk and play with his gun.
Right.
Yeah, that's a bad combo.
Guys, I don't remember, and I certainly was into this. Chauncey, does Jersey have camera rules in the courtrooms to get these trials televised?
They must, because I can't recall one single trial in New Jersey being shown on TV. So they must, yeah.
I would have loved to have seen this.
Yeah,
God, this would have been incredible. He was on Barbara Walters in your stint crying. Remember that? He did an interview with Barbara Walters.
God.
Yeah,
Barbara.
I've never been so scared in my life.
Drinking and guns.
Yeah, he's had that problem before. And I said, here's a guy, he wrote it all in his book. He wrote the story about almost killing Wayne Corbett. He wrote the story about having trouble with guns and booze.
He loves white NFL players, right? Jason Sehorn, Wayne Corbett's nickname was Green Lantern. From
Garfield, New Jersey.
Oh, is he from Garfield?
Yeah.
I'm from Heathcliff. Tata Toothy says, I'm not surprised. Judge Judy seems really nice. I hated her before. Now I hate her even more than I already did. God, I despise that woman. Arm is known as Hot Lips at Houlihan's. Sarah, that is a great line. That is a great Nash line.
While we're talking about basketball, I'll tell you a quick one. When I was a little kid, my dad took me inside the locker room of the Atlanta Hawks.
Oh wow,
yeah. They played the Knicks, and my dad was a steam fitter, and he had connections at the Garden. Yeah, so he couldn't get us into the Knicks locker room, but he got us into the Atlanta Hawks locker room.
I would rather go on the Hawks locker room, actually.
At the time, Pistol Pete was on the team.
Wow.
So I got Pistol Pete's autograph, right? He's sitting there, with a towel around his neck, and I go up to him and I go, "Hey, Pete, may I have your autograph?" And he takes my program and he signs it. Then I walk up to this one guy, this black guy, and I said, "Could I have your autograph?" And he stands up. He's totally naked, and his penis is as big as I am. Like his penis came right up to my bridge of my nose, and I swear went down to my ankles. That's how big this man was. And
Howard would be jerking off to this story right now, Chauncey, if you told this to Howard. This is like his dream anecdote. If he was a sports fan, he would have killed for this story.
This was a Mandingo warrior kind of guy. And his name was Lou Hudson.
Yeah, Lou Hudson is a Hall of Famer, I think.
Lou Hudson.
Yeah.
And had not a stitch of clothes on, stood up, completely naked, nothing on, and he looked down at me, and I'm really head height with it.
This is like the mid '70s, Chauncey. With the
yes.
That's a wild time.
Early '70s.
Okay, early. The Knicks won the title in '73, so
yeah,
that's a pretty hot ticket.
Yeah, this was in the early '70s, and so he looks down at me naked, and he says, "I'm not going to give you my autograph." And I'm like, what? What? Okay, I'm sorry. and he goes, "You know why I'm not going to give you my autograph?" And I said, no. He said, "Because when you ask someone to do something for you, you say please."
Okay.
He said,
"Why didn't you say please?"
He said, "Yeah."
Nervous. He's nervous.
Yeah, nervous.
Right,
I said, "Can I have your autograph?" He said, "Now, if you want to ask me for my autograph and you say please, may I have your autograph? I will then give you my autograph."
I like that.
So he taught me to say please. Lou Hudson, completely naked, gave me a lesson on saying please.
Look at this. Sarah used what we call ASCII art. The old nerds of us.
Yes.
She made an ASCII cock right there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yep. There it is.
Chauncey, you know what you should have said to Judge Judy and her daughter? This is what I want to won her over. I'm telling you.
You got slapped the yarmulke.
I did.
Oh my God, I remember that. That destroyed her. She got ruined after that. But yeah, so Lou Hudson taught me to say please. That's
yes, Sarah. Long Dong Lou is his name. Yes. Thank you for
Long Dong Lou. Yes. That's actually so funny.
Chauncey, I kill for Atlanta Hawks and Hawkadotes. I love a good Atlanta Hawks story.
Oh, absolutely. I had all their autographs. Actually the whole locker room gave me their autograph.
You were probably like in your early teens or something at that time.
I was in seventh grade. Seventh grade. So whatever seventh grade is.
Yeah. That's 12 or something, 12, 13.
Yeah, 12, I think, 12. Yeah.
And, you'd think you'd write those things after you were done with it. But he's still doing it. So there's plenty of evidence for his trial.
Well, once you start having a shotgun and twirl.
I had the same story with Tree Rollins, Chauncey.
His penis hit you in the face and told you to say please?
Same story, yep.
Really?
And then Kevin Willis walked over and they started sword fighting.
Rolling it around when you're drunk, it's hard to stop that habit.
It's addicting.
It is.
Do you think he's going to do time? I don't think so.
He ended up doing 2.5 years, Chauncey, which is not a big sentence at all for what he did.
For killing somebody?
He should have gotten at least 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
That's crazy.
Nah, because they're going to say it was an accident, but he's going to have to pay off a whole bunch of people, like the family and all that.
Right.
Well, everybody's screaming, yeah.
I don't think he'll go to jail for it because somehow it's accidental.
Well, he'll probably be held to house arrest. You must stay on these 4,500 acres with the Harlem Globetrotters, your dump truck, and your...
Speaking of house arrest, Chauncey, thank you, Adam, for reminding me. I'm going to play you something after this you didn't know, which will blow your mind.
Collection and your personal chef and valet and your 32-room mansion.
Indoor basketball court.
Don't do that to me. I got to be able to go to strip clubs. I ran into him one night.
Jeremy Spoko's a Jamaican Jew, has 10 jobs, and they're all in bank. Jeremy Spoke is a nickname. It's a joke, Chauncey. The Pelican Brief. Howard didn't know the name of the Pearl Jam song, so he said Jeremy Spoke instead of Jeremy Spoken.
Jeremy
to his
Spoke.
staff.
Play tape of me on the air talking about Eddie and singing along to Jeremy Spoke.
Oh my God, Vaughn, you were brilliant. How do you have
But
that?
you guys are good. You guys are
God damn it. Oh, it's so good.
At a spa or something.
Right, I remember you coming back with the story that you'd met this guy.
I kind of met him, and I think he came over and shook my hand, but I don't really remember.
By the way, Howard, not to change the subject, but I got to tell you, I interviewed Kathy Lee the other day.
Yeah, I read it.
Yeah, so Chauncey gets an interview with Kathy Lee Gifford.
Yeah.
At the same time, which Howard, did you know that she apologized? They made up.
I know that. Yeah.
She did a video. So this is Chauncey when they hated each other.
Yeah.
This is exactly when this is a good story too.
Came over and shook my hand, but I don't really remember.
By the way, Howard, not to change the subject, but I got to tell you, I interviewed Kathy Lee the other day.
Yeah, I read it. Yeah.
You read the interview?
Yeah, somebody sent it to me.
Okay, what'd you think?
Yeah, she commented about me, but...
What did she say?
She's hot.
The usual.
I was shocked by how good looking she is in person.
Sarah has another great line. She's such a good joke writer. I would have circumcised myself for that Shineland money, says Sarah.
That's
really? No, I didn't think
Sarah.
of that. I didn't think of that. You know what?
Could you imagine saying that to her mom? I'll circumcise myself. I'll do anything.
Oh, wait a minute. I am circumcised.
There's your recommendation. Sarah's recommendation of the week.
I'll have a bris just for you.
Actually, I thought you were doing it on the phone.
No, I sat down with her.
That's how far she's fallen.
Yeah, I was shocked at that. It's like, imagine, someone sent me the interview that Chauncey did, and I go, Kathy Lee is sitting with Chauncey now.
No, I kind of take that as an insult.
Didn't you? Of course.
How jealous is he of you right now?
Because I got all the people that wouldn't do his show.
And it's great because Chauncey had this ongoing thing where he would, no matter who the person was, he would crowbar Howard questions in, and they would force them to comment on Howard, even if they had nothing to do with the show. I
That's
absolutely
cool.
love that. I love that.
That's really
shit.
cool. And I
That's
have
hard
to
to do.
say, this is actually really good Stern radio. This is like fast paced. Howard's really
I know. Listen to his
pleasant.
speech cadence. You're so
He's
right.
He's in a
engaged.
good mood. He's never in a good mood now.
Yeah.
It's so different. He's such a different. You're so right, Bon. He's so different now.
Didn't you feel bad for her?
Sitting there with you?
I was kind of surprised she did too, to be honest. But I was shocked by how good looking she is.
Chauncey asked her about me, and you have the article?
Thank you, Sky Spectre. This is a good show. It's a fun show. I'm having a really good time. Chauncey's the GOAT. I agree, Sarah. He's the GOAT. He's greatest of all time.
Oh, stop.
Yes. Thank you.
In front of you?
I don't know.
Yeah.
He actually had the nerve to ask her about sending you the note after you got divorced. I mean, he was really getting into it with her.
Yeah.
And she said,
She basically did her rap about how negative people are not in her life.
Chauncey, do you remember what specifically Kathy Lee said about the Allison divorce?
I don't. In fact, I don't remember much of that interview at all.
That'd be
I really
fun to
don't.
read that today. That would be fun.
I
if we
have
could
it.
get that.
I have it. I can send it to you guys.
Get it some other. That would be fun to see what she's. I would love to hear like verbatim what she said about it.
Yeah. I'll send it to you guys. Yep.
You remember Howard did that prank? Sarah loves this, by the way. This is the best thing Howard's ever done on his own. He actually did his own prank. He called Frank Gifford at a press conference and pretended to be someone. And he kind of let him in, and he goes, "Are you still in love with your wife?" He goes, "I'm not gonna." Frank Gifford goes, "I'm not gonna answer that to you." He goes, "Ah, I see. Well, Well, in that case, who has nicer breasts, Kathy Lee or Susan Johnson? Get him off, Gil. Cut him off now. And that's like Howard actually did a prank call on his own. It was really well done.
That's when he cared. When he still
that's when he cared.
Yeah.
Doesn't think about negative people, and she just feels bad for negative people.
She's saying to me.
She what?
She's actually saying to me during the interview. She wrote a song about.
Tata Toothy Chauncey. She sang to you in the interview.
She did.
Did you? You recorded this?
Yeah,
and you have it, and you still have it.
Well, no, that's a whole nother story. What happened to all my tapes? So when I left, stepping out, my partner and I left under really bad terms. So we had a huge fight, and I just walked out of the office. He took all my. I had all my cassette tapes of all my interviews over 30 years.
Oh, it's so valuable. That's so valuable.
He poured gasoline on them and lit them on fire.
Chauncey, what is going on with you? You're chainsawing furniture and people are burning fucking tapes with gasoline. It's like a fucking Cunningham hardware in Steppin' Out magazine.
That to this day, that's the hardest thing. There are times I think about it, and because that would have been my legacy to Poppy, was when her kids could have listened to all these interviews I did, with these people, and they're gone. Most of them are gone. I think I have 3 or 4 laying around, but all the ones that I had in the office, this guy destroyed.
Who needs Air Shineland when you have the Steppin' Out tapes? Right?
Yeah. That would have been it. Would have been my retirement, but they're gone.
Tata Toothy's breaking your balls. Chauncey goes, "Wow, I'm not nailing Judge Judy's daughter anymore."
That's exactly what I sounded like.
I get it.
Oh, was he there? Because he must have overheard me. He must have been in the room next door.
Those walls will talk.
People, and she just feels bad for negative people.
She's saying to me.
She what?
She's actually saying to me during the interview. She wrote a song about how she wants to be remembered and started singing. It was surreal.
Do you have this on tape?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to hear it.
So there's its proof. He had it on tape. Chauncey, I feel for you. There's nothing worse than, and I'm not even like losing a hard drive and you can't get that shit back. And there's nothing worse than that. There's no worse feeling.
Yeah. But you know what? I try not to let this guy enjoy it too much because I continue to succeed after it.
Don't give him the satisfaction.
I'm not going to get the satisfaction. In fact, you know what I told him? I said, you now have all the tapes that I did. I said, but before you destroy them, I said, listen to them, because that's the voice of the guy that's going to put you out of business. And I did. I started Metropolis Nights magazine, and I put Stepping Out of business. So that was my revenge.
Chauncey, do you ever consider coming out with like a Playboy kind of thing, like Stepping Out After Dark or some shit, where you would just do?
It's dead. It's that industry's dead.
Well, I'm talking about then. I'm talking about the 90s.
Then. Yeah, we did a couple of things like that. We put out some stuff that we thought would be a very niche kind of readership, but at the end of the day, it was still Stepping Out that brought in the paychecks. Of course. But you got to remember, in those days, for a long time, the last 10 pages of Stepping Out, what people really picked it up for, and that was our prostitute section.
Oh,
I think I told you this story.
What page was Beth on?
What's that?
What page was Beth on?
That was me. So I think I told you the story when the guy in Bergenfield, New Jersey, he killed a hooker and he chopped up her body and put her in garbage bags in front of his house for the garbage men to take away. But
yeah.
And it was. He said it in a article for the Bergen Record. They interviewed him in jail, and he said, "I found her in Stepping Out. I found the prostitute in Stepping Out."
Oh my God!
So Howard was laughing about this on the air. Oh my God! But Robin, did you see this? This guy found it. Well, what happened? I called the show and I'm panicking because this is like the worst. They say there's no bad press. This was bad press. Like I was worried about this.
Yeah.
So I called up the show and I said, Howard, this is kind of a glass is half full, half empty kind of thing. He goes, what do you mean? I said, yes, he found her in the pages of Stepping Out. And yes, he did chop up her body. But at the same time, it shows that when you advertise in Stepping Out, it works.
Yes.
She took an ad out and got a response. So it works.
And you were the only one to have the balls to like hit the, what would you call it? It would be called the dark web now. So it's just like the sort of underbelly of the prostitution industry and shit.
There was
like
so much money.
There.
There was
Most
so
people
much
think
money.
prostitution should be legal anyway. So it's not even like shameful, right?
We-
Everything else is some form of prostitution anyway.
Well, do you remember the back page? You remember the back page of the Village Voice?
Yes, they had similar to that. Yes, I do.
Same exact thing. So we said,
Yep.
why they can get away with it? Yeah, yes, we're a North Jersey magazine, and maybe it's not quite the same thing, but they were paying $1,000 a small ad every week. We were making about $200,000 a month in those ads alone. Just those ads, not counting all the other ads. So it was so much money that you just, it was very hard.
Why is Howard Show advertising like Ashley Madison any more noble than that?
Well, yeah,
right,
exactly, yeah, that's the same thing.
Chauncey's right. Anybody who doesn't know New York City, and I know people don't. They had a paper called The Village Voice, and they just had tons of weird advertisements in there. And yes, I had read it all the time, and they had prostitution advertisements in the back. He's absolutely right. Why is that okay?
Why is that okay? So that, but you're dealing with a different kind of personality in Bergen County, where you have a lot of housewives and we were in all the bars and the pubs, and we were in public places and laundromats.
That's smart.
So
no, that's smart. I mean, honestly, like that's smart. You go into all the bars and pubs, and did you walk in and just slap them down on like the entrance?
We had a group of drivers that we paid, and they would all do a route, and in one night we would distribute maybe 100,000 of those stepping outs all over New Jersey, and each guy would have a route. So it took the whole night, but it was amazing distribution, like incredible, everywhere. So
I'm trying to think of like 3 o'clock in the morning. You just hear the and you open the door. It's Jackie Marling on the cover is Stepping Out magazine.
Yeah, with those little wraps, those little wire wraps that would go around it. And it would roll. That was perfect. That was a perfect sound. Yeah.
I put my kid through Rutgers delivering Stepping Out at 3 o'clock in the morning. By the way,
I got pulled over once in the city by 2 cops for going through a red light, and they let me go with a warning. They said, "Hey, man, just don't do it again, whatever." I'm like, I'm sorry. And then I'm driving away, and then the lights go on again, like a half a block later. I'm like, oh, they must have ran my name or something. Is there a warrant for it? Oh, fuck, I'm going to jail. I'm going to Rikers Island. Fuck. And they come up to the car and they go, "Hey, you Chaunce Hayden from Stepping Out?" Said,
he didn't know you from the Stern Show. He knew you from Stepping Out.
Yeah. He knew. Well, he knew me from all of that. He knew all of it.
Okay, he knew you from how? Okay.
Yeah. So when people knew me from the Stern Show, they would say Chaunce from Stepping Out. So are you Chaunce from Stepping Out? I said, well, yeah. He goes, "Oh man, I knew it." He goes, "Do you have any magazines?" I said, "I have a bunch in the back." So I gave them both a Stepping Out, and they said, "That's all, man. We just wanted to get a copy of Stepping Out. Thank you so much."
That's so funny.
Love you on Howard. Love you on Howard.
Do you have the interview with Bill Paxton you did in February 97?
I interviewed Bill Paxton for that movie when he plays like a retarded brother, and the plane crashes with all the money in it.
Oh, yeah.
The Perfect Plan, was that what it was called?
Yes. Billy Bob Thornton's in it.
Yeah, Billy Job. Yeah, they both did an interview with me at the same time. Yeah, it was great. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think a publicist would be too thrilled.
According to Sarah, by the way, Chauncey, I think this could be real. $250 million is Judy Scheinlin's net worth.
I would say that's probably a lowballing it. Yeah.
Might even be low.
And but keep in mind, she still gets paid for all that syndication. So she's making hundreds of millions of dollars every year.
Insane. Bringing it up.
It's like Jerry Springer sort of thing as well. They just can't stop making money. They just can't stop.
They were genius. They signed syndication rights, and these shows took off. And then for the rest of their life, their salary doesn't go down; it only goes up.
On, I think Judy's show is actually run more than Springer by a long shot. Like,
well, it's global. It's global. It airs in every country in the world.
They were huge here. Where I come home from school, I'd get stoned out of my brain and watch Jerry Springer and all that kind of stuff. And Judge Judy was huge, absolutely huge here. It's crazy.
It's in Ireland too. It still is. It's still.
Yeah. You know the guy that worked with her, the security guard called Bird that worked with Judy on the show. He'd stand there, the black guy.
Yes.
Yeah, we all knew about him here. He became like a minor celebrity for just standing there next to her.
That was like the guy on Jerry Springer, the bouncer.
I forget his name. Yeah, they spun him off. I remember that.
He got his own show. Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do a Chauncey chant in homage to Jerry Springer, right? Because he's that Chauncey. I'm
trying to get to the applause drops as fast as I can. I'm absolutely scrambling. It's crazy.
Tata Toothy says, no, that's the lesson to be learned, Tata Toothy, is you cannot drink away the daughter of Judge Judy at all. You cannot. That is a pussy fog.
And by the way, all this talk about Judge Judy and Nicole, I'm having PTSD. I may go on a drinking binge after
that's
this.
legitimate.
This is a lot of stories, Chauncey, because, you've talked, I asked you a few episodes ago about a tell-all book about the Sternies, and you said you're thinking about it, you're not sure because you've got Poppy and you don't want her to read about all that stuff. But if you ever did a book, that's a half a chapter on her daughter, dating her. So you could write a really good book.
Just on all these experiences.
Judy.
Yeah.
It's Judy's a racist. She cannot deal with anybody that's not Jew. That's ridiculous. That's got to be put in there. I'm sorry.
And also, when you buy the book, the teardrops on the pages are the actual, like you actually see teardrops on the pages.
And in that case as well, you'll get the semen stains from the panties. You'll provide them at the back of the book, or some sort of DNA profile will be included in the book. By that time, we'll probably be able to project you on a screen in front of books all have advanced so much. It'll be 2040.
We can do 3D printing of the panties. Like it comes in like a box set with a 3D printing of the actual panties.
And then a week later, your interview book will come out as well by 2030 or 2040. It's going to be amazing for the next 20 years, everybody listening. It's going to be huge for Chauncey.
We were having so much fun.
Chauncey, this will make you feel a little better. A comedian did a joke about that exact issue with it could have been Bill Burr. I can't remember who it was. I wish I could credit the exact guy. He goes, I dated a Jewish girl and she broke up with me. And I said, why are we breaking up? And she goes, because I'm Jewish and we have to expand our race. And I just can't date someone who's not Jewish. Yeah. So he says back, I don't know if this is real. He claims he said back to me, he goes, honey, I've lived in New York. I've lived in LA. Believe me. You guys are back.
That's right. They've got so much money. All they can do is just have kids. They're just like, what else are we going to do?
Yes, Sky Spectre, blackberry brandy. In fact, for Christmas. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Boy, they should be thrilled about this phone call.
Hey, can I be honest with you?
I think she's beautiful. She really is.
Do you tell her?
She was pretty stunning in real life, Chauncey.
She was. Well, this is going back now.
She's really good. She's absolutely attractive. Definitely.
Yeah, really attractive. She was.
Yep.
That you're with Stepping Out, or do you say it with People Magazine?
No, I tell the truth.
You don't like.
And he did the interview in person, by the way. This is not over the phone.
Yeah. She was. Most of them were in person. She was working out for a play she was doing, and the play was in Rockland County, New York, but she was in the city doing the rehearsals. So I met her at the rehearsal studio.
Shit, Chauncey. Oh God, Sarah's cat. Her cartoon cat, Camilla, adorable cat. This looks like a cartoon cat, is also a fan. She loves Kathy Lee Gifford and her music. Look at this.
Oh my God.
I have to ask you a question about that, John. What is that music? Because I used the Shazam app to try
Kathy Lee Gifford.
Oh.
Kathy Lee Gifford came out with an album after Frank cheated on her, and that song, I think Sarah knows the backstory. She did. Dolly Parton made a wrote it with her, and it's about Frank cheating on her. It's called "Only My Pillow Knows the Secrets of Frank Cheating on Me," and that's the song. Let's watch it. Look, this is Kathy Lee. This is Camilla listening to Kathy Lee on Sarah's coach. As it were.
I am.
That is a deep cat. That is a very deep cat.
I'm going to get that song now. Now I know. I used the Shazam app where you press the button and it listens, and he couldn't even find it.
That's not enough. You got to give it a little longer than that.
It was weird. I love it.
I love Shazam so much. They call me Billy Batson. I have that app, and I use it all the time in supermarkets.
It's incredible.
I love it. I love it.
I don't know how they invented it. It's the technology to do that. It's mind blowing.
Yeah, I think it's the best app in existence right now, and that's how I get all my music.
It won the awards, like when it came out 15 years ago, or whatever. It won the award for years of like the best app ever. It's incredible.
Just to bring Johnny Depp back into this. Okay, so that story with Jason Williams. Do you know the Viper Room story with River Phoenix, Chauncey?
Yeah, he died out front. He was doing drugs inside.
Yes.
And then he got out to the front steps and collapsed.
Exactly. So John Frusciante from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, it is said, who is involved in the whole Viper Room, gave him a speedball. And it is said that the speedball was come from the Viper Room ilk. And so he died. They're blaming, Depp for giving him. They knew that he took the speedball. So he dies on the Joaquin Phoenix's brother, who's a huge star now, calls the cops, and they take so long, and he ends up dying. Depp is out there with him. They finally get him in an ambulance, pronounce him dead. They're so terrified at the Viper Room about this is going to be traced back to them. Just like Jason Williams, they go to Depp's house and have a secret meeting with John Frusciante of how to lay the blame or not take, because they're terrified it's going to all get back to the Viper.
I remember that. Yep. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I really hope it's not true, because I love John Frusciante. He's one of my favorite guitarists of all time.
No, but wouldn't it make sense, Bon, that they would be terrified that all their lives and careers would be destroyed from this?
Go to prison.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It would have been
like Belushi. When Belushi died, they put his enabler in prison.
Okay, this is something I don't think Chauncey knows. Well, maybe I briefly mentioned, but here's my proof. So during the time, these is your big years here. Beth, Howard's outing himself as being, he's with Beth, and she has him finally meet his parents. So along the way, somehow Beth's dad just never comes up, and they're just like, so fun. I'm trying to. What the hell is this goddamn thing? Hold on a second. Oh, come on, Chauncey. Chauncey. Let me play something else before. Oh, Chauncey Boondoggle, Bill O'Reilly, Chauncey Evanescence, Chauncey Ronnie, Chauncey Mary Jones, Ice Trip, Depp, Leah Remini, Chauncey with Leila Arcieri, Chauncey. Okay, I'll get to that later. So I don't know why it's not showing. It's bugging the shit out of it. How it is not here. I must put it in a different folder. Anyway, this let me just segue. I'll go back to that. So this Chauncey thinking he had cancer.
Oh, my leg. Yeah, my knee.
This kind of ties into that.
Yes.
Oh, you mean from those messages we left?
Oh yeah, from the cell phone.
Nah. She really, let me just say something. I have been in touch with a network that has asked me to do an interview show. And a network. You're not
talking about cable.
No. I'm talking about real. Paris Hilton, I'm telling you, if you and I did an hour special, it'd be big. You got to come out and talk.
She did Letterman, right?
No, she didn't do Letterman. She canceled it.
I heard them promote it.
No, I don't think she did it. Did she do it? No. She canceled it. Letterman's pissed.
He's like all over, yeah.
I know. I heard him saying one night if she had done it, he would have made her a champion. It would have been great.
Yeah, I doubt it. I'm telling you, I'm talking about making money. I'm talking about network would pay big money to see me interview her, because Letterman's going to be soft.
Letterman said he wouldn't even discuss the videotape.
All we're going to discuss is the videotape.
Chauncey, do you know the stipulation of Howard's deal with ABC, that interview show? I might believe that he might have gotten offered this. Do you know? Because you were with ABC. Do you know anything about
he did get an offer.
Yeah.
But I think they did a test.
Why was it killed? Why did it go away?
Because they did a test show and it it did terrible.
Oh, we never heard about that.
He did a couple of interviews for ABC, and then they showed him to the public. Like they would have like a audience
tests, a preview
critique.
thing. Yeah.
Yes. And the audience that watched it gave it thumbs down. They thought Howard just wasn't good on TV.
No, he's not good on TV.
He's unappealing to be on TV. So people didn't matter what questions he asked or anything. They just saw Howard. And at the time, Howard was very outrageous. Like he was really pushing the boundaries. So a network, the audience that they have, like ABC, would never go for Howard doing an interview. It's not Barbara Walters.
Did you get to see the test footage? Did you?
No, I didn't. It was from the program analysis department. That's what they call it. Program analysis department. And he got low grades, so they killed it. But I still think he got paid. But I think he got paid.
Oh, Buchwald always manages to get him the money. That's for
he got a lot. He got a lot of money just to do those test shows.
Do you remember who he interviewed for it?
God, at the time I did. I'd have to really think about it. There was a time that I did know, and now I'd have to really do some thinking. And
I'm gonna guess. I think it's gonna have to be a relatively big
friendly
name.
people that were friendly towards him.
But friendly towards him. I'm gonna say it's Alec Baldwin.
Could have been.
He's the perfect guy that would do that. He would actually do that. I'm just guessing. I was just seeing if it rang a bell with you. I'm just guessing.
Could have been. But again, I have to. Maybe it's something that can be researched. I don't know. But yeah, he didn't test well.
How much do you think he got paid for that?
Oh, I don't think he'd do anything for less than $1 million.
I think it was. I bet you. I'm gonna say. I'm going 5.
You think so?
Oh. Yeah. I'm going 5 because at the time he was making about 40 million from whatever Infinity, CBS.
Yeah, he doesn't get off the toilet for over $1 million. So
that's why I would go with that.
For him to go through all that trouble and put himself out there, it had to be a big payday for him.
Let me go with this because I definitely put this in the title and I have to play this. So let's go with Leah Remini. Let me look at the chat first. Her Artie's wham, Mr. There's PC. My girlfriend's gone. Wham, wham.
Wah. I can actually do the wah if you want. Wah. Wah.
I didn't get a fake job. Wah. Wah. Judge Wapner, grab your package. Horatius says, I would have been like the scene in Goodfellas when Henry staggered in at 2 a.m. and his mom-in-law. Oh, that's right. It is like Goodfellas. And his mom went after him like Judge Judy would have. That's right. Lorraine Bracco, right?
Yeah.
Best Beetlejuice's family. G. Cantor says, I don't think I've ever had Jewish tits in my life. Because are the best I've ever seen. And the Polak sisters, G. Cantor, right? Multiple guests have been taking their lives.
Chauncey, what's the deal with the leather pants in this image on the screen here? You're rocking leather for a while.
I was.
How is that?
Those are I call those my Stern pants. Whenever I did Stern in those days, I would wear the same pants. Because Howard was wearing leather. Everybody was wearing leather in those days. So I probably looked insane. I can tell I look insane. I'm looking at it. But yeah, I went with that look for a little while.
It's good.
But I'm impressed. I'm impressed with my arms, though. I must have been working out. My shoulders look great.
Chauncey, this is what he's talking about.
Bring in Chauncey.
Let's let Robin take a look.
No, I ain't looking at it. I've seen enough of that.
You've seen it before.
Yeah, I've seen it. I don't want to see it.
I saw Chauncey outside. He's got the arm cast. He looks beat up.
That's right. He's all messed up.
Oh, what a mess. Yeah, those leather pants really work for you, dude. No wonder your penis is revolting. All right, Chauncey, tell people what happened to you.
Well, what happened? For me, it happened to me because when I was a little boy, my mother would open the bathroom door when I was pleasuring myself. I grew up in a very Catholic family, and she said,
Why didn't you lock the door?
She knew how to get it open. She would just.
Oh, she would unlock it knowing what you were.
Yeah, it had that
to.
one of those little stupid locks that you just stick any kind of thing in and turn it open. So she would bang on the door and say, "I know what you're doing in there. I know what you're doing."
So you would hide your member underneath your shirt.
Underneath my shirt.
And bend it up.
Just like this, underneath the shirt.
Okay.
And you go back and forth across my torso like this.
So that became your way of pleasuring yourself, even as an adult man.
As an adult man, it became my way.
My God. Wow, that's weird.
And I didn't know it. Who knew that there was a thing called Peyronie's disease?
Did you take over my I can't control the...
No, I haven't touched it. I just...
Hold on a second.
No, it's done this before. I'll...
But I'm trying to navigate it from the bottom here. Let me hold on a second. I think I got it.
And what Peyronie's disease is, it's damaged tissue.
Let Norm come in for this. He's going to want to hear this.
So there's Norm Macdonald. Rest in peace, Norm Macdonald and Chaunce.
The greatest. The greatest.
Yeah. People love this guy. He's like beloved.
Yeah,
in a way
beloved.
that I just didn't realize. I mean, I knew people liked him, but now, almost posthumously. By the way, thank you, Tendrils. Thank you for all the years of entertainment. You are the best fan for life. Thank you, Tendrils, and we love you equally, if not more. Thank you, Tendrils. Chauncey is he's the best. Doesn't get any better. Doesn't get any better.
Thank you, guys.
There's nothing he won't talk about. Nothing.
No.
Could have a problem. You might save someone.
By the way, anyone can get this. Anyone. So you should all listen.
Whoa. Ooh. Oh, there's Norm. I don't smoke, man. What's the matter with you? Smoking a cigarette.
Chauncey, you know that story about Norm Macdonald and Ian Maxstone Graham from The Simpsons, right? At Saturday Night Live.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. They were pitching something, and the show was getting really bad. It was like Hartman left and Carvey left, and the tension is just not. The mood's horrible. You know, every show sucks. They're getting slammed by every publication. You pitches something. Norm starts smoking at this table, and Ian Maxstone Graham is like a staunch, Ivy League non-smoker. And he takes out a water pistol and shoots Norm's cigarette while he's smoking. Norm gets up, grabs him by the collar, and just beats the shit out of him right in the middle of the writer's room. Yeah,
that's not cool. Why would he do that? God.
Wow.
Because you could smoke back then.
That's not funny.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Yeah. It might have been his last cigarette, because if anyone does that to you on the last cigarette, you just crack the shits if you haven't got another one.
This guy, Ian Maxstone Graham, is a big shot on The Simpsons, I guess, later on. If you watch The Simpsons, you're probably going to see his name in credits a few times. Yeah.
What's up, Norm? I stopped you.
Sit down. What's up? We're just hearing about this guy's...
Oh, Sarah says my ex was gay, and it was literal ass. He had gone camping with his buddies, quote unquote, and I washed it on. Oh God, Sarah.
Okay. All right. I would wash. You should have been glad he made you wash it.
Rub lotion into his feet.
Could have been much worse.
Yeah.
I sent a copy of the hotel room. Delopoulos says this. My ex-wife paid for the meet her married lover in Chicago on Thanksgiving to his wife. She took out 4 kids to Florida with her parents. He dumped my ex-wife. Wow. God, everyone's got stories here, huh? This is like
everybody has stories. Yeah.
Hooper says, I'm trying to eat here. God, with guys. That's so I know. I'm trying to eat during this.
Sit down. Don't put Chauncey too close to Norm.
What is going on?
I hate when you say that, Howard. You make me sound like some sort of freak.
Oh, you are. You know
Norm,
Chauncey.
how's it going? We met. Yeah. I interviewed Norm, and I didn't tape the interview. It wasn't on, so I asked him if I could do the whole thing over again. So he said, sure. Wow. So he starts to do the interview again, but he goes, I can't answer the questions because I forgot what I said the first time.
Shut up for a second. I'm talking to Norm.
No, he looks rougher than the last time.
Howard's such a dick. He's so reductive. You tell this great, cute story there. He can't just go, it is a good story. And I'm talking to Norm. He really is that starstruck, Chauncey, like a bigger star walked in. So he's like, oh, you don't count anymore. That's really what's going.
Yeah. That is cool, though, that I was on a show with Norm like that. I forgot
it
about
is cool.
that.
Yeah. His wiener.
Yeah.
Look at how fixated
Hey,
Howard is.
hey, can you do me a favor? Can you go back like a second or two and take a snapshot of the image of me and Norm on the couch together? I'd like to have that.
I'll do it I can't do it here, but I'll give it to you. I'll do it later. If you want.
That'd be
And
awesome.
I'll send you these videos. I'll send you these videos. I promise you I'd give you this.
That'd be a cool photo to have. Yeah, thanks.
He has a choice.
Yeah, I know. I heard.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what happened.
A lot of people didn't hear. Go ahead.
So what happens when you damage it?
Melvin wants to know, Chauncey, do you think, we talk about this all the time, if you know for a fact Howard and Beth were dating before Private Parts came out, Is this why? Because Beth was a Letterman girl. She would just be an extra in sketches,
right?
And so I don't know if you have any intel.
No, he was not, because he dated a lot of girls before Beth. So no, he didn't hook up with her until he was well into his bachelor days.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have 2 erectile sacs on each side of your penis.
Sure.
That's where the blood flows that gives you an erection.
Yeah, of course.
What can happen when you damage it? One of those.
Chauncey's turning into Dr. Drew here. Right? This is great.
You know what makes me happy? I'm making Norm laugh. Like I love that I'm making Norm Macdonald laugh.
Artie's look at Artie.
Yeah.
Cackling over here. I've never seen him like that. Look at that
shit.
Erectile sac.
Tell us something we don't know.
Gets calcium deposits. They solidify, and then you have these lumps.
Yeah, Chauncey's talking about calcium deposits and riboflavin and vitamin E.
It's the medical segment of the Stern Show.
This is great.
Rocks like inside that sac.
Yeah.
So when you get an erection, the penis bends way to the left or way to the right, and it causes extreme pain, and it makes it almost impossible even to get an erection.
Now, I read a thing in a medical book that you don't have to say everything.
Right.
But have you had?
That's a funny fucking line. That's a funny line. What a cool guy, right? With those aviators he's got on.
I love him.
I do watch Basketball Wives Tendrils. I'm behind on it. I have to get back to it. And everybody should, our Patreon, we do a watch along of Vanderpump Rules and Armfeld with David, and I are doing another one tomorrow. And of course, 21 Arm Street is the flagship. And Sarah and I did a 90210 a few days ago. So everybody should tune into that. Chaunce, you're welcome to sit in on any of them, especially Jump Street.
Okay.
Like spontaneous erections and caused yourself pain?
I'm sorry. Speaking of 21 Jump Street, I'm sorry. This is what we're all thinking about right now. And here's
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
God, do I love her. God, do I love her. Ugh.
It just happened, and it was painful, and a blood vessel burst, and I freaked out, and
you went to the doctor.
Ran to the doctor,
and he said
you limped to the doctor.
Right away, you think cancer of the penis when you find lumps in your penis and a big bulge.
All right, so let me understand.
Remember Donnie Brasco, guys, when Lefty said to Donnie, goes, I see my ex-wife in the elevator. She says I got cancer of the prick. And then Donnie goes, what do you mean? What do you mean cancer of the prick? Oh, I'm in the medical books for that, Donnie.
It's true. That's so good. Oh, my God, that's so good.
See, I've seen
I don't know how the fuck you knew that ring was a fugazi.
You know what I love about that movie? And Chaunce, you're a little older than us, but it really feels like it captures that gritty time of the late 70s in New York.
When Times Square was Times Square.
It felt like that. And the movie was shot in 96, but it really felt like 1979 when you watch it.
Cars didn't have seatbelts.
Right.
They all had AM radios. Like it was just a time.
Broadcasting from Times Square and serving the entire planet. This is IATA.com.
That's such a funny drop. That's so funny.
I love it.
So now you're faced with a decision, and Norm, you can help with this.
All right.
Either he goes and gets an operation, they cut off 2 inches of his penis.
Yeah.
Right.
Cuts it in half, basically.
Basically, and it might not even work after that. Or leave it alone, but maybe never be able to use your penis again.
Yeah. Well, that's
it's Chauncey's choice.
It's a tough choice, right?
I tell you, that's a question for bigger minds than ours. That'd be a good one for Dear AB.
What would you do? Seriously. All right.
You know, you can kind of see the Letterman influence on Norm there. Because Norm's obsessed with Letterman. He's one of those guys who worships Letterman. And you can see like the delivery and the cadence.
The dryness, the dryness of the humor. Yeah.
Robin's going to look at your wiener, Chauncey.
You know what? I need to look at what it looked like before, so that.
Well, let me tell you something. Let me just make something clear. It's not that it's going to look that deformed because.
Ben Benjamin's breaking my balls here, Chauncey, because I have a huge crush on Marky Post, who passed away. He wants to know if Kathy Lee was as hot as Marky Post from The Fall Guy and Night Court.
The blonde.
Yeah, remember Marky Post on Night Court and The Fall Guy?
No, she was not as hot as her. No.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, Ben.
If you don't have an erection, it's hard to see the rocks, the bumps in
Just
it.
let Robin examine it.
Yeah.
But you can see something, you say?
If you really want to examine it, yeah. But Robin, do you want to examine it that close?
I don't want to touch you.
Just show it
you really
to
got
her.
to take a look. I'll show Robin.
And if you want, use.
Now, this is a guy in Chauncey who is willing to do anything for this show.
Because it was great radio. I knew at the time, you have to realize, how many? 12 million people were listening, maybe more?
Yep.
So when you have command of that many people, think how many people that is. The biggest radio audience in the history of radio. And every word you say, almost every single car in the country is hearing your word. That is mind-blowing.
Yep.
So you're entertaining on a stage that no one can comprehend that audience that you have at that moment. So you have to bring it to that level. You have to give people in their cars and in their office, wherever they are, something they're like, oh man, listen,
Right.
Are you listening to this? It has to be like that. I felt that way. It had to be like that. It couldn't just be, oh yeah, I hurt my penis once. They're going to turn to, who cares? Get this guy off the radio. But I made it so it was compelling.
Yeah, you get, what they're looking for. You get it, and you're almost giving them too much, because I think they take you for granted that you're almost giving them too much.
Too over the top. Yeah.
Yeah, not
But
over the top. Just like they're spoiled on what you're doing, almost like they take you for granted.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. That's the price you pay, I guess. It's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
Norm's penis as a
Wait a
comparison.
minute. Can I have rubber gloves if I do have?
Yes. And Chauncey won't care if you touch it.
Does this hurt any of my credibility as a journalist?
No, you're not a journalist.
You have no credibility.
I think Edward R. Murrow had a calcified penis.
All right. Here's a picture of what Chauncey's penis used to look like.
All right.
Oh, where is it? It hasn't changed much.
Norm's putting on glasses. He really wants to see.
All right, go over and show Rob.
Guy's
what
got
it
a
looks
set
like
of
now.
on him, though. I tell you that.
All right, go show.
Oh my God! Why are you making me watch this?
That's good enough. We got it, because I want to get to kind of. I want to thank Marta, who's, I don't think she's in here now, who for hipping us to the Leah Remini feud with Chauncey. This is amazing radio. So Leah Remini comes in, and I think a lot of people remember she had a huge fight with Artie, but in the same fight. So I went and I mined Steve Wilkos. Thank you, Autobot. That's the fucking
Yes, Steve Wilkos. Yeah.
And so Leah Remini comes in, supposedly not promoting anything. And watching this, I realized Artie would have been a much better lead for King of Queens than Kevin James would have. I really believe that.
I could see Art because he's more like Ralph Crandom.
Yes, and that show is exactly right. It's a knockoff of The Honeymooners.
Yeah.
And Everybody Loves Raymond.
Yeah.
And
but maybe
CBS,
too much like Ralph Crandom. Maybe it would be too in your face, too obvious.
But that's CBS, right? Shameless. Shameless knockoff shows they just throw together. Could you just see like a meeting with like Moonbeds go, oh, I don't know, fucking let's just take The Honeymooners and do something that's just like Raymond, and we'll just throw it on before Everybody Loves Raymond. It is the most bankrupt CSI fucking Rockville Center or just whatever the fuck they're doing now. All these stupid FBI shows they have now with the boring actors.
Dumont, New Jersey.
Great Gorge, New Jersey. CSI, Great Gorge, New Jersey. So this is Leah Remini coming in to really not promoting anything, and she is a spitfire. She is piss and vinegar, all these things, and she goes at it with. And I just have the moments of her coming in and her going at it with Artie and Chauncey. Here we go.
Ask me that same freaking question again. What brings you back? CBS. We're here for a party for CBS.
Before I forget, Leah Remini, like smart, like snappy and smart and cynical, and you can't really pull anything on her. Isn't it amazing she fell for the Scientology hoax?
Yes.
She could be that cynical, and of all people, right?
Well, you got to give her credit for figuring it out. A lot of them never do.
I do. But how did they get her in the first place?
She tells the story. you got to you look it up. She could tell us how she got involved in it. And
she does a great Scientology stuff now of exposing it fearlessly. I might add. My another huge. Go ahead, Chauncey. I'm sorry.
Risking her life.
Yes. Yeah, literally they're following her around and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I have my second crush in that sort of in the vein of is Catherine Bell, who's a Scientologist. Remember her in Jag? She did Howard Show once.
I interviewed her.
Oh, did you get her? Okay. Did you ask her about Scientology?
I'm sure I did. No, I interviewed who I talked to about Scientology. Juliette Lewis.
Oh yeah, Juliette Lewis of What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
She's one as well, is she? Wow.
Yeah, she's been in a million great movies. Cape Fear, remember her in Cape Fear?
Yes, she was. Her career in the 90s
with De Niro
is about as good as it gets. Yep.
Sucking De Niro's finger.
What's Eating
But
Gilbert
how can
Grape?
anyone be into Scientology? You must have to be the most stupid person that's what's so scary.
Natural Born Killers. She had such a good career in the 90s, ridiculously good career in the 90s.
What kind of syndication party? Like a launch of our being syndicated.
So then she came to talk to Howard about the party?
No, why did I come here? I don't know.
Because Howard loves you and...
Chauncey, is this a real story? Chauncey and Sal got beat up at ESPN. Sal Governale?
Yeah, we both did ESPN together.
Sal, the stockbroker?
Yeah,
Governale?
yeah.
Wow. So what were you guys doing? I don't even know if I know this. I don't think I know this.
They asked us both to come on to talk about Howard Stern. At the time, ESPN was a different kind of show then. So they would do sometimes cultural issues as well as sports.
What was the show you did with the Bob Lee show outside the lines or something?
The morning show. They used to have a breakfast morning show.
Cold pizza. Cold pizza.
Yeah, man. Yeah, cold pizza. We did cold pizza. So if you remember cold pizza, they would have topics like that. And so Sal and I went on and
do you remember who the host was? Do you remember who did the interview?
Some hot girl. I don't remember who, but she was hot. And we just went crazy. Like we were screaming and standing up and pointing fingers. It was nuts. Yeah, it was crazy.
You were just trying to be like provocative, and they had you kicked out.
Yeah, it was so heated. It wasn't. It was like it was more than the show bargained for. You know, we were too loud. We were doing the Stern show on ESPN.
Yep.
And that's not what they were looking. Yeah, they didn't know they were going to get that, you know. And we gave them the Stern show on in a studio that only wanted to talk about Stern. They didn't want to experience Stern.
ESPN pisses me off. You know the writer Malcolm Gladwell.
No, I don't.
No, he's good. He's just kind of a good writer. He had a great point about it. He goes, ESPN thinks they want to be edgy. They want you to think they're edgy, but when you give it to them, they can't handle it, and they fire everybody, right? And they just crack every time. And there's another example of it.
Well, they want their cake in it too. They want the viewership that edgy brings in, but they don't want to lose the advertisers. So it's a fine line you walk when you want the viewers or do you want the advertisers? Well, the advertisers pay the bills.
Yeah, you don't have that footage still, do you?
I might have it. I have a lot of cassette. If I have it, it's on cassette tape, and I have it.
You can convert it for,
I can. I do have the means to convert, so I do have all that stuff. I have like thousands of cassette tapes.
She's feisty.
She has stuff to say.
Yeah, she's eye-tie. I like that.
Is she?
Yeah.
Listen to how obsessed with Judaism Benji is here. He always has to tell you because he wants an advantage from it. Like he wants you to know who's Jewish, so he has some leg up with what Chauncey had just gone through with Scheinlin. Like he wants them to be almost like Zionists, where he's obsessed with identifying Judaism in everybody. Benji's like a super Jew.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
She's from
She's from my part of Brooklyn.
Yeah. I thought she was Puerto Rican.
No, she's Jewish.
What, Benji? She's Jewish? Yeah. Really? Is that true?
Yeah. Where'd she get the name Remini?
She's Italian also.
Oh, but what's her mother?
Jewish.
Then she's Jewish.
Yeah.
Actually, but she's Scientologist, so that cancels everything, right?
No,
I don't know.
Jewish.
I don't know how anyone can buy into that. But I don't know anyone can buy into any religion, but Scientology's a new one. I mean, you know that's fake.
Thank you, John Pelletier. Love the show. Keep up the good work. Chauncey is the greatest. I agree. I think people are realizing that now. I really do.
Catholicism and Judaism around so long, you might think, well, maybe there was something to it.
Maybe something really did happen.
Oh, no, I actually showered.
You look great.
Thank you, sweetie.
You're a nice
1 hour.
looking chick.
1 hour of sleep.
I love your body. I love your face.
Do you really?
Yeah, you look pretty.
Thank you.
What am I going to say?
But you just don't like my voice.
Who said that?
I don't know. You said, didn't you say something last time? You guys, you have such a pretty face, and then you open your mouth, and it's.
Oh, he said that?
Would I say something
isn't
like
that? Isn't that the problem with every woman?
I don't think it was a voice.
Maybe.
I think it was that I think you might talk too much.
Oh, I talk too much.
Oh, that face.
She went to the. Look, Gary's such an idiot. He knows what he's doing, but she went to the upfronts or something the night before. So she's on 1 hour. Chaunce, you probably did this all the time. She's on 1 hour sleep doing the show.
Well, no, she was probably out drinking.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. She was karaokeing, I think, with fucking Mark Anthony, Jennifer Lopez's ex. Remember? I think
her ex-husband was Puerto Rican.
Oh yeah.
So they probably know each other.
I think you might talk too much.
Oh, I talk too much?
Oh, that face.
Gary, shut up. Gary.
Gary clearing it up.
Gary.
What's so funny, Gary? You're so sweet out in the hallway and everything, and then so it's like it's an act. This is an act.
No, I like you.
So
I like you.
Carry on.
Yeah.
Chaunce, is there any bigger backstabber than Gary? Two-faced fucking backstabber
no,
than
nobody
Gary?
worse than Gary. Nobody. Yeah, he's
I
the
think
worst.
he might have been your second biggest feud on that show after Ronnie.
Yeah, because I got him pretty good a few times.
Yep, deservedly so.
Yep.
And I think he was jealous that you had more access to Howard than he did.
Well, you know what I think was? I think I would have been a better producer than Gary because I had a Rolodex and I knew how to get these people on it. I could have had all these stars on the show even during the bad Howard Stern years when he was like trashing them. He knew.
Chaunce, I said
that
to you the first time you did this show. I said that to you. I said you would have been amazing booking guests. Like I think that's exactly right. He's terrified that Howard will just go, you have access to Howard. You can email him, you can call him, and you'd be like, oh shit, what am I doing with Gary? Chauncey can get me fucking Natalie Portman on the show. Why do I need Gary?
With a backstory, so he knows what to ask her. Like I could prepare him. I could have gotten the stars on the show. And
you've got to be you're a pit bull. That's what you got to be to get the people on the show. And Gary's just weak. That's not him. You've got to be like, come on, I want you on the show. You got to be like Trump with the aggression. You're like, yeah, let's get this going. You got to have a G. I've got a question, Chauncey. What's the deal with Leah? These kind of women, these actresses. What's their drug of choice? If they're out partying all night, it's alcohol. She's coming in. She had coke, probably. Most of these women,
coke, because
men.
Coke because they didn't want it. They didn't want the effects of the booze. The weight gain. Coke was always the first choice.
So they always they pull an all-nighter and then come into Howard. That's the way to do it back then because they couldn't go to bed early and then get up. Like it's so early they'd be like,
yeah, but it depends.
What are they in there?
You can't generalize. You can't generalize really because it all depends why they're in New York and who they are.
Yeah.
You really, it's hard to generalize like that. There are some that could fit that mold, but then there are others that don't. You
talk about changing the rules, Chauncey. I've said for years that the Stern show should have been on in the afternoon. I don't understand the morning. I think he should. You're coming to him. The Costner thing. If you build it, they will come. I think the show easily could have gone in the afternoon.
The commuter traffic is what they wanted. They needed.
But the afternoon drive is just as important as the morning drive.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Right?
Yeah. You're talking about early. You're talking about evening drive, like on the way home.
And into the evening, right? And then replay it in the morning. I think it's money though. I think they didn't. I think that he and Buchwald could not get enough money that they wouldn't. There's no reason they couldn't have replayed that twice.
But here's the other thing too. When you have a show like that, first thing in the morning, you keep a lot of those numbers throughout the day. They don't just all disappear. So
that's a good point.
So the noon show and the shows afterwards are still benefiting from the Howard Stern show that morning. They're all benefiting.
That's a really good point. That's actually a great point.
Yeah.
I still want it in the afternoon, but that's a great point.
Play your little games, babe.
Don't you think Artie looks sexy with his Band-Aid? He's doing the Nelly thing. He had his cyst removed from his nose.
Really? Did you?
Yeah, well, it could be.
So this starts off, Artie's going at it with her, and a lot of people know this, but then Chauncey's just as much, and the two of them, this is some crazy exchanges here.
Cancerous, we're finding out.
We're waiting for the biopsy.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll be cancerous and they'll remove half his nose so it'll look like Bruce Jenner.
Could he have a terminal zit?
It's a zit. It was a zit that he squeezed horribly.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
An infection.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Vile.
Well, look, if you notice, pretty people never get zits that don't go away.
Oh, that's not true. Anyway, so you had
I get zits.
It. I did.
Yeah, thank you.
And
I had to remove. I had to dig it out.
Like Artie didn't have enough trouble with his face.
Yeah.
Now he's got a big Band-Aid over his nose.
Well, it draws your attention.
Hibernated. So what do I have to do? I had to eat. He said he was down to his. He had that. You know that chocolate Bosco stuff, the Hershey chocolate, the syrup.
No.
Can I tell you a little Johnny Depp story again?
Of course.
Bosco syrup. Bosco syrup is the origin of the Donnie Brasco name. So Joe Pistone, the real Donnie Brasco, needed a fake Italian name, and he said he looked to the right on his house at home in Clifton, New Jersey, saw Bosco syrup, chocolate syrup. He said, "Hey, that's a good name. I'll call myself Brasco."
Really? Is that true?
Yep.
Wow. Great story.
Thank you.
You know what? You never eat, yeah.
He was so desperate he couldn't get the syrup out of the bottom, so he just pyrotechnics in my room. Like those guys need pyrotechnics.
Oh, they need everything.
You know,
What's their
facelift.
problem?
So
It's an interesting question when you think about it.
all right, this is gonna really upset all of
I
you.
think it's
but
funny that you thought it was a topic. You go, I throw out topics. It's not a topic when you go, what's their problem?
It's a political issue.
No, you were adding on to what Howard was already talking about. Putz.
It's my job.
Wow, putz.
Whoa.
That's a great word.
Them's fighting words.
Yes. Chauncey, how great would I think they missed out? Could they have gotten Leah to sit in for entire shows?
Oh, she would have been great.
Right?
She would have been great in Artie and Jackie's
Jackie chair.
Of course,
Right?
she would have been great.
Do you think they asked her? I
No,
would have
she would have been
totally
a threat
asked
to
her.
Rob. No, Robin would never allow it.
Did they have any
yeah.
females sit in on the Jack? I don't think so.
No. The
Jackie chair.
That would be that would be such a threat to Robin. She would never allow that.
Right. You're right.
That's what I do.
He just piles
No,
on.
it's these little things I hear him say, and I ignore it for a minute, and then I go, he didn't bring up a topic. He goes, it's an interesting topic, like he's bringing up a topic. Howard was talking about something, and he goes, what's that problem?
Jesus.
Yeah, but he only gets paid like
I think she's funnier than Kevin James. What do you think about that?
She's hysterical.
I think she's
Hysterical.
better than he is.
Yeah, she's hysterical. I love her.
And then he justifies it by going, I brought up a topic. He didn't bring up a topic.
He's like, if you want me to bring up a topic, you have to pay me a lot more money.
That'll cost you.
Apparently, Leah, that's a $100 topic.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're supposed to talk
Didn't
about
you
it.
hear his chocolate syrup bit?
That was good.
Or I watched this and I miss Artie so much.
Do you remember her on Cheers?
Yeah, briefly.
She was a kid. She was a kid on Cheers. She played Ray Pullman's daughter.
Sarah's about to say, I bet, that she was in Was she in Saved by the Bell? The Saturday morning
She
sitcom.
might. Maybe as a guest, not a regular. Oh no, I think she's thinking of somebody else who's a lot like her. No, that wasn't her. I know she's thinking of, and that was not her.
Can I tell you my favorite Elizabeth Berkley story real briefly?
Yes.
Tendrils, I'm sorry, Tendrils, but you've turned out to be a Hollywood mover and shaker now and showed them all. My brothers and sisters lived through the high life while me and my sister struggled. When my dad had to switch careers or die, she wanted a divorce. Oh, that's God, Tendrils. I'm sorry, and I'm glad. Go ahead, Bon. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say thanks for bringing the mood down. That's
wow.
Super
I just wanted
story.
to give her support here.
No,
Thank
we
you,
love
Spectre.
it. I love it though.
Stuff.
I can do that bit in a
That was a good bit, but
That was A-list.
I can tell that story in a
bit.
redneck voice.
Yeah, Cindy. Yes, Leah's parent was raised in Scientology. That's a good point.
I knew it was something like that. Yeah.
Right, and then her parents joined the church, so it's hard to buck that, I guess, when you're a kid.
And she talks a lot about that too. Yeah, she gets involved with that.
PCPB23 says yes, she played the boss's daughter. Not Bell. Was it Belzer? No, God, what was the principal's name again?
Oh, that guy. I forget his name. She was his daughter.
I guess is that the boss or some?
That had to be like a very. It could have been a regular spot though. I mean, that had to be a once in a while, maybe.
Yeah, probably like 4 episodes a season.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
I love you.
Me?
Yes.
She's a ball breaker.
Yeah, I like it.
Why am I a ball breaker? I'm
Why are
talking.
you a ball breaker?
All right, listen to me.
I'm talking.
What's your problem?
So.
What's your problem? Busy over here doing nothing.
Got a lot of chemistry, me and that Remini.
You think?
Yeah.
So let me just say this story because no one will believe it.
You see, guys, that's the show. Artie should have been on the show instead of Kevin James. That's the show. That's a funnier show than the actual King of Queens.
But Artie can't act, so that would have been hard.
Neither can Kevin James.
No, he can't.
Artie wouldn't be able to do a show like that because Artie would have been dead halfway through the season.
Yeah, you're right. He never would have made it.
He could never work under that kind of pressure. Never, never.
Tell him about my dream, John. I had a dream the other night that Artie came on this show, and it was a hit. And I woke up and I was really depressed because
you did not tell me
you
about
can't
that.
get Artie to be on anything anymore, any shows. So it was
I bet
sad.
Chauncey can. I bet if Chauncey wanted to, he could.
Yo, well, you should reach out to. You should interview Artie, Chauncey.
Artie, I don't know if Artie likes me.
Oh, why?
That's a good. I don't know. Maybe
I'll tell you. Well, there's a backstory. When Artie tried to commit suicide, I used to have a column in Stepping Out called "Asshole of the Week."
Yeah, I remember. Opie made it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a classic. Opie talks about it on YouTube, and it has like 500,000 views. So anyway, I made Artie.
You called him the asshole of the week, did you?
Yeah, I did. And the reason was because I said, what kind of asshole right before Christmas knows his mother's coming to the house to find his dead corpse? Yeah. I said, how selfish. It's one thing to kill yourself. And I feel bad for the pain that you're in that puts you in that state of mind. And a lot of us have been there. But you knew your mom was coming to bring your pasta dinner right before Christmas, and that was the gift you were going to give her. What the fuck is wrong with you to destroy that lady for the rest of her life like that? I said, do it after Christmas, or don't do it so your mother has to find your bloated body with the blood dripping all over the floor. It just pissed me off that he would do that. It was just so selfish that it made me have to make him the asshole of the week that week.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. Everything you said is spot on. I bet you he knows it. That's just tough love. I mean, you want to be, nobody's more sensitive to mental health than I am. I think I'm worse than Artie. But for Christ's sake, you're not wrong. That's the repercussions you leave behind, especially if you imagine he had kids.
And you love you and your sister. You love your mom. You talk about how much you love your mom so much. She's everything to you. Well, Mom, this is my gift.
Right.
Or I'm going to give this as a Christmas present to you. So I'm sure, of course, he read that. I'm sure. And to this day, I don't know if he would give me the time of day or not. But I don't regret writing it. I don't regret it because everybody was like, poor Artie. I'm like, poor Artie.
Right.
Poor Artie. He's getting all this love and sympathy, and look what he almost did to his mother.
Yeah. You're not wrong, and he's Mr. New Jersey, and I'm sure, he got somebody showed it to him, one of his friends, and
of course.
Stacy Carlsey is the boss. I still don't know who the boss is, PC, but I'll take your word for it. Jared Leto. Okay, here we go.
I know you guys are gonna want to goof on me, but I don't care.
What?
So.
Shut up!
What's her problem?
That's an interesting topic. Uncontroversial.
So go on. She thinks you're a mom.
Yes, dear.
You're not promoting anything. I congratulate you for coming in here. Number one.
That's nice. Thank you.
It's rare.
Thank you.
You rarely see that.
Never.
I don't think I promoted anything last time.
And
did I?
Our whole Scientology rap is Here's my point.
All right.
Forget the rap.
And now, is this a different point from what you brought up last time?
No.
Jose Villataro says that Leah actually replaced Tiffany Amber Thiessen on the last seasons of Saved by the Bell. I didn't know that.
Okay. All right. That's what I was thinking of. Tiffany Thiessen, yeah.
Who went on to be on, also replace Shannon Doherty on 90210.
That's right.
Sure.
Okay. No, it's just
Valerie Malone.
I'm not a believer in any religion. Right. I think it's all, I don't think like Catholicism, rest of them are crap. I think they're all bull.
Right.
I think it's a book that some dude wrote.
Like Ernie Sabello.
But we know with Scientology, the guy said.
We know the guy.
We know the guy. Like, it's not sad.
He's big.
I think he would be.
Yeah, he's a huge.
Jenna Elfman's got to be on her way out, though, right? She's not going to get an invitation.
So they're making a lot of Scientology jokes here. Jenna Elfman, and it's starting to get to her.
No, she would be allowed to be in the Celebrity Center. But
she's got a movie coming out.
I'm saying, would a cast member of Survivor
You hate him.
Well,
Can't wait to see Jen Elfman.
I don't hate him, but I love what?
I can't wait to see Jen Elfman's movie. She's in it with a cartoon. It's a cartoon movie. Oh, okay. So she's in this one.
Oh, are you in a movie?
She's in with Bugs Bunny. What? Yeah, I've been.
All right.
I've been in a few movies.
He's in old school. Yeah.
You didn't see Dirty
Yeah.
Work? You didn't see Dirty Work?
The crazy thing is they're both in old school for like 10 seconds. And
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
she doesn't know that. It's such a weird exchange here.
He's in old school. He is.
He is. He's not in old school.
He is.
Yeah, yeah.
Where? What scene were you in?
I'm in a few scenes.
Really? Because I was in old school, so I was wondering where you were.
I saw her in the commercial. She's in old school, too.
Oh, what happened?
You
What's
two
the matter?
work together.
What happened?
I didn't see the whole
What's up,
thing.
bro? Oh, all right. Now all of a sudden he's cute and he's like, swag.
Chaunce, you ever hear the story I already told about John Travolta and Jerry Maguire?
No.
You know, Kelly Preston, rest in peace,
Mm-hmm.
rest in peace of ass, was in Jerry Maguire.
Right.
And Artie got a scene in that, but he got his shit got cut from Jerry Maguire with Cameron Crowe. And I guess Crowe, so during some break, he said he was having a catch with a kid who was kind of acting weird. And it ended up being Travolta's son, Jet. And
the one who died?
he's autistic, yeah.
Yeah.
And so Artie's like saying, well, what's wrong with this kid? I'm having a catch with him. And so they came over to him and they were like, you do not speak to Jet. You do not look into his eyes. This whole Scientology thing came at him from Jet Travolta, already having just a little catch with him on the set of Jerry Maguire.
You know, I knew John Travolta when he was a little boy. His father owned Travolta Tires in Hillsdale, New Jersey. Where
Oh my God!
I grew up, and he and his brother Joey in the summertime would work at the tire shop. The tire shop was the size of a garage. It was like you could fit one car in it at a time. That was it. It was a little tire shop on Broadway in Hillsdale, and I used to walk by there all the time and see Travolta as a kid.
I worked at a pizza place with Frank Stallone and Don Swayze.
Really?
Yeah.
Were they there when you worked?
Yeah,
there?
they were. No, I was just doing the brother thing. I was just doing the doppelganger brother. Didn't Joey Travolta have a couple roles like they threw some shit at him around?
Yes.
I don't know, John.
He was on a sitcom called I think Brothers or something or.
Oh.
All the brothers of famous people.
Yes. Don Swayze. Yes. Frank Stallone. Yes.
I liked playing that out of a hat.
Norm Macdonald had that running thing where he would go, you guessed it, Frank Stallone, and they would just show a picture for every week on Weekend Up. They would show, you guessed it, Frank Stallone.
I interviewed Frank Stallone, and then he wouldn't leave me alone for like 5 years. I interviewed him, and then every day he'd send me copies of his music, and he'd try to get into parties or ask me for this or that. For 5 years, I was stalked by Frank Stallone.
You remember he did what was the sequel to Staying Alive soundtrack? And he did that song Far From Over on the Staying Alive soundtrack.
Yeah.
Hey, like his brother's son all of a sudden.
Yeah. All right.
Right? Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I knew you. I didn't know you were in
What happened? Why are you stuttering, babe? What's happening?
I didn't know you were in old school.
All right. Good.
Oh, thank you, PC. Yeah, so Artie said he got bitched out by Tom Cruise for fucking up a scene as well. And they dropped, he said Cameron Crowe was really nice to him. And they just dropped the scenes because Cruise didn't like it. And they dropped them. I believe that. I totally believe that.
That's why you said what you said, right?
I don't know what she's talking about.
You just said that you were in a movie, and I go, what movie? You go, old school. I go, really? What scene? And you went on, I said 3-4 scenes, and you were getting mouthy. Then I go, I was in old school. You were like,
I don't remember that as being the case, but all right.
Oh, dear. Oh, you didn't say exactly that, but you started smiling like in a sweet way, which means like, oh crap, friends. I got caught.
She looks good for 1 hour sleep, right?
She looks amazing.
Yeah. 1 hour sleep.
Right.
Well, okay, I got caught for being in the movie.
I don't think
you're not in the movie.
She doesn't believe that you're in the movie.
Oh, she doesn't believe I'm in it.
Right.
Oh, okay.
No, he is in it. He is in it.
I mean, there's proof of that.
Well, as an extra? What?
He's got 3 scenes.
When? Where?
Tell her who you are in the movie.
I'm a guy in the movie.
You don't even have a. You don't have a name. You guy number
My
one.
name in the movie is Booker.
Tell the scene.
Yeah, tell me the scene.
I'm in a few scenes. I'm in the first scene of the movie.
First scene of the movie is what?
Me and the star of the movie.
Vince Vaughn?
You know what?
Or Will Ferrell?
You know what? I can't remember the star.
You know what's funny about this?
I think is it Luke Wilson? He's in that scene with.
He is in the movie. He is in the movie, and he can't even.
Yeah, he can't remember anything.
He can't remember the name of the guy.
She's like, the lead at the first.
Luke Wilson. Luke
Wilson.
Okay.
That
guy.
Yeah.
Artie was eating during the movie.
I forgot his name, but he's me and him are in the first scene.
Yeah.
And then I play a guy who works with him, trying to get into the fraternity. He starts a fraternity.
All right.
And then I'm in the last scene of the movie.
All right. Well, I'm gonna watch.
Autobot says Kenneth Keith Kallenbach was in Jerry Maguire as well. You know about that story with him going to jail, Chauncey, and dying
for was it pedophilia or something?
Yeah.
And then he died. He died in a Philadelphia prison. I was with him the first time he did Stern. I was on the same show with him.
Wow.
This was the Channel 9 show. Back in same place where Joe Franklin actually had a show. The same studio. So I was on the show for The Man with the World's Longest Tongue, and Keith was on for blowing smoke out of his eyes, and we both did the show together. That's how they discovered him. I didn't get,
Go ahead, Chaunce.
Well, I didn't get discovered from that show. Like they didn't know who I was from that particular show.
I remember the still shot of that of your tongue. I remember that.
Yeah. But Kenneth he became a legend from that show.
Oh, totally. And you gave Cunnilingus to Kenneth Keith right after that.
All over it.
Artie used to be on, what's the name of that show?
Mad TV. And Norm Macdonald. And the Norm Show.
Yeah, but that show bombed.
No, wacko. That was his line piece,
That's
right?
perfect. Yeah, I'm no wacko.
Artie found that. Right. They on the answer machine, he found out from Cameron Crowe that his scenes got.
It's a hell of a resume. Howard, you know what's funny? She still doesn't believe Artie's in the movie.
John, how embarrassing would that be for Artie at this point for anyone to bring up Mad TV on the air? You'd just be like, all right, let's move on.
Yeah.
It'd be just you're in such a higher level now. It'd be like being on. If you had been on Saved by the Bell, and then you're in movies, and they ask you about Saved by the Bell, you'd just be like,
bringing up growing pains.
Talk about this. It's like asking Michael J. Fox about Teen Wolf. He'd just be like, no.
No, you're right. I think Artie's greatest movie appearance was Elf as Santa Claus. The fight scene is iconic.
It is. It's probably the best scene in the movie, and it's really crossed over the space-time continuum. And kids now are watching that movie, and
for generations to come.
Yep.
The scene when Will Ferrell says, "You sleep on a bed of," they say, "You sleep on a bed of lies."
You smell like beef, cheese, and onions.
Yeah,
I've avoided watching that. Is that worth moving?
Yeah.
Oh my God,
it's worth watching.
It's a great movie. I interviewed everyone in the cast. I interviewed Lou Asner from that film.
Ed Asner.
I'm sorry, Lou. Right. I think of Lou from Mary Tyler Moore.
Yeah, of course.
Ed Asner, and we had the after party for the film at the top of the Empire State Building, and he and I got so drunk on tequila. just the two of us, me and him, got drunk on tequila at the bar. And then we both staggered to our cars in the parking lot across the street.
And you drove drunk back to New Jersey.
We both drove drunk. Where he went.
We don't condone that on this show.
No.
It
was terrible.
What's your best party story, Chauncey? The best drunk with a famous person. Best story you have ever.
You caught me off guard with that one. I'd have to think. There are so many.
Okay, have a think about it. We'll go back to John. Have a think about it. We'll go back to this.
Okay. Now I'm looking at him as he's talking.
After that explanation, I don't believe Artie's in the movie.
No. I think he is.
No, he is.
I'm actually in the film.
So you went out to LA to do this?
Yeah.
All right.
They flew you out. They flew you out?
Yeah, I got fun.
They covered his mandate.
I made 20 G's.
20 G's. So he made 20 grand to do Old School. He's literally in the movie for 5 seconds. I don't know if that number is exaggerated or not. I mean, I believe it. Ben Ettinger. Wow, Mad TV is pretty good. Definitely no. There were years where Mad TV was better than Saturday Night Live, without a doubt. It was pre-taped, and I think the best example of that is bringing up Growing Pains to Leonardo DiCaprio. He was in the last season of Growing Pains. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Mad
What?
TV
No, you
was
didn't.
Mad TV was kind of in the same vein as Living Color, wasn't it?
Yeah, it had the same vibe. It
Yes.
really felt Fox. You know what I mean? It was shot
Low
in a
budget,
Fox way. Yeah,
low budget,
very
but could be funny at times. There were funny
high
scenes.
energy. Yeah, definitely.
But if you compare it to Saturday Night Live, where it was so high budget, you could see that this was a few steps down the ladder.
Quincy Jones, executive producer of Mad TV.
Oh, it's
Isn't that crazy?
Weird.
He's dead.
It's weird. Chaunce, that's a great question. I would love to know the budget comparison from SNL versus Mad TV at that time. That's a great question.
Wait. I remember Artie saying he got 30,000 a week from Mad
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's crazy money. That's crazy.
That's crazy money. But he probably had to get cut in half with taxes. Then you got to pay the union. Then you got to pay your agent. Then you got to pay a publicist. And you pay. By the time you're done, you probably walk away with about $8,000.
Yep.
Maybe
Yeah.
7.
Yeah. What'd you
20
get?
grand
For 6 days? 20
Damn.
grand?
I
What'd you
ripped
get?
Off. I don't feel. I'm feeling like I didn't get that.
You got more than that.
You got more.
I hope I did.
Well, because I remember Leah
What do you do in the movie?
I play Vince
what do you
Vaughn's wife. Shut up, Putz. I'm trying to speak.
Let's hear what you do.
All right, like he thinks he caught me. You know what I mean? Like
You're not in it.
You know what? Movie.
Relax, guy.
You're
I'm
not
gonna answer the
those.
question. Relax, guy. Okay.
It's kind of odd she doesn't know who Artie is at this point. I mean, this is 2003-ish.
She's an A-list star. She lives in a bubble. She doesn't know anybody is.
Yeah, I know, but he'd been on the Stern Show at this point for a couple of years. Yeah, you're right.
She invited me to her house and forgot.
Oh, we're gonna get to that.
I play Vince Vaughn's wife in the movie.
You do.
Yeah.
Now she can remember who she worked with and everything.
Oh, happy birthday to Vince Vaughn's hair. It just turned 18 a couple days ago.
I forgot he's a great actor. I forgot his name for 2 seconds.
Yeah, but
Big
Vince
deal.
Vince is very funny in this movie.
Vince Vaughn's a funny guy.
Yeah.
What is it,
He
Jeff?
improvs a lot of his
Yeah, what's up, Howard?
Hey.
I saw
Oh,
this movie
speaking of Vince Vaughn, Jon Favreau is the director of Elf, I should say.
And he plays a cameo in it.
He's actually really good. He started the Marvel Cinematic Universe with Iron Man 1, and he's had a pretty damn good career, I should say.
Yeah.
I do say.
Yep.
He's got to be massively wealthy too. Those, if you're getting like residuals off all that shit,
Man, he sucks. He sucks. He was the worst. He did like 2
what did he
little things,
do?
man. It was ridiculous.
But
What did he do?
But
that
he can
was
attest on
doctor,
that.
right?
Well, whatever. You know, hey,
You're
who
not
cares?
a credit.
Chauncey, go ahead. You're on. Leah Remini's here.
There we go.
She's the
Beautiful woman.
beautiful woman. Yes.
I interviewed Leah about, I guess, 5 years ago. And she's one of the few people who actually sent me a thank you letter afterwards.
There's another guy who sent a thank you who did the same thing, Chauncey. We'll get to that after.
You're on. Leah Remini's here. She's the
beautiful woman.
beautiful woman. Yes.
I interviewed Leah about, I guess, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
She's so truculent and confrontational right here. Chauncey, there's no better compliment you can give her than this. And she's really almost not having it. She's in such a fighting mood that she can't even accept this really good compliment by you.
No, her fists are clenched now. Like she's ready to go. She's ready to dance.
One of the few people who actually sent me a thank you letter afterwards. But here's what's weird. It was a phone interview. And I don't know if she remembers this or not. But after we did the interview, she asked me if I was coming to L.A. And I said, well, I might be flying out that next weekend. She goes, well, you can stay with me.
Who's this?
Chauncey.
I invited you to stay at my house.
And I thought it was it was a great gesture. I just thought it was kind of odd.
So why didn't you go? I would go.
It was too weird.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, Chauncey, really?
Dude, I'm famous and no one invites me to their house.
Do you remember that?
That I invited you to my house?
I have it on tape. I actually have it on tape.
What are you?
Let's hear the tape.
Here's my phone number.
I have to ask you, Chauncey.
You go, call me when you get to L.A. and you can stay with me.
I don't know. I don't remember.
No, go ahead, Bon. Go ahead.
We're both. Chauncey, she invites you to her house. Why?
How'd this go
You're saying
down?
it's weird?
Well, no, this is the thing. So we do a phone interview, and then after the interview, she liked it so much, we just started chatting about everything. We stayed on the phone for another hour after the interview, and she goes, oh, Chaunce, you sound like a really nice guy. She goes, hey, do you ever come out to L.A.? I said, no, I've never been. She goes, listen. she goes, you come out to L.A., we got a guest house on our property. You could stay there, and we'll take you out one night to dinner or something. She goes, it would be fun. We'll meet up, stay at our guest house, and we'll get a chance to meet, and we'll have a good time. And it just seemed overwhelming to me, and the fact, and also at the time, I had terrible anxiety and panic disorder. I've talked about this on the show last week.
Chauncey, can I just say it's a catch-22 because if you say yes, that's not. If you say no, that's so what do you do?
And what if she doesn't mean it? What if she doesn't mean
it?
Like, look what I'm running into now with her. So I couldn't get on a plane without getting totally hammered. And even then, I don't know if I could be going to L.A. in a jet seemed not doable for me going through what I was going through at the time with anxiety.
Just too much going on to
too much,
everything.
Too scary, too intimidating. Right. So while it was nice of her to say, I'd rather just keep that nice memory and leave it at that. Just leave it at that.
How do you feel now about things like that? Do you regret?
I wish I would have gone. I do.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah,
is that difficult? Well, you've probably got a library of regrets from that era.
I have a library. Like I have a library of regrets, but I did do a lot of things that I did take up. So you can't do it all. You can't. Do it all. So that was one time that I didn't do it, but look at me on Stern now, having a great Stern moment. So it all manifests itself in different ways.
Exactly. So she's denying this right now, Johnny.
Totally zoning out on it. Totally not knowing who I am.
Do you believe that, like you said, she's in such a bubble she actually doesn't remember?
Yeah, I think she has no idea. I think she does a billion interviews. I think, Stepping Out's not Rolling Stone. She probably has no memory of doing that interview with me or saying that. I guarantee it.
She's not a liar either, so I don't think she would. She's not lying. She
doesn't remember. She simply doesn't remember.
Straight up doesn't remember.
And now she's on the fence because she doesn't remember me. And now I'm a guy on the phone saying, you invited me to your house. So
you think she was, from your memory, do you think she was wasted during the interview?
No.
Not this one.
Oh, my interview.
Yeah,
no,
your interview.
She was so nice. No, she was just nice. It was just a great interview. And we're having a fun conversation about life.
I love it.
You didn't realize it's a free newspaper in New Jersey.
You know what it was? It was she gave the number to the Scientology Center.
Well, I wonder now if it was like a thing to get hooked up with Scientology.
Hey, weren't you in old school?
That's what I have to do to get people into Scientology. I have to invite them to my.
Why would she care?
You know
that's
what?
That's not ridiculous. That is what goes on.
I don't remember saying that, but I agree with me. I agree with my comment. It probably did have something to do with that she was going to get me indoctrinated into Scientology.
They use grassroots campaigns.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Right.
You know what?
Yep.
Absolutely, that's what it was. 1,000%. I forgot
disturbing.
about this.
Yeah.
Yes.
We could almost do a Stern Show theme of Scientology together, and like bring in the Catherine Bell interview and stuff, and that
Julia
actually would be
Lewis
good.
And
Julia Lewis, right?
To my home and get them.
That's weird that you'd invite him because he's disturbed.
I don't even know who this is.
It's Chauncey.
Who's Chauncey?
He runs
a free newspaper in Jersey called Stepping Out.
Now that I don't believe the name, when you know Chauncey, that name sticks with you forever. Like
she wrote me a letter. She wrote me a long letter. Like
don't forget
signed
that
it
name.
on her own stationery. She wrote me a letter. I wish I still had it. I wish. Drives me crazy.
That's the thing. You're throwing this stuff out. That's
no.
Weird.
It was. I didn't
accidentally.
I didn't throw any of it out. It was destroyed when I left Stepping Out because I left. I walked out of the building and threw my keys on the table. And what I didn't have in my house was. It was in that office. It was gone. It was gone.
PCB, he has the tape. So Chauncey, don't destroy the. Don't jump ahead of us, Pete. Chauncey has his receipts. Wait for it.
Yeah.
You were on the cover?
Yeah. So your publicist probably said, I'm going to put you on the cover of a magazine, but everyone can get on the cover of the magazine.
Right.
That's what publicists do to make it seem like they're doing something.
They're justifying their paycheck.
That's right.
Yeah, and then I invited him over to sleep at my house.
Now I'm kind of bummed you don't remember.
Well, what can I tell you, babe? Maybe it didn't mean that much.
You probably sounded so hot on the phone she wanted you.
Yeah, it was a weird thing. Whatever.
Okay, but I was so nice that you're calling to say that I was weird and invited you.
I'm saying it was a great thing.
No, then you turned around and you go, I thought it was weird. That's why I didn't go.
I thought it was a little odd, but in a good way, not in a bad.
She's so loopy. She's so on the 1 hour sleep. You do not deserve her to say "kiss my ass." That's a great celebrity compliment you just laid on her that you
Perfect
don't ever
pause
hear.
moment there. Look at her.
Yeah.
Oh.
Look at that.
But it was great radio. Now you're listening to this in your car. You're enjoying this.
Incredible.
It's the star from King of Queens now being confronted by Chaunce Hayden of the Stern Show.
It's a big show at the time. It was a really good show.
This is good. This is good because it's good natured as well. Nobody's getting like really offended. It's not really personal.
It's funny.
It's the way
funny.
This is it's fun.
It's funny. Yeah.
And this is the best part about Howard at this time is he's not moving on. He's letting this.
Oh yeah,
marinate.
no, the circus has to go on.
Yep.
Way.
Okay, whatever.
I thought you're in fact, to this day, I say you're an amazing person.
Okay, but it was a little weird. So that, like, you turned me down from staying at my house. Like, that's the kind of idea you're trying to.
I
I don't believe it for a second. If this woman
don't
had
turn it
invited
into a negative
Chauncey,
thing because it was a wonderful thing that you did.
Stop it,
Why
Chauncey.
would I invite you there?
I don't know.
I just invited you. I just invite men to my house because I'm that hard up and that horny.
You're like a horny
I
slut.
can't get laid. I just can't get laid.
You're such a slut.
Right?
Yeah.
I can't get laid. Women have that problem.
I hate men.
Oh my God, this is
incredible. This is incredible.
Funny. This is funny. Oh,
I want to thank Marta again for bringing my attention to this because we called a Philip Rivers audible here. I should say Justin Herbert, and I did not intend to. And this is I just crowbarred this in for this time.
Walking around going, I can't get laid.
Do you realize what Chauncey's story is?
And it was a very positive thing.
His story is that like he could have gone to your house and banged you, but he turned you down.
That's what I'm saying. That's the idea.
And that's why I don't believe it.
Right. That's why you.
That's not what you're saying at all. I don't get that at all from you. No, I don't get that at all.
She had a husband. I was staying in a guest house on her property that she was being nice enough to let me stay in. If I happened to be in LA and needed a place to crash, she offered me the guest house.
I can see that happening. I could see someone saying, I do. I can see that happening.
It's an attempt at indoctrination into Scientology.
Absolutely.
I guess
Absolutely.
It's
no doubt.
It's a realization we've all come to in this episode that that's probably what she does all the time.
How would Chauncey have stayed there? How would Chauncey stay there that long and that not come up in some capacity? It would have to.
Yeah.
The first night it would begin.
Yep.
I actually have it on tape.
That's why you can kiss my ass now.
He would have flown there that day.
Plan or no plan, he would have been in LA.
So why didn't you go sleep at her house, douchebag?
I didn't go to LA. I didn't go.
He said it was weird.
What's weird about it?
Yeah.
No, because we never met.
Chauncey,
she didn't know me.
Chauncey, how many
Dude, you saw her on TV, though. She's good looking. Why didn't you go bang her?
And you know what, though?
Gary, shut your fucking mouth. You were the biggest star fucker on the face of the earth. Do you know how fast Gary would have jumped on this and bragged about it? Nobody chases.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, as Monique said once, Gary would go to the opening of a paper bag if it meant any kind of fame. Shut your mouth, Gary. You would have been all over this.
I'm watching this, looking at Gary. And in that profile, he does look like the Neanderthal. Am I wrong? Does he look like a Neanderthal?
He's like John Oates.
Female Jewish comedians, put it that way.
He doesn't look like he developed all the way. Like something stopped.
He's like John Oates after a Chinese buffet.
Holy cow.
Howard, I could have said, you know what? He could have said, hey, when I come to LA, I go, sure, give us a call when you get, you know what I mean? Like, I can see that happening. I can see that happening.
No, please, don't get this wrong, but I have it on tape. It's very specific.
Produce the tape.
You say,
where's the tape?
Let me hear what I say.
Let's hear the tape.
I wish I had it queued up. I'll play it tomorrow.
No, just tell me the words.
Tomorrow, you can call in.
No, just tell me the words that I say.
The words you say are, Chauncey, do you ever come to LA? And I say, well, it's funny you say that because I might be flying out next weekend. You said, well, call me when you get in, and if you have nowhere to stay, you can stay with me.
Wow, I must have been high.
I got to tell you something. I feel really bad for you because you would have met a man whose hair transplants were done by a garbage man, whose tattoo on his back is a saying, a Nietzsche saying or something.
Yeah. Voltaire in giant old English letters.
What fails to kill me only serves to make me stronger.
But he couldn't fit it all on his back.
I like that. I think that's a good seize the day. If you're gonna have a tattoo, have it mean something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You anything that doesn't kill you, and Chauncey actually lives by this. Doesn't you thought it was corny at the time, but that if you would seize the day if you had a tattoo like that, the carpe diem kind of thing. That's not bad. You used to get shit for that. I think that's not bad.
I get a lot of compliments.
You should.
Yep.
Even and you kept to the stepping out tradition. You have spelling errors on your tattoo and no paragraph.
You know who likes it? Black guys like it.
Black guys love that tattoo. Like LeBron James.
I get a
has
lot of black
chosen
guys.
tattoo on his back. Yes.
Yeah. The black guys love it.
We had to abbreviate it.
And there are a ton of black guys in Ireland, as you know. A ton.
Because they really.
Oh, that's classic
We're shocked, John. You use the N-word a lot.
Falcon, the winged black superhero.
Hello, Maz. Thanks for the black guy. Hook me up with some coke, will you?
It's so funny. John goes crazy when these drops start. John just starts hitting them. Go on, John. Do another one. Do the one about Sarah.
The Falcon, that great black superhero.
Where's the Sarah one? The Cheney. Where did you put
Oh,
that?
Liz
You haven't
Cheney?
done you haven't done
Liz
that for a long time. I was wondering if she took it. If she.
Here she is. Here she is.
I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
God, Sarah, that is.
That's Sarah. She
Spine
hates
tingling.
that.
Yeah.
She'll be sitting there right now, just going.
In other
Didn't
words,
space it out. Yeah, see, and I'm just sorry that I didn't get the chance to meet him.
Yeah, I feel bad for you.
No, you stopped because he was in pain. Chauncey, who else has ever invited you to stay at their house that's cute? I couldn't believe you wouldn't jump on a plane immediately if that's what really happened.
I'm afraid to fly.
Yeah, sure.
But I mean, you know it's not right because I can play the tape and I'll play it
Dude,
tomorrow.
I would walk there if she told me to come sleep over.
But I don't mean this. But she's taking it the wrong way. I think that was a.
Howard, you don't even walk to the studio on a velvet pillow. I don't think you walked anywhere.
Incredible thing that you did.
But you turned her down.
I didn't turn it down. I
You
said
didn't
go to
go?
LA. I probably would have called had I gone.
Was that before or after you turned down Pam Anderson's invitation to sleep over? All right, enough of him.
Okay.
Of course, he uses a Pam Anderson reference, right? Like a closeted homosexual's impression of what a heterosexual would say. Of course, he says Pam Anderson.
What else we got?
So why are you getting married?
Why not?
Who's the guy?
His name is Angelo.
So this guy, Angelo Chauncey, that's who she's a homewrecker, right? So she stole this guy from his wife. She
Who's
broke
she
up
just?
their marriage.
She's just divorced, by the way.
She just divorced.
Yeah.
And this doesn't come up here, but it comes up in the next one. We'll save that for next time.
Who's the guy?
His name is Angelo.
How long have
What's
you
he
known
do?
this guy?
7 years. Struggling actor.
Struggling actor.
Yeah.
Prenup involved?
Yeah.
You got to protect your assets.
Ask her. Ask Howard about his prenup. Leah, you're feisty. You don't give a shit. Ask Howard about his prenup.
Dare. She wouldn't dare.
Yep. Ask about his Allison divorce and the terms. Please. Ask him. Get him to talk about it.
Him too. He has some assets.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
What's his assets? From what?
He's got a condo. He's got some stuff.
Where'd he get that if he's a struggling actor? What,
No,
by
he's
the way?
worked. He's worked his whole life.
Oh, he has.
I mean, he has a regular job.
Listen to Howard making probably at this time. He's not serious yet. He's making $40-something million a year. He's worried about her fucking ex's condo. Please. Right? He's always acting like everybody's got it's just I can't listen to that.
Oh, yeah. Just sit around reading scripts going,
Younger guy?
No, he's older. Yeah.
Well, how old is he?
Well, he won't. I don't know. He
He
know
hasn't
what?
made it yet?
He's like 80.
No,
He's here.
Wow, guys.
If you're going to marry an 80-year-old, wouldn't you marry like a really successful 80-year-old?
Right. I mean,
Not a struggling 80-year-old.
guy with a condo.
He's a sweetheart. No, because it's not about money. What the hell? I mean, I'm sure your girlfriend's not with you because you're slender physique over there. So. Relax, buddy.
Anytime you use physique in a punchline, it always hits. It's always great. I am a sucker for the word physique.
Physique.
You and I, slender physique over
my
there.
girlfriend happens to love me for me.
Exactly. So I love
Of
Angelo
course
for
she does.
Angelo, not for his money, but he is beautiful, but he's a good person.
When's the wedding?
Probably in the summer.
This summer.
Yeah.
Wow. What are you gonna wear? Like a white dress?
I don't know. I want to look pretty. That's all I care about. I don't want.
So as this happens, Chauncey's scurrying around the Stepping Out archives right now, looking for the interview. He knows he may not get
in my
another
box.
chance. Yep.
I have a
call back.
I have a box with 3,000 tapes in it, and a magic marker on the cassette tape with like initials of who I didn't always write clear, so I had to or it faded over time. So
I have the worst handwriting. Oh, yeah, I have the worst.
So I'm going over all these faded, dusty tapes looking for her so I could play it on the air while she's still there.
Do we still have these tapes? You couldn't take them, could you?
No, when I left Stepping Out, the owner who was there, my partner, he was so angry. It was such an ugly ending that he said they belonged to Stepping Out, not to me personally, and it's my right to destroy them. And he tells me that he lit them on fire.
Oh no, God!
Yeah.
I bet you he regrets it too. I mean, wouldn't you want like cut?
Some people say that he never did, and that he
never did it. Right.
But a friend of mine works for People Magazine and called him and said, "Look, this has nothing to do with Chauncey. People Magazine wants to buy them from you if you have them." And he said, "I don't have them." And he said, "I don't have them anymore." So I think if he would have had them still, he would have said, "Oh yeah, I got them." So,
were you ever tempted to make multiple copies at the time?
No, never even thought about it. I never thought about it. I would do an interview, pull it out of the cassette tape, the recorder, and just throw it in the box after it was transcribed. The only good thing is that everything's transcribed, and I have every transcription up in not even the beginning, but most of them I have. So that's why I could write these books. Thank God. If I didn't have that, it would have really been bad. But at least I have the words written, so I have that.
Right on the beach in a space alien costume, like Tommy Lee and Pam.
Have Robbie the robot.
Not gonna be married by a Martian.
No.
Is he Scientologist?
Who?
Angelo.
Oh yeah.
You'd have to be.
No, but he doesn't have.
Who was first?
Me.
You brought him in?
No, I didn't bring him in. No, when I met Angelo, there were certain things about Angela he wanted to get better in his life. Screw you guys.
Angelo,
F it, man.
F it, forget it.
It's a good move by Angelo, though.
What?
He marries you.
What are you insinuating?
Becomes a Scientologist.
Yeah.
Before you know it, he's in a Jenna Elfman movie.
Right.
Right, PC-23 Black Irish mix like Xavier McDaniel, Shaquille O'Neal. There's a couple for you right there.
Yeah. Is that all you got to do to be in a movie?
Is that his plan?
That's his master plan.
He's got a master plan.
It could go horribly wrong.
It hasn't worked so far.
Mike Walker from the National Enquirer, he comes on our show. He claims that you and P. Diddy messed around.
Oh, he's an idiot.
It's not true.
No. I thought he had. You know what? Last time I was here, I challenged him to dig deeper and find some stuff.
Chauncey, I had this clip of Howard. I have it saved somewhere where he says that he has 90% of the gossip people in his hip pocket so they don't report on him. His plan is to befriend the gossip people, you being amongst them, so they don't report on him, which is an admission that you have shit to hide.
Oh, that's absolutely true.
Yep. And that's so he can, when someone turns on him, he can't handle it. I mean, his plan is to keep you off him. He's got so much to hide. He really does.
And he was successfully controlled everything in his life. When he doesn't have control, that's why I got eliminated, because while he was on vacation, he had no control of who I spoke to in the media about that SEC investigation. He had no control of that front page of the New York Post.
Crazy.
He had no control.
No doubt.
And he couldn't handle it.
There's no dirt on you.
Why?
Have you ever posed nude?
No. No, you keep thinking that I'm Tom.
I do. I don't know if you're...
No.
Maybe you say putz every 2 seconds.
I say putz every 2 seconds.
Maybe it's because you almost climbed over the board.
Did I say putz every 2 seconds?
Artie's afraid of you.
She's like every Italian chick I grew up with, man. Jesus Christ, what a ball breaker.
But she's Jewish.
God, why am I a ball breaker?
Well, because you don't take any crap.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't. No, I'll wear things. Angelo doesn't really like that.
Right.
He's like, just take it off, honey. That's just unnecessary.
Does he lay there like King Tut and you walk in the outfit and...
No, I'll go. He'll once in a while.
Howard doesn't want to know about Leah. He wants to know about her husband.
The boy.
Yeah, he wants to know about him. Why would you go further? Like, he wants to know what.
Say, go put something on.
You ever make home porno?
Yeah, we did once. Remember? I think I told you.
How'd that go?
It was
She made her own porno tape with him, and she does like the
brutal. I watched myself. Okay, first of all, I gave the thumbs up to the camera, so because I knew we would laugh about it later.
Right.
Actually, that's Angela's complaint. Is he's like, all right, it doesn't always have to be funny, honey. You know.
Right, right. Yes. Such a nice body.
She's got a nice ass.
Yeah.
Look at that ass, man.
How can you see my ass?
I
from
saw
there?
it walking in. I saw your
How do you
ass.
see an ass from walking forward?
Because we got cameras all over the place.
We have an ass cam.
Oh, you have a monitor there?
I can see your ass right now.
No, you can't.
We shoot from underneath the couch. All right, listen.
Like, how come you never say hi to me ever? You didn't say hi to me last time.
Because you'll bust my balls.
Fred. God, you forget he's on the show. It's crazy.
Look
It
at
is
his
crazy.
shit behind him, John. Look at
I
this
know.
shit
Look at
mess
those
of
cards.
tapes.
Chauncey, it's really frustrating knowing that the E guys, when they did the show, they have full shows on videotape somewhere.
Mhm.
And the shit that we could see and the things we missed, like they obviously recorded the whole show on
Right.
videotape, but they only showed you snapshots on E, and even Howard TV would never show a full show. So you're
Right.
just sort of going, what did we miss? Like it's so much shit they must have. The
Oh, yeah.
Goodsteins and the Richie Wilsons and DePace and stuff.
Yep.
That's your ball.
Fred's afraid of you. Don't talk to Fred.
Why?
Well, because he's angry.
You think Artie's bad?
You don't want to fight with Fred.
I don't want to fight with.
Does Fred not have the best gig in all of radio? I mean, like he makes 7 figures doing this.
To
Bon
not have
Jovi's
to
played.
talk.
Yeah, and so Bon Jovi's played more sound effects than he has on this show than Fred's played in the last 20 years. And he doesn't even do it anymore. He doesn't even do the one thing. He's like a field goal kicker who doesn't kick field goals.
It's a great way.
I refuse.
Yeah, that's a good way.
It's
to look
what
at it.
he makes 7 figures doing this shit.
No,
If
he's like
I-
the third string field goal kicker.
Yeah,
It would have to
and
take
make it
2 field goal kickers would have to be out of the game for him to even be considered to be
right
on the field.
to even speak. Right.
But I just say hello.
She's a nice one.
you.
I keep his
Thank
mic
you.
down.
Very nice.
Taking out a point.
No. What?
All right, listen.
Yeah,
Anyway, so Leah is not promoting anything. She stopped by to say hi.
Oh wait, but I do have to say a little.
You know it'll be funny.
It'll be funny.
I think Chaunce
It'll
is
be
coming
good
on out.
times.
But
So you didn't like Eminem or Nelly or any of that
I like
stuff?
Nelly.
Yeah.
I didn't love. I mean, I thought Kelly and him something wasn't working there.
I like Nelly better with the Band-Aid.
Yeah,
Well, that was for his brother. in jail.
Band-Aid-less,
Did you hear that?
What did the brother do in jail?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Why did he abandon his brother, though? His brother's still in jail. He took off the Band-Aid.
Joan Rivers was interviewing him, and
He
he
said he
goes,
wanted to class it like he wanted to do something a little different, right?
"Yeah, he changed the Band-Aid."
I'm wearing it until his brother gets out of jail.
Thank
No, he didn't wear the Band-Aid at all.
Artie's aunt is in jail. He has a big Band-Aid on his nose.
Yeah, my aunt's doing some time in Jersey.
Yeah. So who the hell else?
Who did we like? I wrote
Do you
that.
like Bruce?
Who?
Bruce
No,
Springsteen?
not really.
Oh, here's Chauncey with tape of you.
Here we go.
Chauncey, go ahead.
Okay.
All right, so Chauncey's scurrying around in the stepping out empire looking for his tapes. He calls back in here, and I cut it out and now he's got his fucking receipts, and he plays the footage of the interviews. This is great shit.
Did I had the
my aunt's
tape?
doing some time in Jersey.
You have the tape.
Okay.
Yeah. So who the hell else?
Chauncey, do
did
you
we
not
like? I don't-
Chauncey, do you not remember having the tape?
No, some of this I don't recall.
Holy shit, you have the receipts. It's crazy.
Okay, all right, then I'm happy.
I mean,
I wrote
Do you
that.
like Bruce?
who?
Bruce Springsteen?
Not really.
All right, here's Chauncey with tape of you. Yeah, Chauncey, go ahead.
Okay, I got the tape. I just have to prove that I'm right.
All right.
All right,
Ready?
let's hear this.
Here we go. Pay me to go, so I will go.
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I've never been down here before, so I'm looking forward to.
Oh, well, you should call when you get here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And then I can stay over.
You could stay over. I'm sure.
Okay.
You should.
I got it! I got it! Yes!
Okay.
Yes! Yes! Fucking yes!
This is. You did.
great.
It took you a while to find the
great.
tape. Wow.
I can't-
I guess you got to fast forward through the tape and get to the point.
Oh
where,
my god, I forgot that I actually found the tape. God!
Bon, what are you talking about? It took him a
Wow.
while. He found
me
it
like
during
10
her
minutes, 5
interview, in
minutes.
the same interview. 5 minutes he found it.
5 minutes going through 3,000 tape. 3,000
Yeah,
Yeah,
tapes.
that's pretty
that's
good, I
crazy.
guess. And you got to. How long was the interview? Like 30 minutes?
With
maybe?
her?
Yeah.
No, probably like an hour.
So you got to fast forward through it to get
I-
to
I-
the
at
end.
the
Yeah,
end,
yeah.
to
I'll
the
give
very
you props. Yeah, I'll give you the props
That's
for that.
hard
yeah.
to do, man. That's hard.
Yeah.
He's got to rewind
That
it
was
manually.
amazing I could do that. And you got to realize that these aren't like alphabetical order. They're loose. They're not even in cases.
Yeah.
They weren't even they were just a regular tape with no case with an initial on it, like LR thrown into a box of 3,000 other tapes.
Look at this.
Yeah.
John, he's blown away. I can't believe you forgot that you call back
This is
with
unbelievable.
it. This is great.
Yeah.
Who is this guy, Chauncey? I'm a fan.
Nice.
Chauncey, so I have the entire. I'll give you this. I have your parts and Artie's parts. I could give you the whole thing, but I just wanted. We're not done yet. It's actually not. So you're still on, and let's just go back to the. It's so eerie to hear her in that interview with you, like the way you play. You must have like held it to the phone, right? And you're playing like a tape over phone.
Oh yeah.
No. I had a recorder that actually hooked into the back of the phone.
Oh my god.
But it's not broadcast quality. It wasn't meant for broadcast.
It's that suction cup that you stick to it.
No, it wasn't one of. No, it was better than that. It was literally a tape, but you put the tape into the back piece of the phone, and then both the. It's hard to explain, but it was good enough to transcribe, which is all I needed. Right. I never thought in a million years that I was doing this for broadcast.
Yeah, it's the tape that you recorded on a dictaphone, a little recorder.
Yes, with foot pedals. So I could
cool. You could transcribe.
So I'm transcribing, and then
Leah's embarrassed. Leah's humbled. She's like, get him up, cut him up. Okay. She's turning red right here. She's embarrassed.
For everyone listening, he's using like a pedal, like when you use a sewing machine. You have a pedal, and you push the pedal, and the tape plays, and you transcribe what was recorded, and then you lift your foot off the pedal, and the tape stops. It's archaic, but it worked really well.
Yes, I did that every week for 30 years.
I love it.
She has that Scientology magical thinking. So she's so sure that she's right, that Chauncey embarrassed her here by having this. She really believes she's right.
Wind it back a little, John. I just want to see her face as
watch
Chauncey
your face.
plays
Watch
it
this.
back.
Okay, let's watch it.
Okay, I got the tape. I just have to prove that I'm right.
All right.
Ready?
Let's hear this.
Here we go. Hey, you need to go, so I will go.
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I've never been down here before, so I'm looking forward to.
Oh, well, you should call when you get here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And then I can stay over?
You can stay over. I'm just. You should.
Look at her.
You're a putz.
Okay.
Look at her.
Yeah, she's freaking out.
She's
it's
freaking out.
She's so busted.
She made such a big. She protested, and now she's in this whole.
And once again, I'm right. Once again, I'm right.
She's helped. Somebody help me. Look, she's looking left. Where's the publicist? Look at this.
She goes, where's my publicist?
Let's see.
You're a putz.
Okay.
Chauncey, she's joking with you.
Should be embarrassed.
Now Howard's trying to do
damage
control
right
for her. Yeah.
That you call her
She gave me her phone number to call.
Idiot.
Right, to hang out, like maybe she.
No, Gary, don't speak for anybody.
She likes
There's something in the translation. Was that not in English?
Oh my god.
Dude, that's like.
Are you on drugs?
You know what? That's him. Remember how he always says you're coming on to him?
Yeah.
Well, which is it, Leah? Do you not remember it, or is he saying? Or now you?
First of all, how could you even argue with me at this point?
Right.
It's slam dunk.
But now it's a
what
goof.
now they all have to attack me. Now they have to circle the wagons and attack because they can't believe I actually had proof of what I just said. She said to me
that quickly too.
That's him blowing a simple thing into something it's not.
Robin's doing damage control for her.
Damage control, like crazy.
I'm loving this.
Chauncey was backstage at one of my events. I walked over and I touched his shoulder. He says, you really.
He's still thinking about the gay story, Chauncey. This is him coming out. He can't. he thinking you're trying to get him to come out of the closet. He's still thinking about that gay story. He brought it up to her.
One of my events, I walked over and I touched his shoulder. He says, you really like me. You were coming on to me. I go, dude, I just said hello to you.
This is the same.
Chauncey, tell everybody if they missed last show what your girlfriend at the time said.
What Chris said? We were in the car going home, and she said that was so creepy what Howard was doing. I go, what? She goes, when he was like kind of rubbing your back, and she goes, his knee was pressed against your knee.
Oh my god!
And she goes, I even moved over to give you more room because he kept. Every time I moved over and you moved over, his knee would get wider and wider apart. So his knee wouldn't stop touching my knee. No matter how far to the left I moved, his knee had to be touching my knee.
And you actually took the high road because you didn't even say that to him about your girlfriend when you were on the show. You could have easily said, my girlfriend thought you were gay.
Yeah, I could have. There's a lot of things I could have said.
And you didn't say that.
No. But you see, this is a great insight into the Stern Show. Now, I just was proven 100% right, but she's an A-list star. They wanted to come back on the show.
Yep.
So now they're all looking at each other. We got to make this guy look like an idiot right now.
There was all the PR people and
The sirens are going.
Scientology, yep.
They're all getting a high sign. Let's destroy Chauncey right now and get her out of this. Where it should have been the total opposite, and they should have backed me on it, but they didn't.
Thank you, Delopoulos. Thank you. Deppening best. Chauncey's the best. He just keeps topping himself. I don't know what to say. Each one's better and better. Thank you. I could feel it. It's just amazing. It's just endless. He's so good.
Guy? Yeah. He's delusional.
Did I get something completely different?
Yes, listen.
Chauncey, do you want to see my fiance? I mean, my fiance's here. Why would I? He's a good-looking guy. I'm sorry.
Listen,
for what reason would I need you?
Leah's a funny person, right? You're the one who brought up, can I stay over?
Right.
She didn't bring it up. She goes, yeah, sure, you can stay over.
Joking. It's so obvious.
God, you so misinterpreted that.
Chauncey, I feel for you, man. You're so right. Chauncey's so right in the right here.
She was so sincere when she said it. You listen to her say that. What is she joking about? That's not a joke.
Nothing.
I could be on a plane that night and stay at her house that night.
You're on the phone, and they can lower your volume as they see fit. You have Howard, Robin, Gary, and Leah both screaming at you about this. You can't win in the audience's eyes, but you clearly are vindicated.
Thank you.
You know, it would have been funny if you went out to L.A. to actually stay at her house. What'd you say? What'd you say?
No, I guess I'm not the celebrity, so the joke's on me. I thought it was for real.
Okay. The joke's on you.
That's exactly right. You're not famous enough for her to acknowledge that here. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Look at Gary. Look at fucking Gary with that Neanderthal face.
Hey, now you're acting like a victim when you called here and you first said, I turned her down. I thought it was a little weird, and now you turn around acting like a victim.
I always brag about what a nice
choose a personality and go with it.
And I would always tell the story of how you invite me over your house. And
no, you didn't say that. Even Howard got the idea that you were saying it was a little weird.
I used the wrong word.
So I guess
this is
retarded and you're the smart one.
I still think that you're one of the nicest. I thought that was a real invite, so now I'm wrong.
I got to hand it to you, Chauncey. You're still taking the high road. You're not freaking out. You're still not back. You're not walking back.
I'm sticking to the facts. I'm sticking to the facts. I'm not making anything up. I just presented my evidence to the judge, and now the defense is going crazy. And I'm just saying, please don't. They're going to make all kinds of noise on their side of the table. Just listen to the facts. Listen to the tape.
This is like the Amber Heard tapes, right, Bon?
If this is in a court, a court. You're going to tell me a jury wouldn't listen to that tape and said, yes, she absolutely invited him over to her house. Get rid of all the noise. Get rid of all the Stern noise and Artie and stupid Neanderthal Gary and Howard. Get rid of all of it and just listen to the tape. Did she or did she not invite him to her house to stay like he said on the phone a few minutes prior?
Absolutely.
All right, one last call and then Leah has to go. Go ahead, George.
Hey, Howard.
Hey,
what's this girl's name? Leah?
Leah Remini. She's on King of Queens.
Leah, have you ever been put on the cans?
Yes.
What are cans?
The Scientology thing.
Oh, we're back on
Yeah. Back on the Scientology.
So I just wanted to put that in because it's more creepy Scientology talk, which is...
You know about Narcanon?
Yeah.
I went to Narcanon, this program, Howard, that is for drug addicts.
Yes.
And they
want to stay at Leah's house?
They guarantee you to be clean once you go through their program.
Right.
So once they squeeze $22,000 out of you, I was shooting dope at the place while I was there.
So who's the idiot? Who's the idiot? The one who pays $22,000 and sneaks drugs in, or the Scientologist?
The Scientologist.
Right. Who's out $22,000 and still a cokehead?
As well as your family to get you in there, and they take your money.
Buddy. Go shoot up. It's time.
Well, I'm proud to say I'm in recovery now, but
good times, buddy. Right. No thanks to Narcanon. Right. How's Boston? Treating you good?
Boston's
right. Good times.
All right. Obviously, there's.
Congratulations, Chauncey. Pure, true vindication, 100%.
Wow. I forgot that I actually found the tape. My memory was I never had the tape, this play. I forgot that I actually did find the tape, And it's said exact. I wasn't even paraphrasing. It was exactly what I said, word for word, back in her face. And no way was she joking. It was a private conversation between two people.
Oh, over there. Okay.
Go ahead, Chauncey. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That wasn't on air for entertainment. That was two people having a conversation.
There's nothing like flippant about it. There's nothing sarcastic. No. You're right.
And she wrote me a nice letter. Like, who takes the time to write a letter to me, and say how much she enjoyed me and liked me and that we should stay friends and this whole bullshit. And you see, this is a great insight of what the Stern Show was and how they could set you up and create a character in you. So now I'm a liar and a whack packer when all I did is call in and say, she's really nice. And she invited me to stay at her house. I was just a little, it was weird for me to do that with a big celebrity. I didn't do it, but what a nice person this was to do that. That was the call. And it turned into this insane, like, you're a liar. You lie about everything. Oh, you just want to get on the air.
You could have been way more enraged for accusing you of lying, but here you have the receipts, you have the evidence, and you couldn't have been classier. Even at the end, you're still complimenting her. You could not have played that any better.
Yeah,
you couldn't have.
That was awesome. I'm so happy that you.
This is what they did to Artie in the end, Chauncey. They turned Artie into the liar. They'd have Will Murray coming in, all these people saying he lies about everything, and this is the guy who's on the show, working on the show. They demonize Artie and pick apart his whole life and have the news report, the news team having a tip-off line to call in sightings of Artie. So when you talk about, they transferred it in a really vicious way to Artie.
Well, let me explain it this way. There's an old saying, in regards to the Holocaust, first they came for the Jews and I did nothing. Then they came for the gays and I did nothing. Then they came for the sick and I did nothing. Then they came for the Catholics and I did nothing. And then they came for me. And that's kind of what the Stern Show's like. They just go through the list. They use you up, they beat you up, they get rid of you, and then whoever's next up to the plate comes up and they do it to them.
You know who who did that quote, Chauncey, on the Stern Show? But she was interviewed by, it was either John or someone pinch hitting for John. It could have been Gary Garver. B. Arthur said that exact quote.
Did he? Really?
Yeah, they got to her somewhere, and she goes, I like Howard, and then she rattled off the exact quote you just did.
Really? Oh,
yes, it's great. I swear to God, I'll find it somewhere.
It applies. It applies. Yeah. Everybody laughs, everybody has a good time, but you're next. When that person's being into submission and are gone, well, they're not going to stop doing it. They're just going to pick the next person.
Yep.
And that's how it works. And you can see how brutal that was to survive that for 20 years. And that's how long I did the Stern Show, for 20 years. Think how hard that is to go through that all the time. And then the public persona of you becomes that character that's been created.
And you accepted it. And you were actually, you actually accepted it.
Yeah. That's why I say
leaned into it, I should say. You lean it. You're like, okay, this is what
because I was getting something back for it. If I wasn't getting anything out of it, I was getting other gigs from it. I was getting on other TV shows and news shows, and my name became marketable where I could make money from it. But the best thing that ever happened, and I'll always say it, was the day I got kicked off the show, because then I could start to really be a journalist again, and the things I said weren't, the liar Chauncey. It became the journalist Chauncey again, where during the Stern years, Howard said, no, that Chauncey's the guy who lies all the time. And that's all you were to the public.
Yep. And he could control the narrative, and you still were drinking the Kool-Aid. And it's the quintessential way to use the Kool-Aid. Crystal Apple said Leah did throw out the invite for Scientology, 100%. She automatically did. G Canada says, Chauncey, these shows are absolute gold.
Thank you.
I agree, G Canada.
I owe it to the guys here, man. They're the ones. They are the you guys are the
Jose,
shit, man.
no, there's really nothing like each other. There's nobody. You have absolutely nothing to hide. You never say no. You don't give a shit. There's no story you won't tell.
No,
There's
and when I'm
nothing like
wrong, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
When I'm a dick or I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to celebrate it. You know, but when I'm right, I'm right, and more often than not, I'm right.
I think you need to. I think you need to start working on that book, Chauncey, the tell-all book, because this is worth.
I do too.
Eventually, I know you don't want Poppy to read it, but she'll be older than
I'd be proud of
18 or
her.
whatever. This stuff needs to be in a big book, and we'll help however we can. John's got
definitely
all these clips he could provide you. You could transcribe.
Yep, everything.
This is just hilarious shit. It's classic Stern as well. Like
from a new perspective.
Leah's a young chick then. She's probably only 24, 23 years old.
Yeah.
She comes in there and kicks. It's a home run if you're a listener, this kind of stuff.
She's probably 30. She's probably 30 there. She's probably like in
she's
her
like
early
54 now.
Yeah. So that's 2003. She's probably in her early 30s there.
Wow, time, man, it goes by so fast.
It really does. It's hard to believe that's 21 years ago or something. 21. Yeah. Chauncey is amazing with that stupid crowd. I agree, Jose Villataro. This will never be another time, Rick the electrician says, in entertainment or New York, like the time when Chauncey is on his game. What an amazing life. I know. And we just keep peeling layers off of it, Rick. It's just endless. Fred is autistic. Okay. So this is another example of someone who did what Leah did to the Stern Show. And I can't believe the one time that Chauncey didn't call in during this, but this is Johnny Depp and what he does after the Stern interview in October of 2001.
Good actor, man.
Thank you. That's really nice of you guys.
Did you ever see my movie?
No, but you know, I didn't see your movie because I was bitter because your movie killed my movie.
Did it?
Which one?
What came out the same day, everyone, all at the same time as Private Parts? Donnie Brasco.
Why
it didn't kill it. Brasco made
$100
million, and Private Parts made $41 million.
Why is he calling in saying this?
Because in domestically, Private Parts beat Donnie Brasco in the opening week. But Brasco destroyed it after that, like all around.
Which one?
I think your movie killed, I believe it was Donnie Brasco, wasn't it?
No.
Really? Maybe.
I think it was Donnie Brasco. It came around on the same time as Donnie Brasco, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
And then suddenly Private, all you saw was like, billboards, posters, everything, Howard Stern, Private Part, the whole thing, and
you should rent my movie.
We didn't stand a chance.
You should rent my movie. I'm telling you, as good as you are, you'll learn a few things.
All right, I'm sure. Donnie Brasco.
That'd be great if Depp went. No, I'll legally download it off Napster like you and Vinny Favali did with songs.
I love that.
This weekend, and he'll rent Private.
I've seen Donnie Brasco a bunch of times.
Yeah, forget about it.
Yeah,
I was upset that that you didn't ask me to be in your movie.
You should believe me. I would have put.
Chauncey, this is Artie's just joined the show. He just got hired. This is like the first or second week after the Jackie chair stuff. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that is crazy.
Played your wife.
Yeah. You're a hot chick.
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny.
I would have done it,
Why don't you rent my movie? Rent my movie and watch it.
I will.
All right?
I will rent it, seriously.
All right. And I look forward to meeting you one day.
Me too.
Because I think it'll be a thrill for you. I'm a genius.
That I know.
Hey, John,
I know a lot of people who know you and stuff, and
who knows him? Tracy Jacobs, his agent, Marilyn Manson. I think a few other people. There's a couple of connections with him, and I think that's how he got booked. This guy Josh Richmond, who he worked with Guns N' Roses, and he directed their videos and stuff. I know he's part of this.
Wow.
Sarah goes, wrap it up, blabbermouth.
She's a ball buster.
She's such a ball buster. She's
Leah Remini. Next week.
Where does Sarah live? What part of the country?
Oregon.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Because I said I used to live out there for a little while.
Home of
Roseburg.
Yep. Rose City.
Wait till next week for my tribute to Sarah. you're going to see what this girl's capable of. She could have been on the Stern Show as a ball buster. She could have been busting Gary's balls in
She would be
the
a great
hallway.
joke writer. She's a great writer.
Oh.
She'd be a great joke writer.
All you guys are so good. Your whole team there is great. It's
As
just
are
so
you,
great.
sir. I cannot thank you enough for doing these, and it's never going to end.
Well,
Brett
thank you.
Edmond,
Thank you for changing the narrative after all these years.
That's my
because
goal.
I feel somewhat vindicated. I really do, and it's the only show that really went out of their way. There have been a few, but not to the level you guys are.
No, I
like you guys have you guys have your fucking T's crossed and your I's dotted, man.
It's because of the ferreting I've been doing that it makes me realize that you are insanely essential to that show at that time, more so than the actual staff. It's crazy.
I can't help myself when you say that word, John. I can't. I'm sorry, John. I can't. When you say it, I have to do that. I'm sorry.
That's fun. Here goes. This is still Johnny.
Things about you.
Really?
Yeah.
Rip City, Jose.
Great things.
Could you mention the people who talk about me?
Well, Tracy Jacobs, my agent.
Yes, Tracy. Yeah, she's very nice.
One day, Chauncey, we're going to show you the falling out Depp had with his agent. She turned on him, almost like Cassidy Hutchinson with Trump. Like he owes her, according to her, $14 million in back agency fees from movies.
Okay.
And they had a huge falling out because she wouldn't promote his music career towards the end. And there's a transcript of, and so she actually testified for Amber Heard.
I remember that. Yes, that's right. I remember.
Nice.
She said a lot of great things about you.
Yeah, she's real nice.
The backstory with them, she went to Tracy Jacobs went to art school with Tim Burton. Okay, this is before any of this shit. She knew Burton well enough, and that's how he got the audition for Scissorhands in '90. So he was going against Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, Michael Jackson, Jim Carrey, Gary Oldman, and he had no business getting that audition. He'd just come off Jump Street, and she, because of her relationship with Burton, got him the audition to get that, and that launched his film. That put him into the stratosphere.
Well, welcome to Hollywood.
Right.
You mentioned Tim Burton. You know what? I used to be good friends with him, and he used to invite me to his birthday party every year.
What?
Get this.
Oh my God!
Tell the story. Start again.
I have hanging up in my hallway. Tim Burton would hand paint invitations with artwork, like cool artwork on the invitation that was made by him to send you a birthday invite. And it was only like about 15 people. And they were like all huge stars, and me every year. And I have it framed in my living roam. These invites.
My God!
I don't know if they're worth anything, but I would sit there. You remember the movie Beetlejuice?
Yes.
You know all the people at the table when they're all sitting there having dinner at night.
Quite a cast of that.
Classic.
Yeah, I sat
Iconic.
at a table with all those guys at Tim Burton's birthday party.
Was Alec Baldwin
Did you
there?
get photos of this?
Alec Baldwin wasn't there.
Winona?
No. What's it? Helena
Bonham Carter?
Yeah, she was there.
Oh my God! Did you get a photo of that?
No, Winona Ryder wasn't at the birthday party, but a lot of people were. Like so many cool, interesting. No, Michael Keaton was not there. Femke.
Famke Janssen.
She was there.
Famke Janssen.
Yeah.
Femke, John. He just said that in Australian. Femke.
I think that was my Australian. And you remember Ed Burns, the actor Ed Burns?
Yes, he did.
Oh my gosh.
He's in Saving Private Ryan. He was there. And but it was such a private little restaurant, closed room with all of us there.
Did you get a photo? Did you get a photo of that?
No, you didn't take photos. Like there was none of that stuff. It was like you were there privately. It was all private. And the only thing I have is the invite. I have the letter that he would
scan it. Get a photo of it for next time.
I'm going to show it to you guys.
I love this stuff, John. We're talking Tim Burton invitation.
It's hanging up on the hallway right now. Yeah, I have it.
Thank you, Philly 29. You are the best. You know what we think of you. You're such a mensch. God bless you. Sarah says it. PC that Crystallopoulos says, dudes, I started listening to the show today. Packed my gym bag, drove there, listening to the car in the gym, worked out, showered and changed. Now I'm back home. I fed the dog, still listening. This is like Stern in the old days. It's a
yeah. Poppy's graduated from college since it's
nice.
Chris, that's a long way to go to brag about going to the gym. But Summer Downs, Dr. Sarah's important. Okay, let me just finish this. Oh shoot. Put it back.
And do any hot chicks ever talk about me?
You know what? All of them.
Like, why doesn't Kate Moss tell you what a cool guy I am?
Tell you how it was cool.
What about Winona Ryder?
Yeah. You know? Do you have Kate Moss's number so I can call her?
Hey, listen, John, I'll be in Paris next week.
So this is Artie's actually doing a Leah Remini on Depp. She goes, I'll be in Paris. I'm going to invite myself over. Chubby Pickle. Chauncey's batting 1,000. Drinks on me if you're ever, and we got to hook these two up for the gossip for the PD.
Where are these drinks? What state?
I
don't go anywhere for a free drink.
Was just so mellow, man.
That's the thing with Chubby Pickle. You don't know what state he's going to be in. Is it Georgia? Is it Idaho? Is it Arizona?
Can I come over?
I got a storm for my free drink.
What time? You want a wake-up call?
Yeah. Johnny, good luck with the movie, and everyone go see From Hell opening today at movie theaters everywhere, and hope you come in.
It's been a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, pleasure talking to you, man.
Thank you so much, you guys.
You're all right, man.
Take care.
Take care.
You will. Bye.
Artie, you're all right.
I'm trying to network.
Yeah.
Can I come
I want to be in From Hell, too.
It annoys me that he hasn't seen my movie.
I've seen it.
He's one of those guys that, he doesn't even care about Hollywood or anything else that's going on. He just does what he does.
I think it's too painful for him to see my movie. An amateur going on there and doing such a brilliant acting job.
What about the accent you do in your movie?
What accent is that?
Don't you do an English accent in your film?
I do several accents.
That's right.
He does an anorexic accent.
Johnny's got to go buy his cheese and bread now. I picture him walking around like with a beret.
Now wait for Stuttering John to come in.
Oh, no.
Things here. Yeah, it's a Viper Room story.
You know, buying cheese and bread.
One of those long black cigarettes.
Yeah. He seems like a cool guy.
I think he's a cool guy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sky Spectre.
Johnny Depp, good actor. I believe one day he'll be one of those guys at the Academy Awards getting the honorary
Right,
Oscar.
because nobody's recognized him for individual work. They'll just do the whole lump sum thing.
Yeah.
Wow, they're assholes.
I hope we weren't just scammed and that was really Corey Feldman.
Isn't it crazy that this thing is 23 years ago? He still doesn't have an Oscar. He's been nominated for, actually his best work is Black Mass with Whitey Bulger. I think that's his best role. So you got Sweeney Todd, which he sings like David Bowie. You have Captain Jack Sparrow, which he won the SAG award for, which is the better award, I think, when all the actors vote. And then he doesn't win.
I can't believe he won a SAG award for that. Oh,
and then Finding Neverland, which I didn't think it was good. It was solid, but it's not his best, So he wasn't nominated for Whitey Bulger and Black Mass, and it's amazing him in that movie.
He didn't get anything for that Vietnam movie he did with Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, well, Chauncey, I'm really impressed. You remember him in Platoon? He was in Platoon. For 2 minutes.
He was
Private Learner, as a matter of fact. And by the way, speaking of which, Chauncey, you talk about with Depp and your comments about 9/11 and stuff and the terrorists. You talk about, how he's a veteran. Lest you forget, he's in Platoon. So he's a veteran, and he has every right to speak that way.
He died in combat.
He died in combat.
During 9/11, even though I was in Brooklyn, I pretended that I was in the Pentagon.
Good at Johnny Depp.
You don't think so? All right, I got to take a... What is it, John?
Here we go.
Johnny just called back just to say thank you and thanks for having him on.
That was nice.
The guy's a really good guy.
Nice.
Yeah.
He busts equipment for John. That's what kind of guy he is.
Yeah, I mean, he helped carry our equipment.
He what?
Put my amp over there. Johnny, could you tune up my guitar?
Yeah, it was great.
This is one of the good Fred things.
I said I hung out with Helena Christensen.
Fred comes to life when it comes to John, right? He doesn't say anything in days.
He
had
that John voice he could duplicate.
He would be great. See, that was comparison to Leah Remini. There is he just like Leah Remini. He called the show back and said, "Thank you for having me on." I mean, that's the move that is unheard of. And Chauncey, right? You said that Depp was the nicest A-list celebrity you've ever.
So nice. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
And he was promoting the first From Hell, Sleepy Hollow, when he was with Chauncey that time.
Yeah, Sleepy Hollow for me. Yeah.
Chauncey, I cannot thank you enough. I hope you and Poppy join us for a Christmas special on Monday night, or Monday afternoon. We got to do it just like this because Chauncey's time. Bon, are you okay with that? Those hours?
Yeah, man.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
all good.
I'm just glad the mic works. I'm so excited about that. It'll take me a
Everybody
while.
sounds.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Got that. Crystalopolis says Black Mass is the. No, it's not that the movie's the great. His performance is so strong in Black
Yeah.
as Whitey Bulger. You can't believe that's the same guy. Not just him. That's the same guy who played Edward Scissorhands.
That's as good as. That's the
as
best
good as
thing he's
Range
done
gets.
since Brasco. That's the best thing.
Range.
Do you agree with that, John?
Yeah. Well, it's not that he's good. He's sly and subtle in Donnie Brasco. It's what he does with Whitey Bulger is just completely possessed. You can't believe it's the same guy.
Yeah, it's like Charlize Theron in Monster. She completely changes her.
That's pretty good.
Persona.
Willy Wonka. Look at Willy Wonka. I mean,
I know,
it was so dark. Like that,
based on Michael Jackson, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
They say that doll book is actually more the Willy Wonka than the actual the first one. That's actually the way the book went. I don't know.
It was supposed to be dark. It was like Wizard of Oz. You know, Wizard of Oz was a dark book. It wasn't supposed to be a kid's like holiday festive kind of story. The Wizard of Oz was kind of a
scary.
Horror
It
book.
is. It is. Depp is brilliant. Sarah says Depp is brilliant in Black Mass and very cynical when it comes to movie, but I was amazed by that.
Although, what about Chocolat?
Well, he's in that for about 15 minutes. And that movie that's a fucking Harvey Weinstein movie, by the way.
Yeah.
Chocolat. That's a Miramax movie. You have any Weinstein stories? You ever hang with Weinstein, Chauncey?
No, that's AJ's. That's AJ's field
AJ.
of expertise.
Yes,
I wasn't a Harvey guy.
Thank you, Chubby Pickle.
Oh, so go, John. Go for the
No,
Chubby.
he just says, Chubby says, one more thing. I back home at Chubby Manor, or I'm past my email to the Irish Poonhound. Dan, the song parody man.
Hey, how you doing?
Or maybe he didn't see it, Chubby. Twitter is the best spot to get him. So I will. We will make sure you hook up on Twitter.
Oh, and by the way, I already saw the photo of me and Norm. Thank you so much.
You gave him to him, Bon?
Yeah, I've tweeted you're in it too.
Man.
That was awesome.
I'm multitasking too much. I was going to get to it right after that.
You guys are the absolute best. I can't stop saying it enough.
Pal.
Thank you for everything.
Chubby Manor. I want to thank everybody. We're going to do Patreon tomorrow. David and I are doing Armfeld. And that, so we have 90210 Jump Street. Anyone could sit in on that. Anyone who wants to. Sarah says, have a great, well, we're going to see you Monday night for a Christmas special with Chauncey and Poppy and Bon Jovial and David. Perhaps maybe Sarah will have a cameo appearance. Have a great Christmas. Rose Nyland. Wrap it up. Oh, Rose Nyland. That's a Golden Girls reference, right? Okay. Thank you, everyone. David, I want you to play us at We Love You, Chauncey, and we will see you. This is never going to end.
Man, Chauncey.
You're a great man.
Anytime, guys. You're all so awesome. Thank you.
So here's David.